Chapter 88, Discussions. Kent Aries 4, October 15, 3018. Captain, I greeted the CO of the McKinnon's Raiders. I'm glad we were able to meet. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Duke Hull. He shook my hand. I've heard a great many things about you and it's nice to finally put a face to the name. Well, I hope the things you heard were good. I said with a good-natured laugh. Because otherwise I might have to get some new PR people. I recommend starting with your PR in the Capellan Confederation. He replied with a straight face. I hear they burn pictures of you at festivals now. I almost believe that, I chuckled. Now, my son David accidentally stumbled onto a base that your predecessors used to harry the Combine forces in a lance of mechs that they had left behind. I got the message you sent. McKinnon replied. While we would like to take possession of the mechs, we can't afford the repair costs that you estimated at this time. He sighed. Although I wish to have the mechs, I realized that your people can probably do more with them. And with that in mind, I'm willing to accept your offer of a mixed lance of factory fresh mechs in exchange. What mechs were you thinking of? I asked him bluntly. We only produce the Grasshopper and Toro here on Kent Aries 4, with the rest of our facilities scattered in various locations. We want either a Highlander or Crockett in replacement for the Nightstar that you found, a Crab, and a couple of Grasshoppers. He told me. It'll take about a year to get you the Crockett, Highlander, or Crab. I told him, I can move some of the Grasshoppers that were intended for the local forces over to you immediately. I shrugged, I'll give you some Mithril pilot suits to go with them, along with enough to outfit your entire unit. We can wait on the mechs. Ross McKinnon responded. Your reputation is rock solid, and we trust that you'll keep your promises. Now, I know you probably get this a lot, but I want to hear about a couple of your battles. He grinned and leaned back in his chair across from my desk. How'd you beat Major Barton in a Warhammer when he was using an Atlas? Well, for starters. October 17, 3018. Captain Ross McKinnon. A Kent Aries Guard member asked. Yes, that is me. He responded. Why do you ask? I've got a delivery for you, but I'll need a signature as well as a small blood sample before I transfer this over to you. Very well. McKinnon accepted the specialized pad from the Kent Aries Guard's officer. It had a small area where it pricked his thumb with a small needle to analyze his blood and ensure it was him. He had donated some blood to make sure that they had his bio-identification markers so that he could receive deliveries and classified information if necessary. That always stings more than you'd expect. He told the guardsman who looked sympathetic to his plight. Yeah, the guardsman rubbed his thumb. You expect it and yet it still manages to surprise you. But it works, so I guess I can't complain too much. Where's the delivery? McKinnon asked, not seeing a truck or anything. It's being held at the local starport until you bring the pad with you to confirm transfer. Well, that's complicated, isn't it? McKinnon asked. It may be complicated, but it works, sir, and it was my assigned job for the day. The guardsman laughed. If you're done, there's plenty of beach and sun to go around. Take a soak before you leave too, it's gorgeous year-round. I thought you were in the middle of autumn though. The confused man asked. That's only in the mountains for the most part. We get parts of seasons, but it's only on the top of the tallest mountains here that it snows. Everywhere else is mild or warm all year round. Carver v. Capellan Confederation, November 3, 3018. Move in and hit their flanks. Colonel Stone ordered from his Marauder, their infantry and vehicles are reeling right now, and we should press on now. Copy that, sir. His battalion commanders responded. Closing the trap now. Stone had used his command lance as bait, and it was paying off in spades. The Carver V militia, despite receiving some benefits of having had the Wolf's Dragoons on their world for a bit, were also still recovering from the damage that had been done in their escape. This was allowing Stone to pin down and hammer at the militia until they could free up some time and space to start stripping the mothballed Ironsides lines and doing a quick search to see if there were anything left of the Victor and Atlas lines that could be salvaged. November 8, 3018. I'm sorry, sir, but just about the only thing left here to salvage is the Ironsides factory here. The lead engineer that Dr. Rogers had sent with him reported. There's not even a scrap of an autocannon left to piece together. Stone is the unluckiest dice roller in all of the command staff somehow. He ended up rolling a 2 on AD, 20, 5 times in a row. Alright then, I guess we'll just pack this up and start moving everything on board our dropships for transport. Stone replied, the militia here is beaten down, and with the FWLMS, I'm not worried about us being hit by any forces with any sort of strength anytime soon. I can't believe you just said that, sir. A staff sergeant said as he drove his forehead into his palm repeatedly. Now we're for certain going to get hit with something. What do you mean? Stone asked with a look of confusion on his face as a staff member ran in. Colonel Stone, the Free State of Stuart just jumped into the system with a regiment in order to subjugate this world. Well, that one's new. Stone said. They must have seceded from the FWL while we were in transit. He sighed. Alright people, we're on a time crunch now to get everything packed up. We have around 5 days before they manage to land and I want us to take off and head for the jump point in 2. But sir, the engineer protested. We've only gotten a quarter of the factory packed up as it is. Well, your people better pick up the pace then, because we need to be leaving before that regiment decides that they want to pick a fight with us. Engineer, Stone's XO chimed in, if you can't pack it up, make sure you get the correct dimensions on the replacement parts. We can fix the lines if we have to, but we'd prefer them intact. Right, I can do that. The engineer stammered in reply, and we'll try to get everything packed up. It might go quicker if you lend us some of your infantrymen though. Let us know what you need to get done faster, and we'll make sure that you get it, Stone replied. Chapter 89, Another, Roll of the Dice. New Dallas, November 16, 3018. You shut down those satellites, right? Mathis asked Dunham, because I'm pretty sure those were supposed to alert Comster or somebody else that people entered the system. I got M. You would think Comster has picked up on the fact that we have backdoors into their systems now, but no. Dunham replied. Rook took care of it, he's still our best tech specialist, and so he's coming with us down to the planet. Sensors are showing that it's mainly uninhabitable. Dunham said as he checked in with the bridge crew of the Age of Discovery, but with mithril, and a lot of oxygen refills and filters we should be fine. Remember though, Mathis said. We should probably start with the capital city complex. I bet if there's anything, it'll be there. Makes as good sense as anything I guess. Dunham replied. We'll need to maintain careful seals though, it's still pretty irradiated down there. My guess is the Free Worlds League used dirty nukes to make sure everything was glassed and unusable. We brought the scanning equipment and everyone who was available from the Interstellar Expeditions gig from years back. Mathis said with a shrug, while no Jenkins or Mendoza, if anyone can help find a hidden computer and stash, it'll be these guys. Too bad David wasn't available to help us out given his luck of late. Dunham chuckled. I know right, and here I thought it was his father with the luck. Mathis joined in with a booming laugh. Don't tell Mark, but I laughed hysterically under my armor when I saw him sitting down having fallen into a hole. I won't tell him, Dunham replied. But I bet he'll figure it out anyway. Yeah, but that doesn't mean I have to make it easy for him. November 20th, 3018. Nothing but an old Mackie here. Mathis reported as he gestured to his scanner team to pick up their gear. Looks like it needs a new engine, but might be salvageable. Mark it for pickup later, I want to find the computer core if it exists first. Dunham replied from the dropship that he was coordinating things in. Next location is Nav Point Beta, see if there's anything there and move on to Gamma for me. Think this one is a dud, Dunham? Mathis asked on an encrypted channel. We've been here for days and haven't found anything. We were at the Taurus plant for a couple of weeks before we found anything there. Dunham reminded him. Besides, we've found enough small salvage it could almost be called a success. 2 lances of mechs in need of repairs are not exactly what I would call a success, Dunham. Mathis replied sourly. But we'll maintain our current pace until it's time to pull out. Pack it up, people. Mathis told his crew after swapping to that specific channel. We've got 3 more NAV points to scan before we head in for ruck time. Yes sir. They responded and began to pack everything up onto the trucks they had brought. Thankfully their equipment was decently portable and did its job well enough that no one was upset that it was taking a long time to go through everything on this archaeological dig. Sir, the next location looks like one of the original dome habitats that the Terran hegemony set up when they were terraforming the planet. One of the scanning team members observed, might be in there sir, you never know with the hegemony or Star League. Good point, Mathis told him, I'll let Dunham know we're going to be doing a much more comprehensive scan here. November 22nd, 3018. Hey Dunham, Mathis cummed. We've got sealed doors here, and what appears to be a bunch of old wrecks or something on our scanners. Wanna come take a look at it, see if you can get it open with Rook's help? We're heading your way anyway. Dunham said, we're about 30 mics out though, so see if you can get some generators hooked up to the doors for us so when we get there it'll make it easier on Rook. We'll get right on it. Mathis replied, and he turned his external speakers on. You, get those generators off of the trucks and hook them up to the doors. I want them powered up and ready for whatever techno-wizardry that Rook and Dunham are able to cook up. Yes sir. They responded and got moving. Mathis himself went and grabbed a generator and heaved it up onto his shoulder, carrying it and gently setting it down wherever the engineers told him to. From there, he began supervising and assisting where he saw he was needed until the hovercraft with Rook and Dunham pulled up. That's a pretty big set of doors. Rook said as he stepped out of the hovercraft. Let's see if I can get them open. He cracked his knuckles and neck and walked over to the keypad and lone computer blocking access that Mathis and Dunham had found. Oh, Mathis said as he synced his noteputer up to it. Mathis, I'm glad you called me over, because this thing would have self-destructed and taken you with it if you had tried to open it without some of the codes that Dunham and I have. But, with the correct access codes that the Slick and HCID left behind. Rook trailed off. We can just have it open for us. The doors squealed open slowly and the ground shook a bit from how large they were. The Terran Hegemony and Star League didn't do anything small after all. Hours later. Well, look what we have here. Rook smiled to himself as he unpacked a bunch of spare computer cores. Looks like we just hit the mother lode. That's a good thing to hear. Dunham replied. Mathis is finishing up the inventory of what we ended up finding down here. What's the word on the salvage? Rook asked curiously. Anything good? Well, we got about 2 battalions of Age of War Aramaki, Saruses, and a bunch of combat vehicles too. We've got a metric ton of ballista artillery pieces and Merkava Mk7 tanks. Think they can do anything with them? I think we can put them to use if we bring them up to modern standards. Dunham said. And it's not like we haven't fielded the ballista before. Fair enough. Rook replied. Were those Drosts in there able to be moved or not? They're the old original IIBs. Dunham responded. There's about 10 of them there, and the techs say they should be able to fly. So 10 more Stings to add to our forces in a year or so. Rook asked. Looks like. Dunham agreed. How goes copying the core? I've made 3 copies so far, and I'm working on a 4th now. Rook shrugged in return. It's an older operating system and takes a bit longer to make copies than more modern systems. Can you see if there's a way to open the top of the dome? Dunham asked. It'll make it easier on us when it's time to get the dropships out of here. Sure thing. Rook replied. I'm kinda at the waiting part of this anyway. Carver v. November 10th, 3018. We don't want to fight you, Colonel Stone told the CO of the Stuart Regiment that was burning in. We've just completed a raid and are leaving. We don't care. You're taking something that would rightfully belong to us after we subjugated this world. The CO of the Stuart Regiment responded. Now surrender, or prepare for combat. Chapter 90, Disengagement. Carver v. November 11th, 3018. Think they got our message? Stone asked his XO. Because if this works, we'll have some very unhappy Stuarts upset at us. I think that we'll find out soon. His XO responded. We're going to be lifting off and only covering our own asses up there, so I hope they don't pursue. If they do, we'll leave them in the black. Stone shrugged. And stranded here on Carver V2. I'm still not sure this will work, but we're willing to take the chance anyway. The staff sergeant who had given Stone a reaming for tempting Murphy earlier said. Well sergeant, if it doesn't work then we'll just have to fight it out, all this does is prevent us from having to duke it out with someone who we have no information about. Stone replied. We've got your back sir. The XO stated, we're just keeping you apprised of the potential issues that may come up. Well, now it's a game of us lifting off with our loot before they can stop us. Stone said as he rolled his neck. Let's make sure everyone's accounted for and get moving. November 12th, 3018. We've reached orbit sir, timing our launch at the same time they dropped in through atmosphere was genius sir. Stone's XO said as they cleared the atmosphere. It rendered them temporarily blind to us lifting off. Now we just have to get to the jump point. Stone replied. We don't know what kind of aerospace assets they had, so we're going to stay on alert. Stone stroked his small goatee. Have our company of Marines ready to board their jump ships. Unless they hot charge their KF drives they won't be going anywhere. November 18th, 3018. I'd hate to be one of those pilots right about now. Stone's staff sergeant muttered. Poor bastards didn't stand a chance. Better them than us. Stone's XO replied. And they should be able to be recovered in the vacuum, it's not like we went after them to ensure pilots were killed or anything. Point, the NCO responded. But still not somewhere I'd like to be, he shuddered. Keep my feet on the ground thank you very much. Stow the talk, Stone said after a minute. I'm trying to listen in and see how our Marines are doing. What jump ships did they jump in with? The XO asked. A Star-Lord, and an Invader. Stone responded. I figure the extra collars were used for infantry transport if they were planning on taking and holding this world. That would confirm the data our people picked up from the burn-in. The staff sergeant agreed. You would need the greater amount of infantry too, the Capellans don't tend to just lay down and let you subjugate a world for some reason. Brainwashing. The XO replied. It's also the only way that the servitors and caste system is enforced. He shrugged. It's why the production on previously Capellan worlds is so high within a couple of generations. Socio-economics degree? Stone asked. Yep, the XO agreed. The marksmen are helping me pay off my doctorate. He grinned. And I get to see it in action everywhere we go. Doesn't seem like a practical thing to have. The NCO said with a shrug. But to each their own. Marines are reporting that they've taken the Star-Lord and Invader. Stone reported from the headset. They'll be ready to jump out of the system in a couple of days. The charge time here is almost a full 8 days. We'll turn over prisoners to the MRB later. Stone said with a shrug. This new Free State of Stuart will probably want their crews back. New Dallas, November 25, 3018. We want to be careful hauling this stuff off of the surface of the dome. Mathis cautioned, using his demolitions experience to fall back on. I know that the Drosts can take some of the damage, but we don't want to have to dig through the entire structure to get them out of there. We know, Lieutenant. One of the combat engineers said. We're doing this as carefully as we can. Just making sure no one is getting cocky here. Mathis said with a shrug. Last thing we want is to bury some of our guys in there. It'll take us another couple of days in order to clear off the dome enough to get the Drosts out. The engineer advised. Are we still loading up the combat vehicles we found in there? Yeah, we'll be loading up the mules to capacity, and some of our extra crews are grabbing those individual mechs we found scattered around the city. It was what, 2 lenses scattered around? The engineer asked. At least that's what I thought I heard over the comms. Yeah, 2 lenses of damaged royal-grade machines for the most part. Mathis agreed. Good mix of assaults to lights too. Nobody salvaged them? The engineer asked. That seems odd. They were found in some of the areas that were the most irradiated. Mathis shrugged. They're going to need a full scrub down before they're usable again anyway. Might want to have one of the machine shops do a full rebuild on them. The engineer replied. Might be one of the better ways to scrub and get rid of some of the rads. Well, in a week or so, we should be headed back to Kent Ares 4, and then it'll be up to the teams there to fix everything up. Mathis, Dunham's voice came through the comms system. Can you give me a status update? Engineer just told me it'll be a couple of days before enough is cleared out to move the Drosts. Mathis reported. Why? Is something wrong? No, just looking to get an update. We're starting to move the last of the combat vehicles out now. Dunham replied. And the mules are just about finished loading up, so all we will have left to do is get those Drosts up to the age of discovery and we can head on home. Kent Ares 4, December 6, 3018. Hull, Packer walked into my office. We just had a pretty significant fleet of jump ships appear at the jump point, and they say they're here to speak to you. Chapter 91, Reunion. Kent Ares 4, December 21, 3018. Mommy. David ran up to Natasha as soon as she walked off of the dropship that she had been on. I missed you. He buried his face in her hair, automatically diffusing any possible tension that might have arisen. I missed you too. Natasha held on to the 5-year-old. I promised to never be gone that long again. After Natasha and David had stepped to the side, an older grey-haired man stepped out of the dropship. You must be Marcus Hull. The man greeted me with a firm handshake. We have heard a great deal about you from your wife over there. He indicated the 2 redheads loving on each other out of the way of the people disembarking from the dropship. But I gather she is a bit preoccupied at the moment. I'll have to agree with you there. I stated as I released him from the handshake. I take it you are Con Ward? I asked. The Wolf brothers spoke highly of you. He was about to start speaking again when my wife interrupted him with a flying tackle that brought me to the ground. I tried to speak, but was smothered by a kiss instead. I'll set up a meeting with you later. Con Ward chuckled, as he began to coordinate the sorting of the passengers. I think you will be busy for a while. December 22, 3018. Natasha, I rubbed my eyes. Why are there 6 women in our living room with workout clothes on? Well, she wagged her eyebrows at me. I figured that if 1 kid wasn't enough to keep you out of trouble then 6 would probably work. She grinned at me impishly. Well? Do your new concubines meet your approval, O Duke Hull? I think that you're messin' with me. I raised my eyebrow at her. But right now I can't tell. I turned around and went back into the bedroom. Wake me up again when I can process this properly. I called over my shoulder, Natasha just laughing at me the entire time, and smacked my butt as I crawled back into bed. I've been working on that joke for a year now. Natasha crowed in victory, and it was worth it for the expression on your face. Was it now? I questioned as I pulled her back into bed and began tickling her. Was it really? Yab. She rolled me onto my back. Worth every second. Later that day. So, you're leaving about 50,000 people from Clan Wolf here? I asked Con Ward. Yes, there were quite a few freebirths that wished for an opportunity at a new life. He responded. And while I have plans to address many of the issues with the clan way of life, they will all take time to implement. So taking over the former RWR worlds? I asked him. Hopefully you manage to reverse some of the destruction that the SLDF left on those planets. That is the goal. He agreed. There should be a decent amount of resources left, and we still possess terraforming equipment that the Terran hegemony used. I hope you met with Archon Steiner before passing through her space on your way here. I stated. Indeed I did. He leaned back in his chair. We were sitting on the ducal estate's front porch for this meeting instead of my office for once. Her and her husband are both wise individuals for their age. I have taken your measure, Hull. Ward said as he leaned back in his rocking chair. It takes an individual with character to accomplish what you have done. He stroked his beard. Now all that is left is for me to see what kind of character that it is you have. To most of my people, you are a free birth and by definition inferior. He started. But I am not most of my people. He took a sip of some of the sweet tea that I had set out earlier. I spent yesterday speaking with your people after Kerensky distracted you. He inhaled. And do you know what I found? I just shook my head and raised an eyebrow, not knowing where he was going with this. I found people who are absolutely devoted to you in the way of thinking that you have developed over the years. He paused for a minute to get his thoughts back together. I do not think you realize how interesting it is that you have people of more than 3 nations here, and cooperating as more than a mercenary unit. Even the people that Colonel Wolf left here have integrated well and managed to make lives for themselves. It takes a special kind of place to do that. Thank you. I said with uncertainty. December 24th, 3018. Well, I guess that works as a decent Christmas present. I said as I looked at what Natasha had just handed me. What am I supposed to do with 6 clan bondsmen, a dozen dropships, and half a dozen jump ships? Put them to use. Natasha shrugged. I'm leaving that sort of thing to you to figure out. She laughed. And you will not have to worry about the bondsmen. She smirked. I've already broken them in. Now, you're going to have to tell me how you managed to take 2 cons, 2 galaxy commanders, a star colonel, and a star captain as bondsmen at some point. I said. And you've got to start telling me when you take my warmers on trips. Why would I do that? Nat asked me. When you spec them out so well. Because David found a nice night star in the mountains and we're upgrading it for you specifically. I smiled. I think you won't have much need of my warmer anymore. Did he really? She asked. He was trying to tell me about a castle that he and you had found before he fell asleep last night. You should have seen the look on his face when he was describing it to me. I said as I pulled out the pictures that David had taken on our trip to the mountains. He had you take these? She asked me. He took them actually. I said proudly. He's also 3 to 5 levels higher in schooling than the other kids in his group. I am sorry that I missed so much of it. Natasha said sadly, tears starting to shine in her eyes. Hey. I made Nat look at me. Sometimes things happen that make us have to physically be apart from our loved ones. I pulled her in for a deep hug. But, we get to make new memories, and you get to be a big part of his life now. She quietly sobbed into my shoulder and chest for a few minutes. I love you. I told her as I stroked her hair. I am expecting a full report on all of the things you got up to while I was gone. Natasha said as she rubbed the tears out of her eyes. We can trade stories tomorrow after we're done with Christmas festivities. I told her with a small laugh. Chapter 92, Swapping Stories. Kent Aries 4, Christmas Day 3018. Merry Christmas Natasha. I said as I pulled the massive white sheet off of the night star we had spent months refitting. We used the clan data core that Wolf gave us to get a head start on some things, and it still takes a while on most things, but we are able to custom build things using the Argo machine shops we duplicated, and so we spec'd this thing out with clan tech. It should have the same movement profile as your old Marauder, but an incredible amount of firepower to bring to bear on anything that might decide to come after you. Natasha walked around the base of the assault mech. No jump jets? She questioned with a smirk, knowing that we had argued over whether the Marauder 2 was a good mech or not. You know my stance on that. I responded with a smile. But, what do you think? I asked. David helped me put together the paint job on it. The Night Star had a base coat of black paint, with gold edging to reference the marksman, and red tracing the inside of that to show Natasha's connection to Clan Widowmaker. Well, I will have to get in and drive it before I make any final decisions. Natasha said. But as long as you improved the linkage for the gun-mounted ERP-C we should be fine. Mac did the work on it himself. I smiled, he was actually really excited to do this refit for once. I laughed. I think he was secretly glad that he didn't have to fix another damaged warmer. Well, I can take this on a test run later. Natasha said as she stopped inspecting the mech. Now, you promised me some stories. I did, I sighed as we began to walk back into the ducal house. But I want you to promise that you will remain calm. Anything I tell you I have already retaliated or dealt with. I cannot promise that. She shrugged in response. But I will not push to do anything rash if you have already dealt with the problem. Oh, I dealt with the problems all right. I smirked. They'll be reeling for a long time after the blows we struck. That was scary. David snuggled into Nat as I told her about the attempted assassination on Robinson. And it was super loud. Comster? Natasha asked me. Comster, I agreed. They subverted a mask and ISF cell on the planet in order to launch the assassination. And how did you manage to convince Ian and Hansa to let you retaliate? Natasha asked me. That does not seem like something they would have pushed for. They didn't accept anything open and blatant. I shrugged. So we raided their secret naval yards and took everything that wasn't nailed down. I chuckled, and some things that were. There was one system that had a bunch of orbital factories. We are keeping that system. Well, I approve. Natasha smiled at me. Now, I believe you promised to make cinnamon rolls. That I did. I said as I stood up and made my way to the kitchen. You're lucky I still remembered to make the dough after everything that got sprung on me in the last couple of days. December 27, 3018. Duke Hull, Con Ward said. I will be returning to Clan Wolf Space in a week or so. He smiled as he shook my hand. I plan on retiring in a couple of years. Ulrich, the one I favor to succeed me, has finally achieved his blood name, and should be ready to be Con by that time. And you are telling me this because? I asked. You have such a nice planet, I was thinking of retiring to a cabin along the beach. He smirked. And I would of course be a part of the militia should that come to pass. He stroked his beard in the way that wise old masters of their craft do. Clanners. I facepalmed to his great amusement. Get off of my planet, you old goat. I made a shooing gesture at him. Please call before you drop by. While I love that my wife's family came by for a visit, you always leave me with more work to do anytime y'all show up. My southern accent was making a strong return as I ranted a bit. I shall see you in the future, Duke Hull. He smiled enigmatically. Be prepared for a visit in the future from myself and some other Solama retirees. Just leave. I buried my face in my palms. I have enough to deal with as it is. December 30, 3018. Natasha. I thought you said it was just a joke. I shouted as I walked out of the living room covering my eyes. It was. She called over from the other room. Why? Because one of the cons just walked in naked. I said. And I don't know how to respond to this. Oh, now that is funny. Natasha laughed as she walked into the room. I guess they took it seriously. She laughed a bit. Did you do anything else? I beat her in Sims earlier. I shrugged. But I've beaten most people on the planet in Sims, it's not like this is anything new. Well, Natasha smirked. I could fix this. But? I asked, seeing that she was about to pull an Ian or Hansa move. But frankly, I enjoy watching you freak out about this sort of thing, and I might as well get my laughs while I can. You're evil. I pointed at her. Pure evil. I backed away slowly. Well, enjoy the fallout. Natasha smirked. I will be spending the day with David after all. January 1, 3019. Commodore Jewel. I greeted as she walked into the room. I take it Bruce is on his way back with the Texas. Yes sir, and we've finished getting quite a number of the Comster warships up and running again. She told me. You never did tell me the plan for the fleet, because I'm not certain that we can afford the maintenance fees on all of them. We can't. I told her flat out. The Concordat is purchasing all of the Vincent corvettes that we have along with the Volga that we took from Ross 248. I shrugged. Apparently a couple of the frozen scientists that we returned to were warship engineers. And the remaining vessels? Jewel asked me. What are we doing with them? The Lolas are being split between the Davians and the Steiners, with 2 of our yardships being given to the Davians along with both battlecruisers and the other Potemkin. I replied. The Aegis class that were left in the station we moved away from Ross will be incorporated or sold when we start dismantling the station to move it to Kent Ares. I said and pointed to the calculations that we had done when we moved it. We know the general area of it, and we're going to have to retrieve it at some point. Yes sir, Jewel replied. We're keeping the Age of Discovery, Manassas, Defender, Texas, and the 2 Faslin? She asked for clarification purposes. Yes ma'am. I replied. We're going to be splitting the fleet into 2 parts, with you commanding the 2 yardships and the Defender, with Vice Admiral Fry being in charge of the other half and having overall command. Yes sir. Jewel responded. Bruce being moved up to captain. She asked me. He is, just as soon as he returns with the Snowden and Texas that is. I replied. Now go get some rest, Commodore. I tossed her new rank pins to her. And try not to get into too much trouble now. No promises sir. She laughed. No promises. Chapter 93, Spoils of War. Kent Ares 4, March 4, 3019. Duke Hull, Mary called over the intercom. Duke Sandoval is here to see you. Good. I told her, he made good time then. Duke Sandoval, I stood up and shook his hand. A pleasure to see you again. I saw the fleet you have now. Sandoval said, hard not to marvel at it at least a bit. He met my eyes with a slightly stern expression on his face. And it seems that the Davians have strangely acquired 2 yardships and an assorted fleet, as well as the Taurians increasing their corvette count by 2 or 3. He folded his arms over his chest. One has to wonder if you were going to include your liege lord at all. That's actually why I asked for you to meet me here. I told him bluntly, hating this political game. I have 2 more Aegis-class cruisers that I have access to. I held up a hand to prevent him from interrupting me. But, they are in need of repairs. Now, I can promise you one of the Aegis cruisers assuming that I can repair it in a timely manner, and I will also service jump ships at a reduced rate across the Draconis March for the next 2 years while I am making those repairs. Make it a reduced rate for 5 years. He responded. 2.5. I responded, and I'll train up some of your people as a crew for the Aegis when it is repaired. I'll do 2 years if you bump Robinson up the list of Sting procurement, and you train the crew. He haggled back. 1.5 years of lower rates for jump ship repairs, and I give you the first 5 Stings off of the new line on layover that we're opening in June, and I'll still train your crew. 2 years, of lower rates, and I'll take 3 of the Stings delivered to Robinson, with the other 2 being delivered to another world on the border. He grinned, and I want you to support a push to take worlds along the border all of the way to Diran. He held up his hand. I know that we have more equipment and that we are in a rebuilding phase. I'm not arguing for us to launch a full offensive, just to push them back a little further, and if Ian or Hansa don't go for it, we can still do limited raids across the border. Fair. I stood up, I'll have someone write up the contract. We shook hands on it. Now that that's done, I see your new ducal estate has been finished. He looked around at the hardwood paneled office. It doesn't look as defensible as I imagined you would push for. Looks can be deceptive. I told him, now, tell me about this offensive you want to push for. March 6, 3018. You've met my daughter Catherine before. Sandoval said, bringing her forward at the small dinner party that I was putting on. I believe you would make a good match. Yes, we met on Robinson previously. I said as I shook her hand politely. Have I introduced my wife Natasha Kerensky? I asked as I brought my wife around. She's been with my group here for over a decade now. Sandoval's eyes widened a bit as he realized his social faux pas. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mrs. Kerensky. No, the pleasure is all mine. Natasha smirked. I heard that my son was almost killed the last time he was on your world. Her smile turned wicked. My husband is a kinder individual than I am, and while he did not take offense to your mishandling of the situation, I did. I believe it is time I retired to my quarters. Sandoval gave a small bow before making a hasty exit, accidentally leaving his daughter Catherine behind. You okay there? I asked Catherine with a small smile. Natasha and I aren't upset at you, just your father for trying that type of game with me. You are safe. Natasha nodded at Catherine. I will not be pursuing any quarrel with you, but you may wish to persuade your father to leave sooner rather than later, yes. I believe this is where I apologize for my father's mishandling of the situation. Attempt an explanation. He didn't believe that Kerensky was your wife anymore given that she was gone for 4 years. And now would be the time of my hasty exit, Catherine replied with a touch of sarcasm in her voice. Now if you will excuse me, I believe my father may have need of my assistance. That was mean, Nat. I told her after we were alone again. But incredibly funny to watch. I sighed. We may have to tread carefully around Duke Sandoval for a while after that stunt though. Why would I tread carefully? Natasha scoffed. Is it not him who committed the breach of common courtesy here? She asked. Let him try to spin this. We always have cameras available to monitor this sort of situation and we will publish our view to the highest heavens should he attempt this again. Nat, I face-palmed. We can't just bully my liege lord into doing our bidding. Why not? She asked. Should he try this again I will challenge him to single combat, let him try it then. March 10, 3019. I thought you were supposed to be leaving with your father, not staying behind. I told the young noblewoman sitting across the desk from me. How did you convince Shepard and your father to accept you into the Marksman Military Academy? By pointing out that it would be an effective way to extend an olive branch to you and Natasha after the dinner he screwed up so gracefully. She grinned and relaxed her posture. And this gets me out from under his thumb and able to do what I want. She shrugged. Let Jessica have all of the noble bullshit, she enjoys all of that. She waved her hand. Besides, I put my application in months ago, it's just that I couldn't justify it to father beforehand, and now I can. Politics. I groaned. Go report to the academy recruit, and try not to screw it up. She got up and left my office. Smirking the entire way. Mary, Get me Shepard on line 1 please. Shepard here. I heard through my hard line. What can I do for you, Mark? Well, for starters I want Catherine put through the hardest classes you have. I told him, I want to see if she'll quit or not. Mark, she already signed up for the hardest curriculum we have. He responded. She's taking the infantry to mech pilot track. Damn. I said. Either she's got a chip on her shoulder, or she wants to prove that she can do this without her family's support. Well, when she applied, she did so with funds she had managed to raise on her own, so I'd assume she's been planning this for a while. When Dunham gets back, I'll have him give her a tail and Mathis will put a discreet bodyguard unit in her classes. I've got to get to a lecture hall, Shepard told me. But thanks for checking up on everything. See you at the monthly barbecue. I told him. Have fun torturing your students. Mary, I paged my secretary. I'm taking a break for the next half hour. I stood up to reheat my coffee and grabbed a copy of the local newspaper to leaf through the comics section. It was always particularly entertaining to read through them in my off time. Well, looks like they're back at it again. I said as I looked at the satirical cartoon emphasizing the new harem that Natasha had brought, with a small cartoon showing me hiding in a closet saying I think I'm safe now. And then the closet door opening. March 15th, 3019. Well, isn't that convenient? I muttered as the second marksman jumped into the Kent Ares system with 2 more jump ships than they left with. And there's Mathis and Dunham, right on time. The Age of Discovery was right behind. December 30th, 3018. Ducal Estate, Kent Ares 4. Shepard, what's got you calling in a fuss? Sir, 20 minutes ago we detected a jump emergence at the nadir point. We're not quite sure of what type it is yet, but we've not had any indication of dropships detaching or ASF launches from it. As far as the telescopes have been able to make out, it doesn't have any droppers with it. That's odd. I doubt they're just passing through though. Get the messenger prepped to launch. If that's some sort of spy jump ship. Incoming transmission from our new arrival. Text only, unencrypted. Mark, it's addressed to Curlin Ward. I turned to my houseguest and shrugged. There should not be anyone outside of the two men I have brought with me that knows I am here. Curlin replied. Curiouser and curiouser. You think it's some sort of Trojan virus? If there's any kind of e-warfare in this I can't see it. The data packet is too small to be anything except some sort of simple message. A courier ship? Possibly, but again, there should be no one trying to reach me. Okay, they have my attention. Patch it through. Let's see what they have to say. Sending now. From, Liberty-class jump ship BNC Olympus. To, Curlin Ward, Khan of Clan Wolf, primary owner of record of Sovietsky-Soyuz-class warship SLS Kharkov. We have been trying to reach you about your ship's extended warranty. Chapter 94, The More Things Change. Kent Ares 4, March 20th, 3019. Y'all ready for the Sims? I asked the 6 bondswomen. You're facing Natasha and myself today. I told the 6 of them. I'll be in my standard warmer and you and Natasha will have your personal mechs that you have available. We all climbed into our sim pods, and got ready as everything began to boot up. All systems nominal. Bitchin' Betty told me at the end of the boot up cycle. You ready, Nat? I asked my partner. F. She said through our comm systems. What scenario are we in this time? She asked me. Standard desert, but they've got clan mechs while I've got my WHM6RM. I told her. So they'll probably have an advantage in range over me. Mark, why did you not program in the warmer I brought back with me into the simulators? Natasha gave a long-suffering sigh. You could have been on an equal playing field. Natasha, I said with a chuckle. You should know by now, I thrive on a challenge. Mark, I just spent the last 2 years training these 6 the way that you trained me and the marksman. She facepalmed audibly through the comm system. We are going to get completely crushed if we don't coordinate this properly. This is the last trial before you cut the last bond cord. I asked as we moved to their area. At least that's what we discussed a couple of days ago. Yes, whether they achieve victory or defeat, it will be how they handle themselves afterwards. Natasha responded. Thank you for the new mech though. Natasha laughed. This should be fun. As we crested the next hill, we had to separate, a flurry of LRMs and lasers targeting the space we had been in. I thought clanners typically fought alone. I said to Natasha as I dodged autocannon fire and lasers from 3 different mechs. They used to. She laughed as she wrecked one of the 6 bondwomen's mechs with an alpha strike. This is fun though. Yeah, if you're a madwoman. I yelled as I dodged a PPC and returned fire, edging away from enemy fire. And you have more armor than me. I scattered my lasers and LRMs against a summoner's armor. This sucks. You are the one who chose that machine. Natasha said as she tanked a brace of missiles. Is it not your own fault then? Maybe, but I admit to nothing. I said as I moved at max speed, running away while twisting to fire off PPC shots. I'll draw off the 3 after me. I told Natasha. Have fun with your 3. I turned and ran, alternating my torso rotation in order to make sure that damage was evenly distributed across my mech instead of in a couple of critical places. The last thing I needed was to have a XLFE breach in either of my side torsos. Come at me, clanners. I called on the open comms. Catch me if you can. Famous last words, because all of their mechs could match the pace at which my warmer moved it. Coming to a sliding stop in my mech, I reversed course and nailed the summoner's cockpit, causing an immediate burial of the mech as it stopped face first in the sand. Continuing on, I used the sand kicked up to try and hide as I crouched behind the wrecked summoner in order to let it soak up some of the enemy fire. The next mech on the list, a gargoyle melted armor off of my shoulders and center torso with its large lasers and pulse lasers, causing me to stand up again and try to go toe-to-toe with the assault mech. I ran forwards, hoping to take the enemy off guard and was only partially successful. They recovered and backed up, reversing course in order to continue to lay fire into me. I rushed my mech forward, and lashed out with a kick, sending us both sliding around on the sand, and causing the Hellbringer that was the final mech to accidentally alpha its teammate. And also causing the gargoyle to overheat, allowing me to stomp on it until it was registered destroyed by the simulators. Sweating in my cockpit, we didn't use the mithril pilot suits and sims. I turned to face the Hellbringer only to see simulation ended across my screen. Climbing out of the pod, I was greeted by the faces of 4 of Natasha's bondswomen. Con Winson, Star Captain Viola, Galaxy Commander Jane Thastis, and Star Colonel Alexandra Mackenzie were all present and waiting. Good match. I told them. Which one of you was in the summoner? I asked, accepting a water bottle from a ducal estate staff member. That was me, sir. Viola raised her hand. I don't know how you pulled that headshot off, but I would love to learn how to move like that. Well, stick around, Viola, and we'll learn you on some of it. I patted the younger woman on the back. Who did I stomp on in the gargoyle? I asked. Unfortunately, that was me. Winson stated. I did not expect the sand to slide out from underneath us as it did. Well, you nearly had me there for a minute. It was only that slip up that cost you the victory on that one. I raised my water bottle to her in a salute. Shall we take bets on whether Natasha takes the other 2 out? I asked. There is no point. Galaxy Commander Jane Thastis weighed in. She is a much superior mech pilot. Oh, you have little faith. I laughed at her. Something that you should already know given your experience, is that there is the potential for anything to happen on the battlefield, even a shocking victory. I laughed. Let me tell you of an old quote, the greatest swordsman in the world does not fear the second best, but the worst. Do you know why that quote exists? I asked her. No, I am afraid I have never heard of that quote before. She said as she met my eyes. The best knows what to expect from the second best. I began to explain. But no one knows what the worst may draw out. I chuckled a bit. The best may trip on a rock, or the worst may accidentally do a master move, no one knows, and that is why anything is possible on a battlefield, even in simulations. As I finished, the rest of the simulator pods popped open to laughter from the remaining 3, Natasha laughing the loudest out of the trio. That was impressive. Natasha clapped Yvonne on the back. I have never seen an Atlas 2 jump before, much less do a Superman punch in order to win a battle. I'll have to watch that recording. I said as we all relaxed after the simulated desert heat. All right. I told the assembled flock of women. I'm going to go grab the drinks. I left the room so that Natasha could free her bondswomen and find out if they were going to be staying with us as members of the Ducal Guard or not. Hours later. So, what's the verdict? I asked my wife. Are we keeping a bunch of vicious clan marauders around? I am a vicious clan marauder. Nat shoved me into the bed. Would you like me to prove it to you? Not right this second. I dragged her back into the bed. Now, who is staying with us, Nat? I pinned her down in this impromptu wrestling match. All of them. Natasha said before flipping us over. When Mathis gets back, we shall work them into the rotation for the Ducal Guard. You did explain to them that I'm not going to sleep with them, right? I questioned my wife with a raised eyebrow. I may have. She moved her eyebrows up and down while smirking. I may have not, I enjoy the joke too much to give in now. She cackled a bit. I will try to have them keep the attempts at seduction down to a minimum. But you won't stop them entirely? I asked. No, I enjoy watching your reactions too much to do that. She laughed a bit. April 2nd, 3019. Well, good news. I asked the 2 senior officers in front of me. Yes, sir. They both said. You can go first. Dunham told Stone. My report is a bit more classified than yours. Understood. Stone nodded at the intelligence chief. Duke, we managed to remove the Ironsides factory and all of the feeders from Carver V with little to no issues. When we were packing everything up, a new unit claiming to be a part of the Free State of Stuart jumped into the system and tried to prevent us from leaving with the factory. Stone took a sip of water. We left without any issues due to having them temporarily blinded because of their own atmospheric entry. We got to the jump point without any issues aside from having to clean up a squadron of ASF sent to intercept us. Upon arriving at the jump point, we boarded and claimed the 2 jump ships that the Stuarts had arrived with and used them in conjunction with our own jump ships to leave the system. You did good work, Stone. I told the young officer. I'll look over your report tomorrow. Now you and your people need to go get some R&R. Yes sir. Stone saluted and then left the room to myself and the intelligence chief. So Dunham. I raised an eyebrow. I take it that you had success. Yes we did. Dunham grinned. 6 copies of an HCID core that was updated with all design specs from the Age of War until the end of the Amorous Civil War. He passed over the case full of cores to me. And, we found 10 Drost IIBs in the same place we found the core, along with a bunch of outdated Sarasas and Mackeys. He laughed a bit. We also found 2 lances of royal-grade machines littered throughout the city, but they're going to need a radiation scrub along with repairs. He perked up a bit. Oh, and before I forget, we found almost 150 Merkava Mk. 7 tanks in there. Along with 50 ballista artillery pieces. I'll have some people figure out the cost of refitting the Merkava tanks. I said. They could be a good addition to the militia at the very least. My thoughts as well, Mark. Dunham agreed. I saw that there was more buildings being restored. He prompted. Yeah, Nat returned while you were gone. I shrugged. And she brought a bunch of family and friends along with her. I raised an eyebrow. As well as a half-dozen jump ships, and a dozen dropships full of mechs and other gear. That's quite a bit of gear. Dunham said after a moment of silence. Was there a reason given as to why she came back with that much gear? Apparently it's her share of some sort of miniature war she fought on her family's behalf or something. I shrugged. Either way, I'm just glad she's home. Chapter 95, Research and Development. Kent Aries 4, April 19, 3019. Why a timber wolf? I asked Mackenzie. I mean, I understand Omnitech, even if I think that there are better ways to get the functionality you need, but why that mech specifically? That is a mech I won all of my trials of position in. She told me. No matter the configuration, it has done well in the purpose that it serves. I thought out loud. That is not an answer I expected. I told her bluntly. Why do you pilot a Warmer? Yvonne Hazen asked, the rest of Natasha's ex-clan fire team leaning in to hear the answer. Would not a Marauder have done the same job but better? Maybe. I shrugged. I even had a couple to pick from. I said bluntly, but something about the Warmer just clicks. I said after a moment of thought. And with the upgrades that Natasha made to my typical Warmer. I inhaled to yell across the room. That she borrowed without asking again, even after I fixed her Marauder up nicely for her. Hey! Came from the room that Natasha was in. I brought it back intact this time. The 6 women just looked at me like I was someone who had lost all sanity. Why are you arguing with Kerensky? Winston asked bluntly. Because I beat her in an urban mech once. I raised my voice just loud enough for Natasha to hear in the room she was in. You let someone get a lucky DFA one time. Footsteps sounded ever closer, finally culminating in the door behind me opening up. You wanna go hotshot? Natasha asked from behind me. I still want to put my new Nightstar through her paces. Bring it. I told her with a grin as I spun my chair around like a supervillain. I can take you. As long as you have prep time. Natasha responded. Without it, I find you a touch weak. Natasha poked my chest a little too hard and the cheap office chair I had spun around and tipped over with me in it. Should we leave the room? Winston whispered to Hazen. I feel like we should. Be silent. Hazen whispered back. I want to see what happens. April 23, 3019. Jewel, can you give me an estimate on those refits? I asked the Commodore. 2 to 3 months, sir. She responded with a slight delay over the comms. But after that, we'll have 10 more stings to put into action. That's good news, Commodore. I told her after waiting to confirm that she didn't have any further information for me. Send any updates through to Packer for now. Copy that, sir. Jewel out. Our voice comms shut down, allowing me to jot something down in my notes before consulting to see what my next appointments were. Mary, I called out. I seem to have misplaced the Torian composition reports. No, sir, she replied. Ms. Calderon borrowed them a week ago, she's supposed to be bringing them back when she returns from Taurus. Did we make a second copy? I asked. Because I could have sworn we did. Yes sir, Mary sighed long-sufferingly. I'll bring them up to you in a few. You're a lifesaver, Mary. I told my secretary. Remind me to give you a raise. Sir, I don't need a raise. She told me as she entered the room. You pay me too much as is. Mary, the reason I pay you so much is because I personally think that it's an appropriate amount to pay you for the work that you put into making sure that this office stays organized. But sir, she tried to protest. I only work 30 hours a week. And that's all I need you to work, Mary. I told her. I only work 5 days a week after all. Mark. The 5'0" woman tried to make herself taller. I know for a fact that you work more than that. 2 hours a day filing paperwork on the weekends is not work, Mary. Yes sir, it is. She protested. I don't need a raise, damn it, I need more work hours. Do you now? I raised an eyebrow. How do you feel about babysitting? David's not so bad. She responded. He seems to be perfectly calm for you. Sure, I'll babysit for you and Natasha. We'll need you for this weekend. I told her. Natasha and I have a training exercise with the Ducal Guard planned. I can handle that. She said proudly. How hard could it be? April 30th, 3019. I don't think Mary will volunteer to babysit again. I told Natasha. I think you may be right about that. She agreed and we closed the door on the massive mess that was David's room. The two of them were asleep, but it looked like they had been physically fighting, and we weren't quite sure who the winner was. Let's go check on the new SLC complex. I told Natasha. That sounds like a great idea. She agreed, let us go and do that. Hours later. Hull, Natasha, Dr. Rogers greeted the two of us. I was just about to call you actually. What's up? I asked. Something wrong? No actually, Dr. Rogers said with a smile. Something went very well actually, let me show you. You gave us the prototype communications device a couple of years ago. Dr. Rogers started her explanation. And at first the fragility and sheer amount of miniaturization was a daunting prospect. She grinned. But, we were finally able to duplicate it around 6 months ago using extremely precise machining, and using that development, we're able to bridge the gap between the fragility of the smaller components, and the hardiness of our current technology. I present to you the new battle computer. Dr. Rogers showed us to a room filled with small computers. With these, we're going to be able to expand the communications rigs for all of our mithril-powered armor without sacrificing mobility like we have had to. She pointed at a much smaller comms device. We are able to encrypt things wirelessly with some of that prototype's technology, and with a central tower, it will be almost impossible to jam, allowing unprecedented coordination between infantry and combat vehicle units. How were you able to miniaturize and maintain durability? I asked curiously. The reason I hadn't handed it over before was because it was a one-of-a-kind prototype. We didn't miniaturize quite as far as the nanosolders that were on the main boards. She explained, and when used in conjunction with some of the known current conductors and semiconductors, we were able to retain much of the functionality. There's even limitless civilian applications as well. She picked up a device that looked identical to an iPad. We can use these devices much more easily than the current noteputers, and if we EMP harden and encrypt them, they can be used to help maintain inventories easier as well. Rogers dropped the iPad-style device screen down for emphasis. See, not a scratch, and its operating system is much better than the current one that we use. She looked at me. Thank you for having Rook help us out with that, by the way. Not a problem, you should have heard some of the complaints that Rook and his technicians have about operating systems. I told her. Well, there should be no problems with that here. She smiled. Rook was able to set up a programming code that could read all of the formats used by much of the inner sphere and periphery and store data in those formats as well. I take it you are going to ask Sharpshooter to start manufacturing these? I asked Rogers. Of course, she replied. This is something that could be used by any number of learning centers across the sphere, and it doesn't cost all that much to manufacture either. All right, Doc, you sold me on it. I laughed a bit. We'll manufacture them for donation purposes for NAIS and SLC centers in the Outback for now, with the chance to expand them to other learning centers. That is all that I ask, Hull. Rogers replied with a smile. Now, is there something else you wanted to talk about? Yes, actually, I wanted to ask about building a plant to manufacture the Sarasa, and what could be done to make it a viable second-line unit that retains modern technology. I started, and I saw her brain kick into high gear as ideas began to flow. Chapter 96, Welcome to the Revolution. Kent Aries 4, May 7, 3019. Zarantha, I greeted the older woman as she entered my office. I take it everything is going well over in Taurian space. Yes, actually, those Vincent corvettes are being refitted in one of our old warship yards. She said with a smile. Thomas has apparently been funneling bulls into getting our jump ship and warship yards up and running. He only has one slip up and running for now, and it'll be another few decades of work to get the rest of them up and running again, but it's a start towards recovering what was lost in the suppression wars by the Terran hegemony. Frankly, as long as Thomas doesn't freak out and assume the Davians are making plots where they aren't, I could care less what he's working towards. I shrugged. We don't exactly get along. I trailed off. A pity that. Zarantha said with a small smile. Your landhold on Taurus is growing, you know. She offered as she reclined on my office couch. The steward that you left in charge is actually quite effective with the funds you divert to him every year, and has managed to grow your assets on the world significantly. That's good to hear. I replied. I'll have to make sure that he gets a raise. I nodded. So, my R&D department outdid themselves. I tossed Zarantha one of the new iPad clones. Check this bad boy out. Where did they get the idea for this? She asked as she looked up after easily navigating through a series of scientific manuscripts easily. The interface is fluid, and there is no need to have a massive list of commands memorized. She stopped. How much does one of these cost to make? A fraction of a C-bill is what we're going to sell them for. I told her. And production is actually easier automated in this kind of work, which means that all we have to do is build the factory and monitor them. I grinned. I'm planning on donating them to every major learning center in the galaxy, and distributing them to every periphery nation in the outback of the Federated Suns preloaded with medical and engineering courses. I take it the Concordat is among the top of your list? Zarantha asked me. Yes, and the real reason for distributing this around major learning centers is this. I used the pad on my desk to drop a file to her. This is encrypted end-to-end, the only way you can get that is if you are holding the pad. And they can be keyed to biometrics. She asked excitedly. Yes, they can, allowing researchers to coordinate in the same building without having to change whatever it is that they are doing at that precise moment. I smiled. And there isn't any more risk than there would normally be because researchers are typically at risk anyway, and you could restrict specific pads to stay on the premises. She stopped. And this would simplify logistics as well, not having to have physical paper to note everything down, or use easily screwed up commands to file requests or documents. I know. I said as I leaned back in my chair. Welcome to what I am going to call the Information Revolution. May 23, 3019. Watson. I greeted the man. How goes getting the Ironsides and Centurion factories up and running? Everything is on schedule for an opening in the next year. He told me. And I think if we do it properly, we can produce 2 separate variants. He opened one of our new devices and sent me a file. With our current technology base, we can produce a version of the Ironsides that is comparable to the Royal variants that the SLDF had produced. He showed me the specs. The Centurion lines that we bought will be up and running in a couple of months. Jalastar was eager to sell them to us. Now, the Centurion is an older fighter, but with the new electronics that Dr. Rogers just released allow us to do a lot more with an older fighter as far as electronics packages go. It'll take a bit of refitting to set up the lines to manufacture them, and to get things set up, but I think it's a viable plan, sir. Watson laid out his vision for our aerospace division for me. Your plan looks solid, Watson. I told the very happy man. I thought you were sick of setting up factories. Oh, I was. He looked me in the eye. But this one is interesting. He smiled. I've never set up aerospace lines before, and I always wanted to learn how to fly. Well, to each their own. I shrugged. I make a habit of jumping out of perfectly good dropships from orbit. Crazy sumbitch. He looked at me with a strange look in his eye. That's called bailing out, and if you do it then something went wrong. Not if you're trying to rapidly deploy to a planet's surface. I smirked at him. Go have fun, Watson, I'll try to slot you one of the first Ironsides off of the line. Yes sir, he replied with a grin. Going to go set up factories now. June 6, 3019. You're starting to look grizzled, Mark. Natasha told me. I think you need a beard trim. Just because you still look like you're in your 20s doesn't mean we all age that way. I told my wife. Be glad that silver is just now starting to show up in places. I told her. Trimming things will only conceal it for a little while. Natasha looked at me for a second. When was your last checkup with Dr. Hale? When I messed up my foot with David. I told her. That does not quite count. She told me. She only does a vitals check whenever it is an emergency. It counts in my book. I told Natasha. I'm perfectly fine, I'm not in any pain, and can still kick it with the 20-year-olds in training. Natasha just raised an eyebrow at me and stared. Fine, I'll set up an appointment with Dr. Hale. I grumbled, but when she tells me that I'm healthy I reserve the right to say I told you so. That will not happen, she said confidently. Instead, she will recommend some sort of treatment, and you will accept it. She stared at me for a little bit. I will not outlive you by a decade or more, it is forbidden. June 10, 3019. Dr. Rogers, you wanted to see me? I asked the woman in front of me. Yes, I hope you have lawyers ready, because we finished the Sarasa design plans. She looked me in the eye, getting that Centurion factory was a great idea. She told me, with it, we have the ability to put a 240 fusion engine in both of the machines, and we can double up on production. The Sarasa can be manufactured in an industrial mech factory aside from the armor electronics, and weapons systems. What did you come up with? I asked her. Well, seeing as it's designed to be a second-line unit or a garrison unit, we decided that lasers would be a good choice, and so we mounted a large laser, 4 medium lasers, 2 machine guns for anti-infantry with a half-ton of ammo. All of this cooled by the only advanced technology in the entire mech, 15 freezers. She shrugged, the inner sphere freezers, not the clan-based ones. How long will it take for us to get it into production if we can get the license from Korean? I asked. The next day. She told me, it won't take long to reconfigure one of our 5 industrial mech factories to produce the mech. That's good to hear, I told her. And the amount of them that you think we can manufacture in a year? 25 if we devote 2 of our industrial mech factories to them. She started. I assume that any produced for our militia will be up-test variants. Yes, so we should probably get those set up as well. I told her, but have those drawn up quietly for now, I want to sell this mech everywhere. The new electronics packages will allow us to update that as well for much cheaper. She told me bluntly. I would recommend that we install that in the middle of production, it'll make it easier to produce. Sounds good, Dr. Rogers. I shook her hand. Thank you for all of your hard work. This isn't work for me, Hull, she laughed. This is what I call fun. Chapter 97, Pocket Full of Bad Ideas. New Avalon, Federated Suns, August 15, 3019. Hansa, Ian. I greeted the 2 Davians with Natasha by my side. A pleasure to see you 2 troublemakers again. Mark, stop being dramatic. Hansa told me flat out with an unamused look. We literally invited you here to celebrate David's birthday. All right, I chuckled as my dark and mysterious moment was ruined. Why do you always have to ruin my fun? Because you keep making me have to do more work. Grumbled Ian. Every time I think I'm free, you pop up again with more insanity. Speaking of which, I butted in. Ian, how do you feel about tweaking the dragon's nose a bit? Is it just the Drax this time? He asked me. Because I had to ask a very angry ambassador from the Free State of Stuart to leave the other day when he started ranting about stolen jump ships. He raised an eyebrow at me. But you wouldn't know anything about that, would you? Actually, yes, I smiled cheerfully. Would you like to hear about them threatening my forces and instead of us killing their whole regiment before it entered the atmosphere we let them live? I asked with a small smile on my face. We had the assets to kill them all, but instead we simply stole their jump ships, they should be grateful that we let them live. Whoa, hold on a minute. Ian said as he realized he'd set me off a bit. I kicked the Stuart ambassador out of the palace, you're good. Sorry about that. I said after a minute. I hate it when my people get threatened. We Davians are the same way. Hansa said with a small smile. Now, what's this about a plan to tweak the dragon's nose? Sandoval has been pushing for an offensive against the Drax, yes? I asked the 2 of them. Well, I have a plan to push and kill a couple of birds with one stone, while messing with Sandoval a bit as well. I'm interested. Ian said as he stroked his chin. I assume that you have a plan for Stuart as well. Yes, actually, I smiled wickedly. Have you heard of the Gladiator? I vaguely remember something about it being a failed combine mech project. Hansa replied. Why? Because the only lines left that produced it are on Alula Australis. I grabbed a slate off of the table and brought up the most recent political maps of the inner sphere, which is currently in the territory that Stuart is claiming. I am very glad that you are on our side. Hansa said. What's the rest of your plan? I'm sending Stone and the 2nd Marksman on the Stuart run. I told them, while I have Patterson and the 1st Marksman hit Sverdlovsk to steal the decommissioned von Rohr's lines that are located there. I'm almost scared to ask what you and the Kent Ares Guard will be doing. Ian asked. I'm assuming something ballsy. I'm taking the Ducal Guard and the 1st Kent Ares RCT to hit Gaelden. I smirked. I think that will be plenty enough to satisfy Sandoval. You're insane. Ian said with a laugh. What are you doing to get Sandoval? It can't be anything militarily damaging. No, I already set in motion my revenge against him. I laughed. I bought the old swordsman factory and am having engineers go over it now to update the machine. I'm not sure I like that. Hansa frowned. That mech has a bad reputation here. I'm aware of that, I said while waving their concern away. Sharpshooter can tank the hit to its coffers for a bit, and the updated mech being produced on Robinson is bad PR for him. But you're basically handing him factory fresh medium mechs. Ian pointed out. How does that work against him? It works against him when I sell them at a discount and his forces are now fielding a mech that was used against the Davians in the Civil War. I trailed off. Why haven't we put you in intelligence yet? Hansa asked me. MIO would love to have you. He led me away to talk. Natasha, Ian greeted the woman who had been silent the entire time. I didn't expect Mark to seek out revenge in this matter after you made Sandoval run with his tail tucked between his legs. I was angry at that moment, but it soon passed. Natasha shrugged. Mark was negotiated into pushing for an advance into Draconis combined space. She sighed. He was content to remain in a rebuilding phase, but instead, now we are going to war. And you can't bring David with you. It clicked in Ian's head. You're not letting Mark do this alone, are you? No, I am not. Natasha said. We will either both fall together on the battlefield or in old age, but not separated. I see. Ian said. I'll go ahead and give me authorization on the offensive that Mark is pushing for. He sighed. But I want you to make sure that he doesn't get carried away. You should be more worried that we seize the planet and the surrounding worlds. Natasha laughed. We have only increased in strength since the last time we were deployed. I saw the reports on the summer issue. Ian said. They didn't even have to fight, the militia just rolled over for them. A good reputation is just as important as being lethal. Natasha told him with a smirk. And we have the best reputation in the periphery and the successor states. I don't think you have a good rep with the captain. Ian pointed out. Or the Combine for that matter. No, but they know our reputation for being elite soldiers, and that we routinely pull things off that would not be considered by lesser units. Fair point. Ian agreed. A fair point indeed. August 23, 3019. Duke Hull, a younger woman saluted me in her Northwind militia uniform. I would like to speak to you, I have a request. That's fine, do you mind if I inform my wife though? I asked. That would be fine. She agreed. I am not currently on duty and merely have a request to make. I sent Natasha a quick text on my slate, letting her know I would be a bit delayed. Duke, I heard some rumors that you were getting ready to launch an offensive against the Draconis Combine. She straightened up. And me and my infantry company want in. Do you have authorization from your unit commander? I asked the young woman. Right here, sir. She held up a sealed letter with a seal on it that had the Northwind militia insignia. He just asked us to make sure we were covered by the best unit we could find. Well, welcome to the Kent Ares Guard. I shook her hand and winked, temporarily that is. August 30th, 3019. We're sorry, Duke, but we're not going to allow you to purchase a license for the Sarasa at this time. The Korean representative told me. We would actually like to purchase any of the Sarasa mechs that you currently possess for well over the standard rates. And we would like to purchase the updated design from you as well. Fine, I looked at the representative. I'll accept turning over the modernized Sarasa design for no less than a 150% markup of what it cost to pay my engineers. But I'm not handing over the Sarasas we salvaged and refit to our standards, and I want rights of first refusal for the Kent Ares militia. Let me make a call. The representative stepped out of the room, and was gone for 5 minutes. 5 minutes in which I had time to enjoy a pleasant cup of coffee. I'm authorized to accept. The representative said as he stepped back in. I'll have our lawyers contact Sharpshooter Inc. within the hour. Pleasure doing business with you. I said as I shook his hand. Chapter 98, Dragon? All I see is an overweight lizard. New Avalon, September 1st, 3019. We're leaving David here with you. I told Hansa and Dana. I left all of the schoolwork he has here, and some tips on helping ensure he's too busy to get into trouble. We got this. Hansa told me with a chuckle. I'll have MIO keep an eye on Korean too. He gave me a smile. If they see any hint of the Sarasa showing up in what's left of the FWL, we'll bring the hammer down on them quickly. I take it NAIS has been waiting to take apart the automated factory to see how it works. I asked with a smile. Their Valkyrie plant and every single one of the automated factories that we recovered from Versailles. Hansa chuckled. Have Sharpshooter ready, because if Korea steps out of line, you may need to fund another company in purchasing them outright. Yet, we've got our hands full right now as is. I shrugged, what with trying to salvage and relocate the New Roads shipyards. Those are able to be restored. Hansa asked incredulously. We never had anyone go survey them for that purpose because they always seemed too destroyed. Turns out, the damage is reparable, it's just going to be a money sink for 5 years to a decade until they are back up and running again. I told the surprised Davian Spare. In return, I'm building another Crockett line there, and we'll see about purchasing a Marauder license to build another couple of lines for that mech as well. So you're just going to be spending money like water? Hansa asked, where are the funds for all of this coming from? Hansa, I'm not sure if you know this, but we have the Sting on back order for the next 20 years, and we've added 2 lines for them at layover. We also just bought the Centurion Aerospace lines that were mothballed by Jolastar, and are getting an Ironsides factory up and running, that along with Mithril and Sting licenses mean that we currently have more money than we know what to do with. I shrugged. We've also got some jump shipyards at Alarion that we repaired and are up and running, and are part owners in a couple of factories on Loxley and Solaris currently. I can see why you're trying to get more done. Hansa said with a shrug. Plan on breaking into the civilian market at all? Nothing except for dropships and jump ships probably. I responded. Unless you count the hospitals and learning centers that we're building in the periphery and outback. Those don't count. Hayes agreed. I heard that you were planning on donating some of the slates that I've seen all of your people use to NAIS. Yes, actually, we're starting a non-profit called White Dwarf to distribute them properly in conjunction with our learning centers. I told him. Well, I think that's your cue to board, Mark. Hansa pulled me in for a hug. Come back alive, you hear? He patted me on the back and then watched as I boarded the messenger. Kent Aries Jump Point, October 30th, 3019. We got your courier. Packer's voice sounded through the comms systems on the messenger. Shepard's taking over the 2nd Kent Aries to make sure that we're covered should anyone try an attack while we're gone, and Stone departed with the 2nd Marksman about 3 weeks ago. Is Peterson ready? I asked Packer. Because we've got one hell of a job to do this time. Everyone should be at the jump point in a couple of days. Packer responded. I hope you plan on bringing the Defender along on this crazy scheme of yours. I'm bringing the Defender and a half-dozen Stings with us. I told him. We should be ready to rock and roll here as soon as we can move on to Gaelden. Yes, sir. A delay finally introduced itself. We're combat ready. Gaelden, Draconis Combine Regional Capital, January 30th, 3020. Send someone to the HPG, we must alert the coordinator to this attack. TSA Richard Arim Ram told one of his staff officers before turning to Colonel Andrew McGee of McGee's Cutthroats. We must prepare our forces for this incoming invasion. Yeah, I guess we should. McGee replied. Why weren't we warned about this beforehand though? He asked the critical question. Shouldn't a force trying to get here have been noticed before this though? I have been getting reports that the entire border with the Davians has been hit with either raids or invasion forces. TSA Arim Ram informed McGee. But I received orders to remain here, and so I shall, and it is possible that they used dead systems wherever possible in order to get here unseen. Well, I got your back in whatever the contract specifies that we do. McGee said. Me and my boys and girls are ready. All right people, Packer told the entire 1st Kent Aries Guard. We are dropping on the world of Gaelden V. Our intel tells us that we are up against the 3rd Proserpina Hussars in a mercenary unit called McGee's Cutthroats. Packer inhaled. We are up against 2 regiments of Mechs, and whatever there is to support them. We're assuming that they have a lot of aerospace assets available. Packer briefed the officer teams. So we're sending Stings ahead of the group loaded with infantry and escorted by the squadrons that Strider is in charge of. It will be their job to draw out any aerospace assets and to secure a landing zone for us. The Ducal Guard will be operating as an independent battalion. I stepped up. It's the 1st Kent Aries Guard's job to make sure that this invasion goes well, it's mine and the Ducal Guard's job to make sure that we leave them guessing and unable to predict what any of our plans are. Any questions? Packer asked the assembled officers. Just one, sir. Romano Liao said. Where do you want my company? You'll be rolling with the infantry we brought with us, and the mithril suits that you've been training in are yours to keep. Copy that, sir. She responded. Anyone else? I asked. Good, then let's go kick a dragon's nose. I said after no one asked any further questions. Chapter 99, Invasion, Gaelden. Gaelden V, February 5th, 3020. We took out their aerospace cover. Packer reported, we own the skies unless they get reinforcements. That's good to hear. I responded from the mobile HQ I was in. I'm overseeing the Ducal Guard now, and I expect to hear good things from you. You're going to try and pin down the mercs, right? Packer asked, because we can handle the Hussars. We'll get the Cutthroats focused on us, yes. I replied, just worry about making sure this doesn't turn into a drawn-out brawl. Copy that, sir. He replied. We've got it handled. The 2 forces had split up, with the 1st Kent Aries Guard trying to draw out the 3rd Proserpina Hussars by landing close to the capital, and myself landing close to an old base that the Cutthroats were operating out of currently. Let's move it, people. I commanded as we finished disembarking. We may have left some satellites in orbit to help monitor, but we're going to have to do this the old-fashioned way. I paused. Remember that we didn't bring any arty with us, so we'll have to stay mobile and make sure that we can't be pinned down by the cutthroats and ripped to shreds. F. Came the response from Natasha's fire team of clanners in their Omni-Mechs. Copy that, sir. Mathis, wait in, we'll go to ground and keep an eye out for any arty we can capture. Good to hear it. I replied. Major Kerensky, you're in charge of the combat vehicles. I told my wife, I'm going to coordinate between you and Mathis, and if I need to, I'll step into play in my warmer. Understood, Hull. Natasha replied, all business now. Hazen, you are to follow Hull's lead. Af Kerensky, I will comply. She responded. All right, people, we know the general location and layout of their base, and I'm expecting fixed defenses along with them to respond with numbers. I told them, remember, they're a veteran unit and therefore may have some tricks up their sleeves. Understood, sir. The various officers replied. Mathis, we're leaving a company of vehicles and infantry to cover our dropships. I told him. Yes, sir, he responded. We're ready to move out when given the command. Mount up then, I told him. We're going hunting. Same time. TSA Ram was concerned. The enemy invasion forces had split into two, and had apparently landed the lesser force in front of the Hussars' main base. We will go out and strike them. The TSA commanded. We have confirmation that what is against us is the personal guard of Duke Hull of Kent Ares IV. The samurai of the 3rd Proserpina Hussars mounted up into their mechs, ready to go out and fight the enemy that had brought itself to their gates. We will bring these Davians death by our swords, TSA Ram told his men after he mounted up into his Battlemaster and had powered everything up. And shall prove ourselves better than the Sword of Light, for we shall actually bring destruction upon one who thinks he can attempt to stand against the dragon. Hull, Packer sounded a little harried. We've got a problem. You could hear the sounds of war in the background. Apparently, you managed to land in front of the Hussars, and not the cutthroats as we expected. Well, I guess it's time to see if the clan tech we loaded into the Ducal Guard holds up then. I responded. Because we can't back down from this fight. I'm diverting some stings your way regardless. Packer replied. We don't need 4 of them providing coverage over here anyway. Copy that, air support will be welcomed. I replied as I stepped out of the mobile HQ. Kerensky, I'm getting into my warmer now, we're up against the Hussars instead of the cutthroats. Understood, she replied, I will ensure that our vehicle company is able to provide adequate support. We had managed to acquire more down-tech alicorns over the last several years, and Natasha had made sure that they were all transferred into the Ducal Guard. Which meant that we had well over a dozen alicorns in the Ducal Guard, backed by von Luckners and LRM carriers. Just remember to make sure the area is clear before you fill it with the heavy metal. I reminded her. No friendly fire on this OP. After I said this, we came across a scout lance. 3 locusts led by a phoenix hawk. Burn them. I ordered the Ducal Guard. They already know that we've got less numbers, and I'm not playing cat and mouse with them. As soon as the first words left my mouth, Natasha's Nightstar lashed out with both Gauss rifles and its ERP-C, coring 1 locust, and crippling the legs of 2 more. Natasha's combat vehicle company followed suit, sending LRMs and Gauss rifles into the lance, and bringing them down in short order. Alright people, that's 4 mechs down, 104 left to go. Move that vehicle company up. Packer commanded from his HQ, the cutthroats are reeling, and so are the supporting militia units. Sir, one of our mech companies is pinned down in a street, and is requesting mithril and sting support. One of the staff officers told him while listening to his headset. Give them the support they need, but have our people watch the collateral damage. If this turns into a conquered planet situation, then we've got to deal with it afterwards. Roger that, sir, diverting support. Have Major Lamb push around in a flank. Packer ordered, if we can pin the cutthroats down, they may surrender. Copy, relaying the message. The comms officer said. Sir, we're hearing reports of suicidal tankers using Inferno Gel on their own vehicles before ramming them into our mechs. Good thing we've got freezers then. Packer replied. Have our people pull back where they've been using Inferno Gel, and have them isolate the area. The last thing we need is a panicked civilian running into that area and dying because of it. Yes, sir. Her hands flew across the slate as she navigated to various comms channels. Then their HQ rocked as it was hit with what felt like an SRM. I thought this area was secured. Packer said as he sealed his mithril and grabbed a rifle before kicking the mobile HQ door open. Never mind. He said to himself as he gunned down the sword-wielding person in front of him. Dest, or an ISF cell. He shrugged to himself as he shot the remainder of said squad. This is why you don't try and kill someone in armor like this with a steel katana. He muttered to himself as he snapped one of said katanas with his armored gloved hands before climbing back into the HQ. Have a couple of Mithril fire teams check the immediate area again, we apparently missed some ISF units. February 10, 3020. Natasha, we're bringing the party to you. I said as I maneuvered my warmer out of the way of autocannon and LRM fire, twisting around to snap off an ERP-C at the Battlemaster that had been harassing me for the past couple of days. Now would be a very good time to help me out. I called out on the comms as the Battlemaster and the Lance following him edged closer with their fire. Finally, after a PPC bolt connected to my left shoulder, I had had enough. Twisting into a slide in my mech, I used the Clan Tech targeting computer to group my PPCs into the Battlemaster's left torso, hitting the SRM bins, and triggering an ammo explosion that threw the mech into a rock formation nearby. Turning to the next mech in the Lance, I was pleasantly surprised by Thastus Mad Dog having finished that mech off, along with Mackenzie's Timberwolf scything its large lasers into the awesome that was another part of the Lance. While I left Natasha's Clanner fire team to clean up there, I moved on to the Battlemaster that had been thrown into the rock formation when I hit its SRM bins. Hey Mathis, get me a couple of Mithril people over here, I'm fairly certain that this is what Tysa Arim Ram was piloting. Yes sir, diverting infantry now. He responded. 8 of 5 mics. We'll provide cover. I told him, we've cleared out about half of the regiment so far anyway. Yes sir, but McAllister told me that if your warmer needs the usual amount of repairs that he was moving you into an assault mech. Well, good thing I'm light on damage this time then isn't it? Yes sir, salvage and recovery teams along with Mithril are on their way. Mathis told me. Copy that, keep me updated on what's happening with Packer as you get updates yourself. I told him, I don't like being disconnected from the information that I might need. Yes sir, Mathis replied. Kerensky is reporting that she wiped out another pair of lances, but lost 2 combat vehicles in the process. Good to hear, but we can't replace those losses easily right now. I told him. Have her pull back into the cover of the dropships, and tell those Sting pilots to go shred that company that your infantry spotted. Yes sir, spinning up close air support now. He replied. God have mercy on them, because we won't. February 9, 3020. Imperial Palace, Luthien. To say Subhash Indrahar was worried was untrue. As director of the ISF, showing any sort of weakness in the cutthroat world of combine politics was tantamount to a death sentence. Hence his typical expression of neutral fondness that garnered him the moniker of the Smiling One. The report from Gaelden however was cause for concern. Despite the skill and reputation of the 3rd Prosperina and their numerical advantage, Indrahar could tell the battle was soon to be lost if it hadn't been already. The mech Duke Hull and his guard were piloting had been described as ONI from the depths of hell. My lord. He simply stated, bowing deeply before his childhood friend. I bring news from Gaelden. A simple nod and gesture of the coordinator's hand bade him to continue. The fight goes poorly. Despite the courage of our samurai and their willingness to die for the dragon's honor, I do not expect our forces to hold. With the other raids along our border, we cannot spare reinforcements to arrive in a timely fashion. Takashi frowned. This vexes me. How can this have happened? I beg forgiveness, for I cannot answer. The machines the Davian Ronenfield seem truly fantastical. With that he gestured to the hollow display. Duke Hull's personal warmer we have determined as being some modified variant of a Royal 6RK. Faster and better armored, it is, the least unusual of the mechs they field. His wife pilots what we have determined to be a Nightstar. Again, modified somehow, as the energy weapons seem far more powerful than they should be for something of Star League manufacture. This is the last mech we could identify. An Atlas II, which we could only find in the historical records. Every known example apparently left with General Kerensky after the Amorous War. It is jump capable and also possesses superior laser weapons. These however, are completely unknown to us. The 80-tonner has the speed of a Charger, yet its lasers are vastly more potent. Gargoyle D. This one, what we have named the Hage Taka, is the lightest of them, but still outclasses an Archer as a fire support mech. Mad Dog Prime. It is usually paired with this one, which I can only describe as a warmer designed by a madman. Hellbringer A. What appears to be a Upton Thunderbolt is possibly the weakest of them. While clearly an elite pilot, whomever they are is notably less skilled than the rest of the unit. Summoner Prime. Finally, we have something that seems physically impossible. The unholy spawn of a marauder and a catapult. Every analyst I have consulted with agrees there is simply no known way of such a mech being able to exist. Timberwolf Prime. Your conclusion? Duke Hull has claimed that he is time lost. A victim of a misjump that cast him from the eve of the Star League to the present day. That is most certainly a lie. He is the product of whatever the SLDF in exile have become, as are the Wolf's Dragoons. The timing of both of their arrivals can be no coincidence. Chapter 99, Invasion, Stuart/Aura Australis. Alula Australis, December 4, 3019. Listen up, we jumped in at a pirate point in order to decrease the time it took to get down to the planet. Stone informed his officers. We're going in hard and fast, I want to loot and then scoot, I know that Hull only wanted us to hit this world. Stone paused. But I want revenge against the Stuart fuckers who decided that us not killing them was an insult. He grinned, after we loot the gladiator factories from this world, we're moving on to Stuart itself, and when we leave Stuart, we're taking the Trebuchet mech factory and the Gothi aerospace fighter factory with us. Now, if any of you want us to simply stick to what our assigned mission is, then let me know now. Stone said, but if the rest of you want to kick some teeth in just as much as I do, then this is how we're going to do it. We're all in, Colonel. Stone's XO, Major Richard Vance spoke for the entirety of the unit. Let's get some payback. We only managed to cut down the time by 2 weeks using the pirate point. The jump ship captain informed Stone. We still have around 14 days before we hit the atmosphere, that means they'll be ready for us. Stone said, we need to get our plan absolutely ready so that we can get our main objective done ASAP. December 20, 3019. Wardog and Stings, Stone cummed. I need that aerospace section gone ASAP. We finally found their location after their last run. Blaze reported. We're sending the Stings in for grid square removal. They're isolated enough for that. Stone asked for clarification. Yes sir, hidden base in the hills, infantry found and confirmed it. Then you have my authorization for grid square removal. We'll have packed up the factory and be ready to leave in about a week. But we might lose all of it if enough of the fighters remain. Stone replied. Escorting Stings to pick up the ordnance and refuel now. Blaze responded. Alright Drifter and Casting Shadows, Wardog is going to escort you on this run, you got the grid locked in. Yes sir, the grid is locked in. We are ready to deploy when over the location. Drifter replied. Then let's get these birds in the air, Stone wants these enemy fighters gone. Blaze responded. Lifting off now. The duo of Stings took off with Wardog squadron close behind. We're going to have to keep an eye out for any enemy fighters launching to try and stop us. We've got you covered either way. Blaze responded. Let's go kill some stuff. The two Stings had their bomb bays filled to the brim, and when they neared the drop zone, they were met by a solid portion of the enemy aerospace wing. 12 of the 18 fighters met the full wing that Wardog had brought with them in order to escort the Stings. Thanks for the cover Wardog, we've got people manning our guns as well, if they get too much for a pilot then send them our way. I don't think we'll have to worry about that. Blaze smirked as he took his Royal Stuka into the enemy formation, utterly shredding 2 light aerospace fighters with a flash of his ERP-6 and his AC-20 before flipping his Stuka around and moving onto the rear of a Merrick Eagle. Shredding the tail armor until it diverted away from the drifter. Edge, try to stay on my tail. He told his wingmate. I know we're playing escorts, but I need you to keep up. I'm trying Blaze. She grit her teeth as the G-forces impacted her. But you're better at tanking G-forces than I am. Well, keep up, we've got bogeys trying to stop our mission. Blaze teased, knowing that she was as good a pilot as any they might be up against. Just keep flying. Edge retorted. I'll keep up. The wing that Wardog was in charge of had managed to cover the Stings long enough to let them drop their bombs. And what a sight it was. Everything that might have been the smallest part of the base going up in a massive plume of smoke and explosions. There was the equivalent of 2 to 3 Moabs dropped on the hidden base, and once the Stings bombing run was finished, they turned their attention onto the remaining aerospace fighters. Which signaled the end of any potential resistance on the planet. Remind me to never piss our Sting pilots off. Stone told Major Vance as they looked at the explosions in the distance. The last thing we need is to have them angry at us. January 30, 3020. We're having the mules that are loaded down with the Gladiator factory head back to Kent Aries with one of our invader jump ships and a Sting for an escort. Stone told his troops. We're going to be moving on to Stuart, and it'll take us a little over a month to get there. Copy that sir. Major Vance replied. We've got enough to send an escort, but do we have enough capacity to take the Gothi and Trebuchet lines off of Stuart? Vance asked. We're going to be able to take one of them at the minimum according to what the engineers tell me. Stone replied. If we manage to capture some enemy dropships we should be able to take the second one as well, but we're going to prioritize taking the aerospace fighter lines over the mech lines. Aye sir. The responses came in. Now, let's go show these Stuart sobs that we're not to be trifled with. Stone rallied his overstrength regiment. Stuart Jump Point, March 7, 3020. Launch. Blaze told his wing of aerospace fighters. I want the void cleared for our Stings to uncouple and render assistance. Copy Blaze/copy lead came back to him on his Royal Stuka's comm systems. This is where it gets real people, Blaze informed some of his newer pilots. We're probably up against a veteran or elite unit that has been waiting for us. Stick by your wingman and make sure to move close to a sting if you've taken extra armor damage. Yes sir. They responded and began ensuring that the space for their dropships was clear before moving into escort positions. Blaze, get us on the ground safe, we'll do the rest. Stone told him over the command channel. I'll do the best I can. Blaze responded. We've got enough birds to do some heavy damage here. That's what we're here for, Blaze, heavy damage. Stone chuckled. See you on the ground. See you on the ground. Blaze agreed. Chapter 99 Invasion, Sverdlovsk/status along the border. Sverdlovsk, February 5, 3020. Looks like they weren't expecting us. Peterson grinned, and that our intel was correct, only militia units here. Yes sir, Major Carter agreed. Grab the factory and hold the planet, or fall back and support Hull. Grab the factory and leave. Peterson said. Then pull back to cover Hull. Sounds like a plan, sir. Carter replied. We've got what, 3 days before we hit the atmosphere. 3 days, and then we're taking everything of value with us when we leave. Peterson said. February 10, 2020. Peterson, Major Carter said. Militia is refusing to engage us, they're not even opposing us taking the factory with us. That's good to hear, but keep our people on high alert. Peterson said. You never know if the Drax or Cappies have tricks up their sleeves. Yes sir, staying on high alert. Carter responded. And have our engineers take their time, we don't know if the factory is trapped or not. Peterson reminded, the last thing we need to do is set off some sort of plague or nuke that the ISF left buried here for scavengers to set off. Carter just looked at Peterson with a touch of fear in her eyes. Is that how you would have rigged it, sir? Absolutely, Peterson responded. If you're going to be denying an enemy an asset, then you go all of the way. He sighed, I get that you're still a little bit of a fresh officer, Carter, but when you go to war, you either go all in, and commit to the war, or you hold back and watch as more people suffer because you decided to only half-heartedly fight an enemy. I think I get it, sir. She replied, it's just a little strange to go that far in my own head. Well, get used to it, Major. Peterson advised, because if you can come up with an idea, the enemy can too. So you have to not only plan for what they are known for, but also what you might do as well in your own planning. Carter asked. That seems like a lot of planning and hassle. It is. Peterson agreed, but you have to know how your own people think and how the enemy will most likely respond, otherwise you get caught flat-footed and have the potential of getting your own people killed. Peterson walked over to check the map of the area that was on the table in his dropship. For example, the summer militia that we went up against a few years ago, I know you were just a lieutenant back then, but because the militia knew that the first marksmen are rated as an elite RCT, they knew that we would be able to handedly crush them, so they surrendered, and saved all but the most stupid of people on the planet. Or the militia units on this planet, sir? Carter asked. No, it might be better for the militia here to have attacked us. Peterson sighed. If only because we treat POWs better than the ISF will treat them for being cowards for not attacking a force that's much better equipped and has more numbers than their own. Peterson stopped pacing for a minute. This is the reason why the Capellans and Drax will eventually fall under the pressure of their own people. These kinds of governments can't be sustained in the long term unless you manage to prove you eclipse your enemies in skill and technology at every turn. He shrugged, otherwise, your propaganda machine will eventually slip up, and all of the lies the people have been told will be made evident, and I wouldn't want to be on Luthien if that ever happened. Agreed, sir, Carter said. Agreed. New Avalon, March 1, 3020. Yvonne, what news on the raids across the Combine border? Ian asked. I'm sure there's something. While there are updates, Yvonne raised an eyebrow at Ian. I also know that you are trying to get your turn with David pushed off onto Hansa and Dana again. The kid is a little monster. Ian said, he doesn't listen to a word of what I say. That's because you never set boundaries with him when you first babysat him. Yvonne smirked, to children, boundaries are a big deal. The update, Yvonne, not advice for rearing children that I don't have. Ian interrupted. I'm an eternal bachelor anyway, it's more fun this way. Fine, Yvonne shook her head. I'll give you your damned updates. 2 regiments of the Northwind Highlanders pushed and took Diran from the Combine. She started, they left behind a regiment in order to keep the world secured from any retaliatory raids. Hull has taken Gaelden V, and sent back a message asking if we wanted him to hold the world or to return. Styx, and Deschler were taken as well. While the 1st Robinson Rangers and a regiment of the Eridani Light Horse are still fighting on Proserpina, but they are confident they can take and hold the world. I thought we were just launching raids across the border. Ian said after the shock had worn off. Not a multi-pronged invasion. We were just launching raids, but we somehow managed to catch the Combine by surprise, and they had rotated units out for rest and repair when we hit. Have Hull pull back and move to Proserpina to assist with taking that world. Ian said after a minute. And send the 13th through the 16th Avalon Hussars to reinforce our borders for the counterattack that's going to be coming. They need the extra experience anyway. Ian, those units are regulars. Yvonne reminded him. They've not been tested yet, we may want to pair them up with elite regiments to secure the borders. Have one of the Davian Guards RCTs move to a place where they can assist on any of the planets we have the Hussars stationed at, but we need those units bloodied in order to get them up to veteran or elite units. Ian paused. And when the second marksmen get back, hire them on as a QRF for any units. Kent Ares is close enough to a number of worlds that they can move to assist wherever they'll be needed. I'll send out the orders later today, Ian. Yvonne responded to him, but if we're successful in holding those worlds, it could be a sign of some blood on the horizon. The Combine can't allow us to hold 2 regional capitals, and having successfully raided another will mean they might decide to break out the WMDs. We'll have to have our units on high alert for any activity that might indicate this. Ian said, have DMI and MIIO coordinate in order to make sure that we screen for ISF and DEST teams on the regular. Already had it in the works. Yvonne told Ian, now go give Hansa and Dana a break and watch David for them please. Fine, I'm leaving. Ian said with a groan, standing up. I'll go handle the little menace to society. Luthien, March 2nd, 3020. We must retake Proserpina and Diran. Coordinator Takeshi Kurita said to his staff. I will be taking the first Sword of Light along with what remains of the 5th Sword of Light to retake the world, and have Warlord Cherenkov use his forces to retake Diran. I fully expect him to lead them himself. Chapter 100, Retaliation. May 26, 3020. Proserpina Jump Point. Coordinator, we are receiving a signal from an ISF unit on the planet below. A communications officer informed Takashi. The Eridani Light Horse and the Robinson Rangers are at below 50% strength is what they are reporting. And they have not been reinforced yet. Takeshi asked. They must be overconfident, pass along a message to sabotage them so that we may have a secure landing zone. Yes, Coordinator, the comms officer responded. It will be done. Now, broadcast to the enemy forces on Proserpina, I wish for them to know just how outmatched they are. Takashi commanded. You have pushed too far this time, Davians, we shall eradicate you like the pests you are, and push on through to Robinson after we are done here. Proserpina, May 27, 3020. Colonel, Duke Aaron Sandoval greeted Colonel William Eric Peterson of the 71st Light Horse Regiment. We've got a bit of a situation on our hands, and I know that you're aware of who and what just jumped into the system, but we've currently got bigger problems. What might that be, Field Marshal? Colonel Peterson asked. We already know that until they land we're cut off from our jump ships. A DEST team managed to sabotage the Rangers' dropship fuel lines. Sandoval informed him. We're stranded for a week until we can get them fixed. Well, that presents some issues. Peterson said in response. Do we have any sort of EDA on our own reinforcements? Even if Hull left Gaelden the very second that he heard about pulling back, they would still take a week or so to be here. Then load up your wounded into our dropships. The ELHCO told Sandoval. We'll leave behind a company to help fill out your forces while we take our dead and wounded home. You want to run? Sandoval asked a little incredulously. No, the ELH colonel met Sandoval's eyes. But we understand how important getting the wounded out is. I'll personally be staying behind, with my XO taking the rest of the group to get reinforcements. All right. Sandoval sighed, his older age starting to weigh on him. My son is amongst the wounded, make sure that he ends up on one of those dropships. I'll put him on one myself. The colonel promised. We're going to have to send up all of our remaining aerospace assets to cover them though. I'll send mine up to cover, better some of us make it out at least. Sandoval replied. May 29, 3020. We've got the first soul engaged. Aaron Sandoval spoke into his comm systems. Get the dropships out of here. Roger that, sir. Colonel Peterson replied. We just finished loading them up now. Launch those aerospace fighters. Sandoval ordered, we need those dropships to make it out of here. Field Marshal, his comms lit up. We're being pressed on all sides. Fall back, and have all of our dropships take off, we're going to ground. He commanded, reversing his Victor into a side street. Our only hope right now is that reinforcements arrive. New Avalon, March 3, 3020. Ivan, Ian told the Prince's Champion. I'm taking the heavy guards and moving to reinforce Proserpina, I have a feeling I need to be there. Do I need to get Hull to be your bodyguard again? Ivan asked exasperatedly. Because he'll do it. No, but I think this is something I need to do. Ian was strangely serious. I do have a last will and testament though. Are you sure this is that important? Ivan asked. Because if you die over something stupid then I'll bring you back from the grave to finish your paperwork. I'm sure. Ian said confidently. In fact, this might be the most important thing I've ever done aside from making Hull a noble. May 30th, 3020. Takashi Kurita, came in over the Battlemaster's comms on an open channel. This is First Prince Ian Davian, I come with the Davian Heavy Guards, and while I know that both of our forces are skilled and ready to fight to the death, I would rather avoid the pointless waste of men and machines. What are you proposing? The coordinator asked bluntly. A duel, between the two of us, and regardless of who wins, we have a ceasefire for 10 years. Ian said. If you win, I turn over Diran and Proserpina back over to you. But if I win, I retain control of these worlds. And regardless of who wins, our nations get to recuperate for at least 10 years. Takashi let silence fill the air for a long time as he considered this. While it was a fair offer, he had to think of any potential repercussions. If I win, you turn the second Sword of Light's colors back over as well. Takeshi said after thinking about it. And you return Deschler to us as well. I accept. Ian agreed. Set aside a place for my dropship to land, and when my second arrives, we will conduct this duel. Chapter 101, Duel, Modified Both Lose. Proserpina, June 2nd, 3020. You may only land with one dropship and only your personal mech may leave. I was informed. You have been selected as First Prince Ian Davian's second in this duel of honor between the coordinator and your liege lord. I'll be dropping in an aerodyne, and only my personal warmer will be disembarking from the dropship. I informed Taisho Anno Rentashi. Do not open fire or the Kent Ares guard will come in and kill you. You are promised safe passage alone to the dueling site. Taisho Rentashi repeated. Do not deviate from the course we provide. Well, Ian's being stupid again. I shrugged at Colonel Packer. I'm taking the messenger down along with Natasha. I looked the command staff in the eye. I want everyone to honor the outcome of the duel no matter what may happen. Am I understood? Yes sir. Echoed through. Good, now I've got a dropship to catch. I told them. June 6th, 3020. Taisho, I think this would be a good spot for the duel to take place. I looked out over the maps that I had been provided. It provides no specific side an advantage, and in fact, grants them both a disadvantage. The Taisho stroked his mustache. We shall have to go and inspect it personally, but I am inclined to agree with you. Let's get a VTOL and go take a look then. I said in response. We don't exactly have time to waste if we want this duel set for tomorrow. Yes, let us go. Rentashi replied, and he called an aide over to get a VTOL for us. I did not expect one such as you to take to the duties of a second so well. Rentashi attempted to make conversation while we waited. Just because I don't believe in fighting fair on the battlefield doesn't mean that I am without honor. I stated, and I always carry out my duty to my liege as I am assigned. Well then, may I never meet you on the battlefield. Rentashi said as he stood still as a statue. Meanwhile, I just folded my arms across my pilot mithril suit and waited for the VTOL to arrive. I had already given Ian a piece of my mind earlier, and was now just discharging my duties as necessary. 3 hours later. Rentashi and I stepped out of the VTOL, ready to do a visual inspection of the area that we thought would make for the best place to conduct the duel. Yes, I think this will do quite nicely. I said as we looked at the 200 square acres of plains and forest around us. There's no real advantage no matter where you start. Yes, we would have to start them on opposite sides of the forest in order for it to be equivalent for both sides. Rentashi offered up. Alright, seeing as both sides are equal, we're going to flip a coin for it. I said and I reached into a pouch on my mithril tack vest and drew out an old USA quarter. This is a quarter from the old Terran United States of America. I explained to the Taisho. You call heads, and if it lands there, you get first pick of the side, if it lands tails, I get first pick. That sounds more than enough. The Taisho agreed. Let us flip this coin. Alright. I agreed, and flipped the coin onto the dusty ground beneath our feet while Rentashi called heads. Looking down, I let him see what it had landed on before I grabbed it. Taisho, west side or east side? I asked. It's your decision. I believe that we shall take the east. He said. Now that we have established this, let us mark out the exact dimensions of the dueling grounds. Dueling grounds, June 7th, 3020. First Prince Davian, I greeted my liege lord. I have a spare mithril pilot suit that should fit you. No Mark, I can't put it on, or it will violate the rules of the duel. Ian told me. Now, are you going to give me a hand getting into my atlas, or are you going to stand there glaring at me? I'm more inclined to do that latter. I said with a frown on my face. This is not a good idea, Prince Davian. I have a name you know. Ian tried to be funny but I was having none of it. Ian, please reconsider this. I said. I already have, and my mind won't change on this one. Ian smiled sadly before pulling me in for a hug. Take care of Hansa for me if I lose. He whispered. He doesn't know how to be a good ruler yet, but that's because he's going to be a great one. Go kill yourself a snake, Ian. I smiled. Let's all go home today. I helped Ian onto the ladder leading up into his atlas, and then climbed into my warmer in the same manner. Both Taisho Rentashi and my mech's weapons would be saved unless we noticed a breach in the rules. Ian's atlas powered up, the behemoth bristling with clan tech aside from the gauze rifle, which was of NAIS manufacture. Hopefully, it would be enough to take on Takasugi's Royal Battlemaster. Rentashi and I met up in the middle of the field in our mechs, he in his Marauder, and myself in my warmer. Are you ready, Coordinator? I broadcast on an open channel while Rentashi did the same. I am ready, Duke Hull. Takashi responded. Are you ready, First Prince? Rentashi asked. I'm ready, Taisho. Ian responded. Then this duel is begun. Rentashi stated. The two mechs didn't even bother with weapons at first, instead, they moved into melee range and began a straight-up brawl. With both mechs in what seemed to be a mech-sized boxing match for a time. Then, as if on cue, the two rulers began to use their weapons on each other in conjunction to their fists, each trying their best to ensure that the other was weakened faster. With Takashi using his medium lasers, machine guns, large pulse laser, and SRMs to great effect, precision targeting areas that would lower the Atlas armor over the important areas. Whereas, Ian was just cutting loose with his clan-based ER medium lasers. Melting large swaths of armor off of Takashi's Battlemaster. And then something went wrong. A reactor going critical was actually not a common thing on the modern battlefield or even in the days of the Star League. In fact, there were numerous safeties to ensure that they did not go critical on the battlefield so that their pilots and mechs could be saved/salvaged. Which is why when both of the duelers' mechs went critical we were shocked. My warmer was rocked by the explosion, and I barely managed to tell my computer to track the ejection seat of the Coordinator and the ejection pod of Ian. Taisho. I said, my communications system's cutting through the EMP. I do not believe we had anything set up to deal with this. No, Duke Hull, we did not have a plan for this. Rentashi replied. We shall leave it to our superiors to negotiate this. Understood. I said after a moment. Let's get a VTOL in here, I'm tracking both ejections. Chapter 102, Settling Arguments, Without Casting Fist. Proserpina, June 8, 3020. One hell of a birthday present you left me with, Ian. I muttered underneath my breath while looking at the two house lords that were drinking and discussing the battle. Were you addressing me? Taisho Rentashi asked. Because if you were, I did not quite hear you. No, Taisho. I responded. I was merely going over the battle logs and thinking about it out loud. Well, we cannot decide a victor of the duel based on a few seconds delay between reactors. Rentashi said. It is simply impossible to truly tell whose reactor failed first according to our sensors and camera logs. And with their battle ROMs being unsalvageable. I said with a curse. We have no way of settling a draw because we did not plan for this. Yes. The Taisho agreed. Had we planned for this, we would have already reached a final decision. Let's bring what we have now to them, and see what the First Prince and Coordinator desire. I told Rentashi. Yes, let's. He agreed, I am curious as to what their wishes might be. Coordinator, Rentashi greeted, I regret to inform you that we have no conclusive evidence as to whom the victor might be. Yes, I feared that might be the case. Takashi Kurita said as he rubbed at his broken arm. First Prince, have you any ideas how we might settle this once and for all? Isn't this the reason that we have seconds? Ian asked as he shifted to make his braced leg more comfortable. Let them finish the duel on our behalf. Takashi thought out loud. I like this idea. I thought you would. Ian said with a small smile. We should have taken better care of our mechs in this fight. Yes. Takashi agreed. But it was an enjoyable duel. Agreed. Ian said. Now, I believe our seconds shall settle this, with the same rules as before. That is agreeable to me. Takashi said. They shall duel in the same arena as we did, but they shall need their own seconds. I just sighed and looked at the Taisho. I will agree to a mech duel, hand-to-hand, or pistols. I will accept that. Rentashi said. My XO will be my second. Let me go find my wife. I said. She'll be my second. June 9, 3020. I really hate this kind of thing, Ian. I told the First Prince. This is stupid, and unnecessary. Maybe that's because you were once a part of the Star League and slick. Ian smiled. For you, honor doesn't come from the battlefield, but for us Davians and the Kuritans, it does. I'm not so sure that Hansa agrees with that statement. I said with a shrug. He seems to think there's more honor in victory than in a pointless fight. Hansa would have made a better first prince. Ian admitted, I've even told him as much, but I fully expect you to follow through on this as my left hand. I can't believe I get called that. I face-palmed. I'll go fight this duel for you, but I'm going to be spending the next 5 years on Kent Ares. I said. If you want something from me, you'll have to send Hansa or Dana to come talk to me. I held up a hand to stop him from responding. I'm not angry at you anymore, and I'm going to go out and settle this, but I'm tired of having to fight what feels like the entire inner sphere. I'm taking a break, and I don't want to have to deal with the politics for the next 5 years. I'll do what I can do. Ian agreed, now go win this thing. I'm not going to brawl like you and Takashi did. I said, I got that out of my system years ago with Colonel Wolf. I saw that Trivi ID. Ian laughed, it was funny. Well, this duel is a lot more serious than that. I said. I'm going to drop this guy's mech and go home. June 10, 3020. Let's do this. I muttered to myself as I powered up my warmer and got ready to finish this stupid dueling crap. I'm tired and want to go home. You may begin the duel. Rentashi's second said over open comms, and I throttled my mech forward. Moving forward at half of my flank speed, I alternated fire with my clan-based Erpsis, making sure to ride the curve of my clan-based freezers. I kept moving at a steady walk forwards, keeping him at the outer edge of my range until he began blasting me with his own Erpsis. I moved my mech forward into a run, rotating my torso as I flashed by and laying my medium lasers into the Marauder's right leg, causing actuators to short out and it to slow down. Then, I moved to try and come behind the Marauder, but the Taisho had spun around by coming to a full stop and dropping onto a knee. Bracing his Marauder, he unleashed an alpha into the center torso of my warmer, causing me to stagger for a brief moment before I took off the leg that his Marauder was crouching on, leaving him immobile. The Taisho didn't miss a beat to his credit, using his PPCs and medium lasers to chip away at me while I continued stripping his armor while he was unable to move. Finally, I weakened the armor over all of his mech enough that it was almost down to a mere skeleton, while I had enough armor that I could probably have fought another duel and been fine. Taisho. I finally opened up a channel. If you give up now, no one will be able to say that you did not do your best. I am afraid that I must continue the fight until I am unable to fight on, this is what my honor dictates. Rentashi replied. For I am samurai, and to dishonor the coordinator in this way would mean death. Fucking weebs. I muttered to myself after I had cut off my comms. You'd think they'd have learned by now. I joined my PPC fire into his AC/5, and cut it off from his Marauder and then proceeded to use my laser to rid him of his arm-mounted Erpsis and lasers. I do not wish to savage your mech anymore, Rentashi. I said one last time. Surrender this duel to myself and I will leave you with your remaining leg. I cannot do that, Duke Hull. He stood and began to limp towards my warmer. I shall continue to fight for this is but a mere flesh wound. I really hope you understand the reference you just made. I said as I cut off his remaining leg at the knee joint with an alpha strike. Because if you didn't then that would just be sad. Duke Hull is the winner of the duel. Rentashi's second cut in. Cease all activity. Backing off now. I responded. I always keep my word. June 11, 3020. I will allow you to keep Diran. Ian said finally, but Proserpina now belongs to the Federated Sons, along with Styx, and Ulshur. That is acceptable. Takashi replied. May we have a long and prosperous 10 years of peace and potentially more. May we indeed. Ian replied, may we indeed. June 14, 3020. En route to Proserpina Zenith Point. Excalibur class dropship High-I. Takashi Kurita, seated in perfect Caesar before his dais, brooded in silence. When the challenge of an honor duel had been put forth by Prince Davian, he had known it was a cunning trap. However, it was one he could not ignore. His own royal battlemaster was an incomparable foe, with but a handful of pilots alive matching his skill. But, he had seen the reports of the ONI that had fought on Galdan. There was no doubt in his mind that the first prince's atlas was similarly enhanced. It would be a challenging battle. Takashi knew that his mech's superior speed would be the deciding factor, and by all accounts, years of ruling the sons behind the desk had dulled Davian's skills. That had proven to not be the case. The man had fought like a true warrior, unflinching in the face of death, and after feeling the sting of his atlas, Takashi knew that only the fickle whims of fate would allow him to survive that day. With that, he had charged into melee, hoping that his fists would triumph when his weapons had failed. Davian had risen to the provocation, and as the titans clashed, Takashi witnessed his imminent death. If he had fallen there and then, his honor would be satisfied. The Combine, however, would not survive him. Those lurking in the shadows of Luthien would strike down Theodore and greedily consume the riches of his realm for their own desires. Only by seizing a victory from the clutches of defeat would the Combine endure. And to sacrifice oneself to slay a mortal nemesis was an honorable destiny. But, Amaterasu had apparently chosen his fortunes, differently. That both of them had survived his reactor overload could only have been through divine intervention. The mercy shown to Taisho Rentashi when he continued the duel was unprecedented. It had been a Herculean task to retain his composure at the utter magnanimousness of the first prince when he had allowed the Combine to retain Diran. That had outright shamed him. No one would ever learn of this. In time, when his rule was no longer needed, Takashi vowed that he would simply invite Ian Davian to the Imperial Palace, to serve as his Keishakunin. Chapter 103, Planning for the Future. Kent Aries 4, July 22, 3020. Welcome back Hull, Shepard greeted me. I take it everything went well. Relatively. I answered, I see that Peterson and Stone returned. Yes sir. Shepard replied, and they've got full reports for review. He paused in his steps for a moment. Take it a little easy on Stone when you get his report. Shepard said, he's already beating himself up over it. Do I want to know before I read the report? I asked Shepard. Will it make me react any differently? No, Shepard said. By all accounts he succeeded beyond our expectations at his primary objective, and did extremely well in his own personally assigned secondary objectives. But? I asked. But, he did have higher casualties than any operation we've undertaken since we went up against the Big Mac. Shepard said bluntly. We're lucky we issued Mithril out like it's candy because it limited our personnel's casualties, but we lost a third of the machines that went out with him. We can replace the machines, Shepard. I reminded the man. But we can't replace our people. I'll do the debrief, and I'll be running through what he did right, as well as what can be done better on his next OP. I sighed, but, I will be chewing him out for self-assigning a mission that might have required a different task force. I get it Mark. Shepard said, I was just informing you here before you reviewed the reports. You know Shepard, I said as I turned around. You can't defend your students forever. I'll damned well try though. Shepard laughed. Now get moving old man, it's past your bedtime. You're only 5 years younger than me, Shepard. I said with a chuckle, one day you'll start turning grey too. I'm not closer to 50 than you are though. Shepard said as he walked away. July 23, 3020. Stone, take a seat. I told the younger officer. I have some things to discuss with you. If this is about the people that died. Stone started before I cut him off. No, I said. Those people knew what they had signed up to do, I'm here to discuss you assigning yourself side objectives. I stopped him before he could start talking again. I don't care that they were successful. I sighed. I'm grateful that we have another aerospace factory, but if you had been hired by any other employer, you would be blacklisted or have an MRB rating drop. You're being busted down to major. I told Stone, until you can learn some restraint you won't be promoted beyond battalion commander again. What about the men and women under my command? Stone asked, what discipline is being applied to them? Blaze is getting off with a slap on the wrist. I stated. Given the way his and War Dog's contract is worded I'm not allowed to actually do all that much to them, but the second marksmen are being put under Colonel Peterson's leadership for a while. And Shepard will be serving as the first marksman CO while Major Natasha fills in for him at the Marksman Academy. I won't let you down sir. Now Major Stone saluted. And something like this won't happen ever again. I know Stone, now sit back down, I'm not done with you yet. I said. We still need to go over what you did right. But I didn't do anything right. Stone said, I got a third of our machines downed, and ended up with more wounded than the marksmen have had in years. Yes, but you also managed to hold off 2 regiments with one while simultaneously stealing an aerospace fighter factory out from underneath them. I praised, I've met maybe a couple of people who could have pulled that kind of thing off. I smiled, and I've hired as many of them as I possibly could. You did good Stone, you just need a little longer to season before you're ready to be CO again. Thank you sir. Stone said, I'll get better. July 24, 3020. Dr. Rogers. I greeted the woman as she entered my office. I take it you either started or finished the refits on the factories we bought or moved. Finished actually. She sent the files over to my slate wirelessly. Take a look. I said while looking at them. Turning the swordsman into a smaller shadow hawk. I asked, what was the logic behind that? There are no current manufacturers of the Shadow Hawk in the Federated Suns right now. She said with a shrug, and when we updated the design, it seemed to fit extremely well into that mold. The Gladiator reads like a griffin, but better in many ways. I said. I take it this is a variant that we're going to market to garrison units. Yes actually. She responded, when you combine it with the Von Rohrs and the swordsman it makes for a good mixed weight lance. Yeah, the Von Roars looks like a thunderbolt, but with way more punch packed in. I said. Do we have an estimate on how long it will take to retool and set up all of the factories we have? 6 months to retool. She said, around 500 of the people that settled down from Clan Wolf were a part of their technician and scientist castes, that'll help cut down on some of the time it takes. If we were to automate the factories, how long would it take to set them up then? I asked. After the 6 months of retooling the factories to modern standards, it would take a year to 2 years after that to automate the process. She said, if you want to automate these factories, we might as well do the rest of them as well. Alright, I said. It'll take 4 to 5 years to get everything automated. I asked. 4 to 5 if we manage to orient the clan people in with our engineers and R&D team. Rogers said. Have we made any progress on the LF drive edition that was on the Manassas? I asked before she got ready to leave. It'll take 7 years before we're ready to test it on one of our invader jump ships. She said. And you'll have to get an update from Bruce on the new Rhodes shipyards. Alright Dr. Rogers, thanks for the updates. I said, but before you go, I have one last thing to add to your team's plate. In fact, I want you personally to work on this one. I opened my slate to the files that I had been perusing and sent them over. This is the Oppenheimer Hazardous Material Recovery Vehicle, I said as she looked over the files I had sent her. I want to build a factory for these things, and build as many of them as we can possibly manufacture. I want to donate as many of them as we manufacture to worlds around the inner sphere. These are specifically for cleaning up worlds that are irradiated or toxic due to WMDs. Dr. Rogers said after looking at the information I had sent over to her slate. I want them cleaning up every damaged world in the inner sphere. I said after a minute to let it sink in for her. I'm going to have Sharpshooter donate them to worlds in the periphery, the Lyran Commonwealth, the Combine, and what's left of the FWL and Capcan. You really want to start cleaning up the damage caused by the succession wars? She said after a moment. I want us to start with 2 worlds, and to try and automate the OPIs as well, or at least make them able to be operated from a slate. I said. We'll start with cleaning up Proserpina and Azaa. I figure if we can clean up the damage done to those worlds, we can clean up almost anywhere else that might be affected. Give me 6 months to get the factory built. Dr. Rogers said excitedly. This is the kind of job I've been waiting for. July 25, 3020. You Mark Hull, have been avoiding me. Natasha said as I finally left my office. No, I haven't been avoiding you, I've been avoiding your shadows. I said. Ever since they saw the battle roam of the duel, it seems like they've been following me around. It was impressive. Natasha wrapped her arms around me before drawing me in for a kiss. Shall I show you just how impressive I found it? Of course. I smiled as I kissed her back. We should probably take this to the bedroom unless you want to scar Mathis though. Chapter 104, Time Skips. June 10, 3025. Dad, David whined. Sapphire won't leave me alone. That's because she's trying to be like her big brother. I said with a smile as I sat out on my front porch drinking some sweet tea. Now go play with her some, one day you'll understand. This is nice. Natasha said after our kids had run off somewhere. I do believe that our time avoiding politics is up though. She pointed out the Princess-class dropship touching down at the spaceport in the distance. That is Archon Steiner's personal dropship I believe. Yep, that's Katrina's dropship all right. I shrugged as I continued drinking my glass of tea. She must have come in with the civilian traffic and not made her presence known. I shall have to agree with you on that. Natasha said with a smile. I wonder how big Melissa has grown. She's probably going to be taller than you'd expect. I said with a chuckle. She's got some height genetics like you wouldn't believe. Well, I stood up and tossed back the rest of my tea. Shall we say hello to some old friends? We shall. Natasha agreed. Later that day. Uncle Mark. Melissa, now a 15-year-old, ran up to give me a hug. Tant Tasha? She asked turning to Nat, seemingly surprised to see her again before running up to give her a hug as well. Uncle Mark, Elsa, a much more reserved individual than her older sister, walked up and gave me a small hug. Why hello there Elsa. I grinned down at the 13-year-old. You're a lot bigger than I remember you being. You're what, 7 now? I asked with a grin while winking at Katrina. I'm 13 Uncle Mark. The normally reserved little Katrina clone got a little upset with me. You should know that already. Well I'm starting to get old, I said with a grin, and my memory might be starting to go, so you might have to remind me sometimes. You're not that old. Elsa grumbled. No, I'm not, and my family doesn't have a history of losing their minds to Alzheimer's or any other disease like that. I grinned at her, I just love messing with you. Melissa. David finally made his presence known as he attempted to pick up the much bigger teen in a bear hug. You got taller. He pouted for a minute before seeing Adam Steiner still hiding in the background. Adam, let's go play. Adam hesitated for a second, looking at Katrina and Arthur to make sure it was okay with them before running off with David to somewhere in the ducal estate. I take it this is Sapphire. Katrina knelt to greet the 4-year-old. I can see why you named her that, Katrina said after introducing herself as Aunt Katrina, and her husband as Uncle Arthur. Her eyes are probably the brightest blue I've ever seen. One of the few times where a baby's eyes were already the color they were going to be for the rest of their life. I agreed. Shall we go inside now? I asked. Yeah, I forgot what summers here are like. Katrina said with a smile. When you spend so much time on an icy planet like Thurcad, you almost forget that there are other climates. Well, we've got fantastic air conditioning here. I said with a smile as I turned to face the estate and began to walk inside. Back rides. Melissa yelled out her attack as she jumped on my back. Melissa, I coughed a bit after the unexpected attack. I'm afraid you're a bit too big for that now. Nonsense, she waved regally, now onward my steed. June 12, 3025. Melissa wants to enroll in the Marksman Academy. Katrina told me. That and one other important thing is why we are here. Oh. I asked. I knew about her intending to try and join the Marksman Academy from the letters we've exchanged, but what other thing was important enough to come here yourself? I finally was able to convince Defiance to trade for what you wanted. Katrina said with a wide grin. They'll accept the specs and some engineers to help them build a swordsman factory in exchange for the lone rampage line that they haven't retooled to the Zeus specifications yet. Really now? I asked. Is it conditional? Because I haven't gotten more than 2 of the swordsman factories up and running in separate locations yet. Just have the engineers sent over by the end of next year, and they'll consider this a done deal. Katrina said. In fact, the reason I brought the extra dropships with me were for more than escort duty. You went ahead and brought the line over. I figured it out. I did. She smiled, and we wanted to spend this time on vacation for a couple of months before Melissa starts the academy. That should be fine. I said, do you want me to set aside the guest mansion? I asked, or would y'all rather stay here in the estate? Estate, it's not the first time we've been on holiday here before anyway. Katrina said, I wouldn't be surprised if a couple of other people show up in the next couple of weeks though. There goes my 5 years free of politics. I said with a groan. To change the subject, how did the Oppies work? We've been able to get some worlds almost entirely cleaned up from some of the destruction of the First and Second Succession Wars. Katrina reported with a smile. And it's allowed me to cement my alliance with the Fedsons and Concordat even more because of the economic growth it has allowed us to start. That's good to hear. I said, how's Storm doing? He found a partner to help him with the security side of things, and renamed the company Norse Storm. She replied, consulting her slate. They've actually finished rebuilding the Nightstar plant on Loxley and a couple of other mechs. I knew funding him was the right idea. I said with a grin. I've got 49% ownership there. Well, I think that was all of the work that I had planned for the day. I said. Let's go have some fun. June 15, 3025. Zaranthy and Thomas Calderon, I greeted the mother and son duo with a head nod. A pleasure to see you again. I suppose it is. Thomas said begrudgingly before his wife smacked the back of his head. I apologize for my husband's lack of manners. Catherine Calderon said with a smile. I'll introduce you to the children later, they're a bit of a handful right now. I know the feeling. I responded with a chuckle. Duke Mark Hull, at your service. I introduced myself to Catherine. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. She said as she met my handshake with a firm one of her own. I've heard a great many things about you. I'm guessing both good and bad in equal measure depending on the conversation. I responded with a smile to let her know that I didn't take offense. Yes, it depends on the conversation indeed. She laughed. Now where are your children? I heard you had 2 of them. I do have 2 of them, I agreed. But they're currently running around like crazy folks with Archon Steiner's children. They'll get along great then. She responded. Now, let me introduce you to June 20, 3025. Ian, Dana, Hansa, I greeted the next set of leaders to show up on my planet. I want to know what exactly is going on here. You'll find out, Mark. Ian and Hansa chuckled, while Dana just looked at me with sympathy. You'll find out. June 21, 3025. Thomas Merrick, I greeted the man with a handshake. It's great to finally meet you in person after all of the messages. Indeed it is. He said with a smile. Thank you for your assistance in building the hospitals and learning centers. You are most welcome, I said immediately. But we've got a ways to go yet before we're done. Indeed Duke Hull, indeed. Merrick responded. Have you considered allowing us to build an HPG on the world? Before Comster became truly neutral I would have never considered it. I said after a moment of thought. But, given the way your organization is now, I would fund the construction myself. I'll discuss it with the First Circuit and the Oversight Committee upon my return to Terra. He said with a smile. It would be nice to communicate with you beyond the couriers that we rely on now. Your advice has been very helpful in boosting the neutrality of Comster as an interstellar entity. Well, it's been a pleasure to help someone in Comster that was trying to actually make a difference. I replied. I take it you can't tell me what's going on either. No Duke, I cannot. Merrick replied, you'll find out soon enough. June 22, 3025. Please tell me you're just here to retire. I looked at Curlin Ward. Of course, he responded, I bought a couple hundred other retirees with me, but aside from that I was going to ask for a nice area to set up shop in. Set up shop? I asked cautiously. Why yes, I have discovered a newfound love for teas, and was thinking about opening up a tea shop. Ward replied. And based on several studies that I conducted, Kent Aries 4 has the perfect climate to grow many of the tea leaves that I would like to use. Thank God you're acting normal at least. I said after a minute. Let's find you a good tea shop location, I'll pay for the construction myself in fact. June 30, 3025. Now, y'all can tell me what the hell is going on, or do I have to go take over what's left of the Capellan Confederation and Free Worlds League in order to get away from here? I said and asked all at once, frustrated at not having any answers. We've been having trouble negotiating a proper alliance between our three nations. Zarantha Calderon spoke up honestly. Thomas Merrick here has been a big help as a neutral party, but he has only outside information, and is not able to fully help us negotiate this properly. I'm not setting up another Star League. I said from the very start. I'll help negotiate this, but I need to know if this is going to be a union of nations, or merely a proper alliance. A proper alliance. Thomas Calderon growled out. Despite my innate distrust of the Davians, I must admit that over the last few centuries we have not truly been enemies as we once were, and Ambassador Calderon managed to convince Ian to hold plebiscites on all of the worlds that were once a part of the Taurian Concordat. Only half of the worlds voted to rejoin the Concordat, but it proved that this current generation and the next will keep their word. And we would rather have another ally, than another enemy to fight currently. Ian agreed. Both of our nations are currently consolidating our conquests from the Capellan Confederation after all. The Commonwealth will always benefit from peace. Katrina said with a smile, we are just trying to arrive at a proper agreement for the other two nations currently. All right, I said after a moment, I need all three of you to send me a list of what you want. I passed out slates to those who didn't already have them. We'll reconvene tomorrow and get all of this hammered out. Chapter 105, Establishing Boundaries. Kent Aries 4, July 1, 3025. We can agree to the trade negotiations. Thomas said, but we won't be able to be a part of the Mutual Defense Treaty unless you both renounce your claim on the title of First Lord. Ian and Hansa exchanged a look and simply sat there for a moment before Ian spoke up. If I renounce the title of First Lord, I need to be absolutely certain that both the Taurian Concordat and the Lyran Commonwealth have the Federated Sons back in war and in peace. I have no need for the title of First Lord. Katrina said after a moment's hesitation. While it has always been my dream to see the Star League reborn, and their technology brought back again, that dream has been mostly fulfilled by the beginning of peace, and the sheer amount of technology growth that has occurred over the last 2 decades. She inhaled a little shakily, her icy look melting for once as she seemed uncertain at first before steeling herself. I, Katrina Steiner, do forfeit my claim on the title of First Lord of the Star League, and commit myself and my nation into making this trade and mutual defense pact into a lasting peace for the generations to come. She sat back down, and resumed her icy stare. Well, can't be outdone by the Lyrans on any sort of battlefield, can I? Ian said with a grin. I, Ian Davian, and all of my heirs after me do forfeit our claim on the title of First Lord of the Star League, and swear to put everything we have at our disposal into making sure that this trade and mutual defense pact turn into a lasting peace. Ian chuckled. We are going to have to come up with a name for this thing eventually, aren't we? Dan, I spoke up for the first time in the meeting. Defense of Allied Nations. I shrugged, or something like that anyway. It's a work in progress, but it can work until we settle on a name. 3 hours later. Okay, we seem to have hammered everything out. I said with a smile. Everyone looks unhappy, so I'm fairly certain that the compromises that we agreed on will work. I would like to extend an invitation to the magistracy of Canopus in a year's time. Thomas Calderon spoke up. They would at the very least like to opt into the trade networks, and their medical technology is some of the greatest in the known galaxy. I would like to eventually extend the offer to the new nation that has taken over the former Rim Worlds Republic worlds that the Lyran Commonwealth did not take. Katrina said. I believe they are calling themselves the Wolf Confederation or something and have also curbed piracy in its entirety in that region of space. And eventually, the Outworlds Alliance would probably be a good place to at least extend trade deals to. Ian offered up. They do make fantastic aerospace fighters and pilots after all, and are probably terrified that one day Takashi or someone else will decide to show up and just take everything from them. I drew up the documents, I said, and there are allowances for other nations to join in the provisions made. I'm sending copies to your slates now, review them and let me know if there is anything that was missed. The rulers of the various nations and their advisors scrolled through the copies, and began to go through them with a fine-toothed comb. Kent Aries 4, July 4, 3025. It is in this historic moment, on July 4 of 3025 AD, that the nations of the Taurian Concordat, the Lyran Commonwealth, and the Federated Sons are signing what is being called the Kent Aries Accords. A reporter said as she stood in front of the public arena. This is a mutual defense treaty and trade alliance that is said to be the start of a new era. We are still awaiting the full details of the treaty, but it appears that we may begin to have the start of a lasting peace. Turn that crap off. I said as I walked into my living room. I'm taking a nap after dealing with all of the headache-inducing negotiating that the last week was. Is that any way to talk to your liege lord? Ian asked as he propped his feet up on a coffee table. Get your feet off of the coffee table. There's literally an ottoman for that over there. I pointed. And while you're eating my food and using my stuff, you don't get to dictate what's on the Trivi ID. Ooh, check that one out. Ian pointed to a specific channel. I don't think you've seen this movie yet. For some it was a time of loss and sacrifice. An aerospace fighter flew over a base and dropped its payload. For others, it was a time of great opportunity. The intro to the movie said, before it cut to a warmer kneecapping an atlas. Please tell me this isn't what I think it is. I begged Ian. Oh, it gets better. Ian smiled, it gets way better. Stupid Davian trolls. I muttered. Let me get Natasha in here. I said, at least someone here will enjoy this. What was intended to only be a few people gathering around, instead ended up being a gathering of everyone important on the planet gathered into the private Trivi ID theater of the ducal estate. Just so you're aware, I started. I have not seen any of the Trivids they've made about the marksman or myself, and I have very low expectations, so let's just see what they came up with. A Tale of Souls and Swords, eternally retold. I muttered as the lights came back on. What was that, dear? Just remarking that somewhere on Terra, even though he's been dead for over 1,000 years, Akira Kurosawa is probably spinning in his grave fast enough to quick charge a jump ship. I don't understand the reference. Hansa replied. Anyway, I think GSE did a pretty good job. Miss Johansson is a dead ringer for you, Natasha. I'm surprised you're not upset over being cast as the leader of a harem of mech warriors. Katrina asked. Mark is the one being prudish about that idea. Natasha snarked, smirking at the reaction of the other women in the room. You wouldn't want me to divide my attention away from you, would you, Nat? Natasha looked up and pondered for a bit. You have a point. Before grinning at me lavaciously. I quickly turned away from that to my other guests. Thomas, Curlin? Your thoughts? The protector of the Concordat spoke. It was all right, but in my opinion nothing compares to Yul-Brenner's performance. I gawked for a moment before schooling myself. Natasha was the only one present who had any reason to know I was that old. I have a copy on board the Black Bull. Music rescored from the original by the Samantha City Symphony Orchestra. It was the best birthday present ever. Chapter 106, War Comes for Us All. Kent Aries 4, September 11, 3025. Mark, Dunham said hurriedly. Just got a priority HPG message from New Avalon via the hidden comms center. Let's go then. I said as I stood up quickly and made my way to the nearest elevator/access panel. Hansa and Ian wouldn't have sent us an HPG via the secret network unless it was of the utmost importance. Typing in the access code, the elevator shot off at a rapid pace into the floors below us, and once it reached the bottom, it shifted and began moving us into the tunnels that we had dug into and below the mountain. After gaining access, we walked through the layers of automated security and reached the backup communications center for all of Kent Aries. We had relocated the mobile HPG from the Confederate dropship Takes Two to Tango to underneath the mountain complex. It had taken us a couple of years to set this structure up, but if necessary, you could conduct a campaign for nearly the entirety of the Draconis March should you need to. Walking up to the mobile HPG, we synced everything up to our slates and watched as a voice audio message came through. Mark, Ian's voice sounded worried. I should have been a bit more concerned about the Liaos like you, Hansa, and Romano warned me about. He inhaled audibly. Northwind was hit by 2 warrior houses led by Candice Liao. Warrior houses Deideki and Fujita along with 2 aerospace wings and extra armored vehicles battalions. He sighed. The Highlanders were taken entirely by surprise, and nearly the entirety of the 2nd Carney and Marian's Highlanders were wiped out, with the warrior houses capturing most of their mechs and repair facilities intact. You're currently the unit with the most forces available that will be able to reinforce them in time. Ian said, I'm giving you the order to fully cut loose and do whatever is necessary to bring the Capellans down. We are transmitting updated authorization and authentication codes for the documents that Yvonne Davian gave you. This will give you the authority to take over militia or federal military units as necessary to complete your mission. Godspeed, Mark, and hit the liaos where it hurts. Ian said as the audio transmission cut out. Dunham, get me those codes, and have the codes for all of our forces assembled for an immediate briefing. We've got a war to plan. September 11th, 3025, afternoon. We're going to war. I said after all of the commanding officers of my forces and their exos were assembled. Northwind just got struck by a good number of Liao warrior houses and are in dire need of reinforcements. I looked around at the faces of the people around me. We've been ordered to bring the Capellans to heel. I said after a moment of letting my words soak in. And, I'm cutting off your leashes. I looked Peterson in the eye. The 1st Kent Aries Guards under Colonel Packer and the 2nd Kent Aries Guards under Rachel Godbolt are going to be reinforcing Northwind. The 3rd Kent Aries Guard will be staying here, and will be on the ready for any potential push on the assets here. I said. Now, the 1st Marksmen will be pushing through to their own objectives. I met Peterson's eyes for a moment before he nodded in understanding. The 2nd Marksmen are going to be moving as a QRF. I said, I just worked out a contract with Aaron Sandoval that has y'all stationed on Deschler. I inhaled. I'm not going to overrule that, so you'll be shipping out to head there. All of our Black Navy forces aside from the Defender will be staying here in the Kent Aries system. I said sternly. I will be moving to Tikhanov with the Ducal Guard to act as a QRF if anyone needs us. I take it we have tactical freedom here? Peterson asked. As long as no war crimes are committed, then you have complete freedom over what worlds you hit and where you chose to go, Peterson. I met his eyes. No suicidal moves though, I want your unit intact. I'm going to requisition some extra mechs from the factories, sir. Packer said. I know that they were already promised to varying units, but if the Northwind Highlanders lost most of their metal, then they might need some fast replacements. Take 2 mixed battalions with you and the 2nd Kent Aries. I told Packer and Godbolt. I'll personally explain any delays if I have to. No Toros though. I said flatly. We're not handing over the advanced tech in there for the Capellans to dissect. Aye sir, gladiators, Van Roers, and stock grasshoppers only. Godbolt said in response. I'm going to ask for some extra ballista artillery pieces. She said, I have some ideas. You have my written authorization to get whatever you think you'll need to get this done. I told the cause flat out. But we're shipping out by the 17th of September. Any further questions? I asked, only to receive negatives. Alright then, get your operational plans set so that I know in general what you are going to be doing and so I can relieve you as necessary. I said. Hazen, I turned to the CO of the Ducal Guard. Go get everything sorted there, I want us loaded onto the dropships and ready to ship out at the same time everyone else does. It shall be as you command. The once Khan of the Jade Falcon clan said as she turned and marched away. Everyone else, make sure you have accurate headcounts and supply parts stores. The last thing we need is to have people dead because we forgot our basics. And one last thing, I'm having Dunham's people go over all of our jump ships and drop ships with a fine-toothed comb. I don't want any surprises to end up with us having dead men and women. Now, let's do our jobs and get on home. Chapter 107, Mounting Defense. Northwind, September 13th, 3025. I need that artillery fire in the grid I asked for now or we'll be overrun. Colonel Romano Senlia repeated into her hardline communications. We're barely keeping them back with our tanks and infantry. Sorry Colonel, we've been retasked with a fire mission that takes priority over yours. The artillery commander responded. We're finishing up and then we'll swap to your fire mission. You don't understand. Romano repeated into the device. We're at the final fallback point, and if we don't get that fire mission we'll have to go to ground and disperse. Who gave the command to retask? Romano asked. Major Henderson, ma'am. The artillery commander responded. Well, I'm countermanding her, Romano said. She has mechs at her disposal and can wait a little bit longer on the artillery. I am, resuming fire mission on your coordinates. The artillery commander said. Thank you, I'll make sure that you don't take any flak for this. Romano said as she turned to hear the rumble of the guns in the far distance and watched as the rounds arced down into the enemy battle mech company, causing them to be destroyed in the cases of the lighter machines, and to stumble and take armor damage in the case of the heavier machines, but it helped her even out the playing field, and enabled one of Romano's fiery surprises to be detonated by the falling artillery. Thanks for that, Captain, Roman said. You just saved 2 battalions of militia. She put the receiver down and got on the encrypted short-distance channel that all of the militia were plugged into courtesy of Sharpshooter Inc. "Move it," she commanded. "We've got to get out of here and across the river before they manage to recover." "Yes, ma'am." The varying company officers responded as they moved to get away from the burning battlefield and into the next one. September 15, 3025. "You can't just countermand me like that." Major Holly Henderson, the XO of the 1st Kearney Highlanders Regiment, yelled at Acom Romano. "My mech warriors could have died. How many mechs did your people manage to down?" Romano asked softly. "I'm sorry, can you repeat that?" Henderson asked violently. "I couldn't hear you over the lance that I lost." "I said," Romano spoke a little louder but still calmly. "How many mechs did you manage to bring down with your battalion?" "Equivalent to the medal we lost," Henderson replied. "Why?" "Because my people downed an entire company of mechs with that artillery fire combined with the traps that we made beforehand." Romano cleaned from underneath her fingernails with a combat knife. "I would say that we didn't even need your battalion except as a distraction, so you can suck it up, and act like an officer of the Northwind Highlanders, or you can give me your command and I'll take care of it myself. I don't have time for this sort of petty behavior, and neither do you. We're outnumbered, and outmissed due to them capturing the majority of the other 2 regiments' mechs, so suck it up and help me defend this section of the planet until reinforcements get here, or don't, and watch as I turn this place into a hellhole trying to make sure my people make it out alive." Romano stood up from her chair and spun her knife in her hands before setting it down on the console in front of her to begin pulling the armored undersuit for her mithril on. "I'm heading back out into the fight." She stepped into the outer layer of armor and started sealing it into place. "Join me if you are ready for war instead of a duel." She picked up her knife and spun it into the sheath that she kept on her chest. Northwind, November 10, 3025. "This is Colonel Packer of the 1st Kent Aries Guard," he said on the comms after they had cleared out their LZ. "Anyone from the Northwind Highlanders or Northwind Militia still alive out here?" He looked at the still burning forest around him. "This is Colonel Romano Sen Liao of the Northwind Militia. I'm currently the only ranking officer still able to command currently." "It's damned good to hear your voice again, Packer." The relief was audible in her voice. "Good to make it here in good time." Packer said, "We moved as fast as we could, but it never feels like you make it in time." "As long as we're still here then you made it in time," Romano said. "I just hope you brought some metal with you, because we're down to a company of mechs and a lot of walking wounded." "Oh," Packer said with a grin as he walked his Mad 2T back towards the LZ. "I don't think that'll be much of a problem. I'll give you some coordinates, we'll meet you there, Colonel Sen Liao out." The comms channel closed itself. "You heard the lady," Packer said, "move like you've got a purpose and get unloaded, we've got a lady to reinforce." November 12, 3025. "We've got wounded over here," a non-com of the Northwind Militia shouted as the 1st Kent Aries Guard came into view. "We've got MASH trucks in the middle of our formation," Packer responded, "direct them to where you need them." "Yes sir," the non-com said, and he began to get the MASH trucks into places where the wounded could be loaded up and worked on. "Colonel Sen Liao, I wish I could say that it's a pleasure to see you again," Packer said. "But I'm afraid that may not be the case." "Man, you're a sight for sore eyes, Colonel," Romano said. "We've been holed up in this cave since most of our mech forces were taken out." "Well, I hope you've got some pilots to spare, because we brought enough extra to fill out 2 battalions of tanks and 1 of mechs," Packer said. "We got reports that they managed to capture the repair facilities the 2nd Kearney and Marion's Highlanders were using." "Yes, they took those in the beginning of the attack, and have been keeping their forces in the fight for far longer than we could keep up." Romano sighed. "It doesn't help that my husband, the CO of the 1st Kearney, had just gotten to New Avalon when this whole thing kicked off. And the remaining officers don't know how to treat this like a war." She scoffed. "They might not consider us honorable," she mocked. "There is no honor in war and there is slim to none to be found in my family." "Well, we're here to help, where do you need us?" Packer asked. "You've been on planet since the invasion, so I figure you're the local expert. The CO of the 2nd Kent Aries Guard is on the 2nd continent, trying to secure the Highlander factory that Sharpshooter was helping to restore." "That would be Godbolt, right?" Romano asked, trying to rack her brain for the correct name. "She's a good CO, she'll do fine over there. The main issue is the Daedeki warrior house on this continent plus the 1st St. Ives Lancers that Candace brought with her." "She really wants you dead, doesn't she?" Packer shook his head. "I don't think I'll ever understand it. She has to pursue me with all of the forces she can reasonably use, or Mask will kill her," Romano said bluntly. "I'd have done exactly what she did, and that's what scares me. If I think like her now that I'm mentally stable again, just how bad off is our father and how far would my own madness have taken me?" She had a full body shudder in her mithril, despite the interior air circulation keeping it at desired temperatures. "Well, let's go make sure that something really bad doesn't happen, because Max might have mask waiting with chemical or nuclear weapons should Candace fail. Packer said as he realized what potential things might happen. Rushing over to his mech, he sealed his helmet and signaled for every one of his forces to do the same. Using his slate to sync up his suit's comms with his mechs, he broadcast to all of the 1st Kent Aries and had it sent to Colonel Godbolt as well. Make sure everyone's seals stay tight, we're dealing with a possible NBC threat, I repeat, seal up. He turned to Romano. Are all of your people in Mithril? He asked. No, only half of our infantry. She shook her head. Unless you brought extra. We always bring a lot of spares. Packer said. We make thousands of the suits every year, we should have enough to give them out to your current forces. Then we need to make that the top priority. Romano said. Candace likely wouldn't order an NBC attack, but a fanatical mask cell that thought she wasn't fulfilling her orders might. November 15, 3025. Hit that Atlas. Colonel Rachel Godbolt commanded her Alicorn's crew while she reviewed the battlefield. We're not seeing enough enemy machines for that to be an entire warrior house we're up against. Ma'am, Atlas is down. The gunner reported. We've got 10 salvos left. Good to hear, we're closing in on the Highlander factory complex. The driver said. Why'd we relocate the damaged factory for restoration here again? He complained. Because of the Northwind Highlanders, you numbskull. Godbolt responded. And we figured it would help them settle into the Federated Suns a little easier. Fuck, Godbolt said suddenly as she consulted her slate. Shut everything down right now. Looking through the periscope, the driver shut all of the windows in order to preserve their eyesight. The Alicorn shook as a shockwave rolled over them, nearly blowing them over before breaking against the side of the 95-ton tank. Don't power anything back on yet. Godbolt ordered. We need to wait a solid hour before we'll be sure that our stuff wasn't damaged. Can I check the periscope at least? The spotter asked. Yeah, we need to have some info on what's going on out there. Rachel responded. But don't throw up, our Alicorn is sealed, but we don't know if we have a breach that radiation might have entered the tank or not. Ma'am, you might want to see this. He gestured for her to move to the periscope and she peered through. Damn it. She said, unless any of our infantry were in a building or further away, I don't think they made it. She sighed, the shockwave would have pasted most of them against the insides of their own mithril. If they were in cover or a building, they should be fine as long as they were sealed up. And the mech forces? The driver asked. What about them? Depends on the tonnage and if they managed to duck behind a wall or building or not. Godbolt responded. Our pilots might be alive, but we won't be able to find out until we can get recovery teams in here. There were over 3 million people in this city. The gunner finally said. What about them? Most of them are dead. Rachel said, and the factory is going to be a smoking irradiated crater for either a long time or a short time depending on whether it was a dirty nuke or not. Fuck man, how am I supposed to fight a nuke? The loader asked. I can't beat up radiation. You pray that Hull sent some oppies with us. Godbolt said. Because that's about all we can do right now, and when it's over, we'll go help the poor bastards that are stuck here. November 15, 3025 same time. Packer, the dropships are lifting off now, and we're not in a position to intercept. Oh god, they set off nukes. Packer stopped shooting at the enemy locust trying to run away from him as soon as he saw the mushroom clouds in the distance, and his heart sank. We may have just won this battle, but Northwind lost a lot more. Chapter 108, Stalling for Time. Tikhanov, December 30th, 3025. What a way to welcome the new year. I said to Natasha and Yvonne Hazen as we observed the drive plumes. Looks like Candace didn't decide to limp back to St. Ives after all. Do we have the Valas ready? I turned and asked Natasha. This would be the time to use them. We do, but they already started dropping their forces. She pointed out what looked like shrapnel falling from several of the dropships as they descended. Tag them anyway. I said with a shrug. We can always try and salvage their dropships later, but we need to make sure they can't leave to reinforce Xi'an. Yes, those look like Warrior House dropships, not the St. Ives Lancers. Mathis said, as he dialed in his binoculars. I'm pretty sure that Candace did end up falling back to St. Ives. Well, either way, we've got to deal with them. I said, well, if 2 warrior houses want to commit suicide then we should oblige them. I didn't smile, there was nothing happy about the last few months. Take them down. I ordered, and it was relayed to the artillery battalion. I watched as the dropships lost thrust and crashed down at terminal velocity into the landing areas that they had been aiming for, thankfully not in any majorly populated areas though. We need to move while we have the advantage, they know Tikhanov, it was their world for centuries. I climbed the ladder into my warmer. Let's go kill these bastards and move on, I'm tired of being stuck here. Capella, December 8, 3025. I want this done quickly, folks. Peterson said as they cleared the drop zone. We brought extra infantry battalions from Davian space to act as a garrison force so that as soon as we're done with the main elements of the Brantford's Grenadiers they can hold it down while we move on. Remember that we're up against an elite battle mech regiment. Peterson's XO spoke up after Peterson was done speaking. That means that even though we fully expect them to act like the typical mech warriors we face, we also don't need to be cocky. People have died for lesser things in combat. Yes sir. The assembled senior staff said. Dismissed, you know your jobs, I'm not going to repeat them to you. Peterson said as they all went to their duty stations. December 10, 3025. Hammer them with artillery. Peterson said from the mobile HQ. We need that company pinned down while we finish off the one over here. Sir, there's a lot of LRMs being thrown our way. Major Hathaway reported. If we didn't have the AMS systems we'd be getting wrecked out here. I'm diverting a couple of Mithril companies over to your area to pinpoint some artillery and sting strikes, just hold them off for a bit longer. Aye sir, holding position until support arrives. Hathaway responded. Just try and make it quicker if you can. I'm diverting the stings now. Peterson said. Watch your fire and make sure to target any remaining enemy forces you see after they're done clearing the way. The mobile HQ rocked as yet another SRM strike got close. Militia again. Peterson asked his HQ staff. Divert a couple of fire teams to make sure that it doesn't happen a third time. Northwind, November 20th, 3025. We've gotta live one here. Godbolt yelled out as she used the enhanced strength provided by the Mithril to lift a concrete wall off of a trapped Kent Ares soldier. Coming ma'am. A fire team joined in and helped her lift the block off of the wounded soldier. Did I do good, Colonel? The infantryman asked. I tried to get to cover, but it was so fast. You did good, Corporal. Godbolt winced behind her helmet as she looked at his pulped arm. We're moving the Argo into the system, we'll get you back up and fighting in no time. How many have we found alive so far? Godbolt asked. We found all of the tankers and mech pilots. Someone reported. A few broken bones, some internal bleeding, but give them a few months and we'll have our mech and vehicle sections filled back out. How many infantry have we recovered? Colonel Godbolt finally asked. We had 300 power armored infantry, and I only recall seeing 50 of them intact before we started our sweeps. Ma'am, we found pretty much all of the bodies, but we're down to 75 of the original 300. He reported quietly. And a third of those are WIA and will need months to years of surgery and therapy before they'll be anywhere near fighting shape again. Rachel muted her external speakers and cursed in English, French, Spanish, and Russian for a solid 2 minutes before she felt comfortable speaking through her speakers again. Those were all elite infantry. Rachel said after she was relatively calm again. And we just lost over 3/4 of them to a single nuke. Yes ma'am. He responded. But we've recovered over 100,000 civilians so far. That's good news. The Hispanic woman said. But there were 3 million people in this city, and we only found 100,000. She sagged against the ruined building and slid down to a sitting position. No matter what we do right now, we're going to get crucified by the media for failing to prevent this. I wouldn't be so sure of that. Romano Liao said as she stepped into the building. You did good work here, Colonel Godbolt, and here in the Fed Sons, and Northwind in particular will understand and appreciate that. I got a third of my people killed. Godbolt said, I should be stripped of my command. That dedication to your people. Romano said after the last of the fire team working on recovery operations had left. That's the kind of thing Hull looks for in his cause. I could tell from the moment that I met Colonel Packer that he had that same sort of drive. Romano chuckled, even Colonel Peterson and his grudge doesn't hold a candle to the love he has for his men, that's why the men and women under your command are willing to still follow your instructions and commands. Romano laughed a bit. I didn't get it until I had to defend Northwind from the Combine, but it clicked then that the reason they were willing to follow my sometimes insane plans was because I was right there beside them shoveling and getting things ready. You did a good job here, Godbolt, never forget that. Romano chuckled. I'm pretty sure Hull won't let you forget anyway. January 3, 3026. This is the last battalion that managed to make it out of the trap we set. Mathis reported. Are we going to offer them the chance to surrender? No, Mathis, I shrugged after I took a swig of water. The time for surrender has passed. I climbed back into my freshly reskined warmer and got ready to take on the next enemy that would try and kill my people. Taurus, January 7, 3026. I'm taking the Concordat Commandos and the rebuilt Calderon Red Hand to go invade the captain. Zarantha told her son. You might want to raise some garrison units to come along behind us. Edward is going with you, he's in command of the reformed 17th Concordat Chasseurs, and you might need the extra forces. Thomas said, I hope you've got a good operational plan. I'm taking Grand Base and Halloway and striking out towards Xi'an. Zarantha said, anything we manage to take along the way is just things that we can use for later. December 15, 3025. Ian, if you don't let me take the Crucis Lancers to reinforce the first marksman, I might stage a coup. Hansa said. This is the chance to completely change the board for the rest of eternity, how can we not seize the opportunity? Hansa, I'm going to seize the opportunity, just give me a minute to process everything. Ian responded, looking at the current map of the inner sphere. Katrina's going to try and hit the worlds around Terra. She's having Frederick and the 4th Royal Guards RCT along with units of the Sky Rangers take everything around Terra through to Outreach. And you know the Taurians have built up enough to take clear to Grand Base and beyond if they want to. Hansa said. Fine, take the Crucis Lancers and the Davian Assault Guards, and don't come crying to me if you can't take Xi'an. Ian said. Thank you, you won't forget this. Hansa said as he cheerfully left the First Prince's office and walked casually over to Ivan Davian's office. I need the Potemkin, and a couple of Lola IIIs. Hansa smirked, and will want as many of the Vengeance AMS builds as possible. You convinced Ian to let you take Xi'an. Ivan said with a grin. I convinced Ian to let me back up the first marksman. Hansa corrected, who I'm pretty certain will be heading straight there after they're finished up on Capella. Well then, want a cookie while we plan the demise of an interstellar nation? Ivan asked. I'll take 2 actually. Hansa said with a fox-like grin on his face. I might need them after all. Chapter 109, Reaction. Terra, January 31, 3026. Oversight Committee, Thomas Merrick, Primus of Comster greeted the committee that was made up of people from the individual nations of Terra that were still intact along with several precentors from periphery states that had no clue the Holy Shroud had existed. I am here to request oversight on my decision to interdict all of the Capellan Confederation worlds until Chancellor Maximilian Liao is no longer Chancellor, or the Capellan Confederation is destroyed. Thomas's voice thundered with rage. We are all in agreement. Mendel Waterly responded with force in her voice. Start the interdiction, and do not lift it until either Chancellor Liao is gone, or the Confederation is. They have crossed the line with nuclear weapons on a civilian populace, much less one of our HPGs. I already have the staff primed to begin. Thomas growled out. I'll send out the message now. New Avalon, January 30, 3026. I should have sent Hansa with more troops. Ian growled out angrily as he reviewed the Battle of Northwind. Mad Max just set off a powder keg. Indeed, Yvonne said with sad tones to her voice. I already have some of the Highlanders regiments that were stationed off-world beating down my doors to get authorization to relocate back to Northwind. Give it. Ian said angrily, and tell Sharpshooter that we're holding off on the federal unit tax to begin getting the Highlanders back into fighting shape. I'm adding it to the docket now, and sending out a warning to any units that might come across mask cells on worlds to exterminate them with extreme prejudice. We can't allow them to do that to any more of our worlds. Yvonne said, the Capellans have crossed the line for the last time, and it's time to erase them from history. We're going to have to start raising more garrison units than ever before. Ian agreed. And we're going to need MIIO and DMI on their toes the entire time. They'll need to be keeping track of any potential nukes that might go off. Are we authorizing tactical nukes or orbital bombardment from our warships? Yvonne asked. No, we can't afford to retaliate in that way, or we'll have set a precedent for other enemies like the Drax attempting to do so. Ian said with a deep sigh. Despite how much satisfaction I would get from pounding Xi'an into dust from orbit, we're going to be seizing the planets with everything as intact as possible. We can't tell the Capellan people we're here to help bring them into a free society if we're going to destroy the things that are valuable to them. Yvonne agreed. But we might need to give Hansa authorization for the orbital bombardment on Xi'an. It might save more people's lives that way, both ours and the Madman's own. Taurus, February 1, 3026. Damn it. Thomas said angrily. We always have nukes ready to be used against an invasion force, but we would have never used them on a damned population center. I know, sweetheart. Catherine Calderon said as she sat on the sofa in his office. I'm angry too. 3 to 10 million people dead because Max is a damned madman. Thomas raged. I might be a touch paranoid, but I've never thought I should just nuke a Davian population center. He's insane, Thomas, Catherine said after a moment. You can't predict what a madman will do. We're going to need to send couriers to Zarantha and Edward. They need to be notified, and CoStar won't be able to lift the interdiction unless we can prove we've seized the worlds we conquer. Thomas said. Do I need to notify someone? Catherine asked. Have the secretary summon one of Hull's people. I'm pretty sure Sharpshooter has a jump ship at the jump point they'll let us use. Thomas said as he began to hurriedly pace the floor. Tikhanov, January 31, 3026. How many did we lose? I asked Packer via the mobile HPG on the messenger. We lost most of the infantry from Godbolt's unit, and about a quarter of her tanks and mechs. He reported. But most of the pilots and crews survived. So a good half of the 2nd Kent Aries RCT is just gone. I asked for clarification. Yes sir, and Godbolt is taking this really hard, and she feels responsible for what happened. Packer said in response. Alright, I responded. I'll handle it when we're back on Kent Aries. We don't have much longer to talk before we start wearing the components on the HPG out. Aye sir, don't do anything reckless. Packer advised. No promises Packer, no promises. I responded. Capella, January 30th, 3026. These grenadiers are a slippery bunch. Peterson said to himself. If we were any other unit we'd have been destroyed by the sheer amount of LRMs being thrown our way. Indeed. Major Hathaway responded. We have finally whittled them down to a couple of companies. We've been able to salvage most of their gear as well. Peterson said. Some catapults and thunderbolts are exactly what we needed to flesh out our mech units. Sir, we're receiving a transmission from the Grenadiers. The comms officer spoke up from her station. Put it through. Peterson tapped his earpiece. This is Colonel Peterson of the 1st Marksman. What do you want? To surrender. Colonel Richard DeSalvo stated. Comster just announced an interdiction on any Capellan worlds until Maximilian Liao is no longer Chancellor, and given the fact he just used nukes for the first time in a couple hundred years, we're not very inclined to die for him right now. I'll accept your surrender only if it includes the planet as a part of it. Peterson said. I don't want to have to kill any more militia units than necessary, and I want your sworn word that you'll help the population acclimate to Davian rule. You have my word. DeSalvo responded. I can't answer for any potential mask units though. I wouldn't expect you to. Peterson replied. Just do the best you can. I'll arrange the meeting tomorrow after we've communicated with the local militia units. DeSalvo said. DeSalvo out. Well, looks like we're here until we can get some people to come relieve us. Peterson grumbled. I wanted to hitch you on. You probably still can. Hathaway pointed out. We've taken minimal casualties aside from some wounded, and we're restoring the enemy mechs and tanks that we took, so we'll be going in overstrength. Fair, but we'll have to wait for more garrison units to arrive before we can move out. Peterson said. But the Capellan Confederation falls soon. February 5th, 3026. Pack it up people, I want us moving and ready to hit St. Ives yesterday. I helped pick up some supplies and moved them into the dropship. We're moving as fast as we can sir. The senior chief responded. We've got a lot of gear to load up after all. That's why everyone is here pitching in senior chief. I said with a chuckle. Even the mech pilots. I pointed out the sheer amount of bodies helping to load up the spare parts and everything else. You left us with extra mechs to load up sir. The senior chief said with a groan. Maybe next time don't take so much salvage. No promises, senior chief, I said as I helped move some small arms crates onto the dropship. No promises. Chapter 110, Aggression. St. Ives Jump Point, April 2nd, 3026. Listen up. Hull greeted the command staff of the Ducal Guard. We're definitely up against whatever elements of the 1st St. Ives Lancers made it off of Northwind, and I've gotten reports from Dunham that there's probably at least a battalion of the 2nd St. Ives Lancers on the planet as well. We shall crush them. Yvonne slammed her hand down on the table. Don't get cocky Hazen. I told our Ducal Guard CO. Just because they're not in the same equipment as us doesn't mean that they're not able to fight well or effectively, and on top of that, this is their home turf, so we're going to have to be careful that a mask cell doesn't try and nuke us like they did on Northwind. Yvonne responded, chastened slightly. What is the plan then? We have stings and enough aerospace that I'm not concerned about us making it to the ground. I started, it's what we plan to do after we get to the ground that we need to plan out. Mathis, Natasha spoke up. Do you have any ODST-trained infantry in your battalion? Natasha, Mathis shook his head. Did you think I would accept anyone that wasn't certified or qualified in all of our training? He laughed. All of us are certified tank crew operators and mech pilots as well. I have an idea. Natasha spoke up with a wicked grin. And this one is something you will appreciate, Mark. Northwind, February 5th, 3026. Colonel Godbolt, orders are to leave you here to continue assisting in rebuilding efforts until the rest of the Highlanders are back on planet. Packer relayed the message to his fellow CO. Copy that Packer. She replied as she sat down. Where are you headed next? We're moving to Capella. Packer said bluntly. We know that Patterson wants to move on to Xi'an, but before the interdiction, he was on Capella, and with Hansa Davian moving to Capella with the 2nd, 5th and 8th Crucis Lancers along with some warships, we know that they might need the extra help taking the capital of the Capellan Confederation. Give him hell for me, Stephen. Godbolt growled out. That madman needs to pay for what he did. We're lifting off tomorrow, so let me know if you need anything from me before we leave. Packer reminded her. I can spare some extra recovery vehicles if necessary. I think we're good here. Rachel said after she browsed her slate looking for her logistical information. We've got rations and the civilians here are more than willing to sell us extra food. Just remember that we might have some issues with another potential attacker before the rest of the Highlanders get here. Packer reminded, I'd be wary of some potential Ronin stepping in to try and attack while we're gone. I'll hold down the fort. Godbolt said. Hull left me orders to go back to Kent Aries when the Highlanders get here though. Then follow them. Packer said. And if you need to leave someone behind for a bit, Carter is a fantastic XO for any remaining units. He sighed, I tried to get her, but she applied for the second Kent Aries instead of the first when she transferred out of the marksman. I'll consider myself lucky then. Godbolt said with a sad smile. I'm just glad she made it out alive given that she's infantry. Aren't we all, Rachel, aren't we all? Packer agreed. Capella, February 10, 3026. You mind explaining why Mask keeps trying to kill you? Peterson asked the CO of the Brantford's Grenadiers. Because that's the fifth cell we've taken out since you surrendered. I guess growing a brain means that I need to die. The other man sagged. I'm not committing suicide with me or my men, and if Chancellor Liao wants us dead, he could have just ordered us to go fight and die for a Davian world, but to send Mask after nearly 700 years of loyal service then. DeSalvo trailed off. You fought against us, but you made sure that my pilots were treated well and that all of my men, and the local militia were given great care. What are you trying to say? Peterson asked. If the Chancellor is so insane as to believe that he can kill units loyal to the Confederation, then he has another thing coming. DeSalvo stood up and ranted. Is Romano truly sane as she seems? Saner. Peterson said, I've met the young woman herself. I will pledge myself and what is left of my regiment to you, as long as you allow us to try and save what is left of a once great nation. DeSalvo knelt. Once we have deposed the madman on the throne of Xi'an, I would like to at least offer the chancellorship to Romano or Candace, in the hopes that they preserve what they can. I accept your personal oath. Peterson responded, but I cannot trust your men. I will verify their trustworthiness myself. DeSalvo said. Just allow us the chance to do this one thing, and we will gladly join your forces for the rest of eternity. We'll begin training while we wait for some reinforcements. Peterson finally said after some thought. If and I really mean if your people prove themselves trustworthy, then we'll allow you the shot at revenge. That is all that I can ask for. DeSalvo stood up. You are a man with honor, Colonel Peterson, despite what the media here tried to frame you as. Capella, February 15, 3026. You're sure you have no access or knowledge of where any WMD stockpiles might be? Peterson triple-checked with DeSalvo. None whatsoever. He replied. And that fact worries me a bit. Hathaway. Peterson grabbed the closest comms device. Run a check on our POWs, they might get hit before the rest of us in case of an attack, and I want to make absolutely sure they make it out. Sir, Hathaway responded. We just got hit with some sort of nerve gas, anyone that wasn't sealed in Mithril or in one of the dropships is either dead, or wishes that they were. Fuck. Peterson swore while his microphone was muted. I'm ordering a full quarantine of your area, we can't risk the rest of the planet. Peterson began running damage control while multitasking. DeSalvo, we got a battalion and a half of your battle mech pilots out of that compound before it was struck, they were already on a Triumph dropship headed over here, but we just lost all of the militia POWs we had. DeSalvo swore in Chinese and Spanish for several minutes. Where do you need me? Help me run damage control. Peterson said before turning to a staff officer. Get everyone sealed up in Mithril, and get me Jones, he's Dunham's XO, he should have some intel for me to use now. Hathaway, are you still there? Peterson double-checked. Still here, sir, I'm having some of our engineers going over the structure and locating whatever device was used now. Well, make it fast, if that was their test, we don't know what their main target would be. Yes sir, Hathaway responded. We'll do the best we can. Peterson, Captain Bruce has been trying to get in touch with you. A comms officer spoke up. Put him through. Peterson, what's left of the Rashbaroans Incorporated jump ship factories up here just had charges go off. The lines are offline, you may want to make sure that Ceres Metals is covered and protected. I've got most of the RCT covering those factories. Peterson replied and then it clicked. Where the fuck is Jones? Chapter 111, St. Ives Blues. St. Ives, April 20, 3026. This is Duke Hull of the Federated Sons to any Capellan forces, lay down your arms and surrender, you will be treated in accordance with the Ares Accords. He broadcast on the standard open channels. Natasha, if they don't respond in the next 5 minutes, start using arty to soften those positions up. On it, Nat responded. Artillery is ready to fire once the timer is up. This is Mathis, we're in position and ready to paint the targets when you need them. Wait until the 5 minutes is up, there's been enough dead in this war. Hull responded. I do not understand. Ivan said to Natasha Kerensky on a private channel via laser comms. Why is he giving them the opportunity to surrender? Because he has spent the last 26 years killing people who stood in the way of making the inner sphere a place of peace again, and everyone grows weary of destruction at some point. Natasha responded in her Nightstar. Even you shall grow weary of all of the bloodshed at some point. The Ducal Guard waited the full 5 minutes before anyone spoke again. Mathis, paint the targets. He sighed. Let's go ahead and get this over with. Lasing. Mathis responded. Uploading now. Firing on targets. The artillery battalion opened up with Arrow 4 and conventional artillery. Ceasing fire in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Lead, we're reloading, will be available for tasking in 5 minutes. Copy that. Hull responded before accelerating his warmer forward. I gave you the chance to surrender, Duchess Liao. He said over the open channel. All the blood of the past 6 months is on your hands. Do you think I wanted any of this? A feminine voice responded. This madness that my father has. A thug stepped out with the rest of the regiment that we were facing. I will not claim to be a victim here, but I shall not stop resisting as well, for I know what shall happen if I am to die. You will install a puppet state and Romano shall merely be a pawn of the Davians. Fine then, Hull responded tiredly. If you wanted war then you and the rest of your sheer fucking mad family got it. He lashed out with his Erbsis and tore the thug's arm off at the elbow. Cry havoc, and let's slip the dogs of war. Hull continued over open comms channels with the rest of the Ducal Guard with him. For now, we march to war, only to stop until our enemies lie broken at our feet. Watch Mark. Natasha commanded Ivan Hazen. I have not seen him this tired and angry in years, and he may do something stupid. I cannot comply, my mech cannot match his speed. Hazen replied, Winson, you have command, make sure that the Duke makes it out alive. Aft Colonel. Winson replied as she moved to assist the Duke before someone isolated him out as a priority target. Arrow 4s are reloaded and available for tasking. Painting priority targets. Mathis said, only arrows should be firing, we don't need any friendly fire out here. Copy that Major, arrows only. Capella, February 16, 3026. We managed to get them before they blew the factory complexes. Jones reported to Peterson much to everyone's relief. We captured 2 of them alive and I need to know what I am restricted on as far as interrogation goes. Peterson made sure the room they were in was sealed and then used privately encrypted communications channels set up for this precise thing. Whatever it takes. Peterson said after he had muted the external speakers on his mithril. We need all of the information we can get, and if it prevents another tragedy like what happened today, then we will do what is necessary. You may want to leave then, sir. Jones said bluntly. You can't know what I'm about to do if you want to stay clean in the eyes of any sort of court later on. I'm leaving. Peterson said, but I'm going to be putting it on record that I requested this. You're not going down for this if someone even wants to try when this is all over. Sir, Jones saluted for a minute. You may want to get DeSalvo to help you cover the militia, and we're going to need more bodies from Dunham, MIIO, or DMI. I don't have the people here to do a full sweep and make sure that we got every single WMD that might be hidden on the planet in various areas. I know, we got lucky that it was an isolated area that we had the POWs in, and that the weapon they deployed there didn't spread very far. I'm gonna get to work now. Jones said bluntly, you're going to want to leave. Grand Base, March 14, 3026. Fuck. Zarantha Calderon swore as she maneuvered out of the way of Colonel Pavel Rijik's return fire. Just surrender, Colonel, the Confederation is done for. She broadcast on open channels. I can't do that, I'm afraid. A cultured voice returned. I am prevented from doing the thing that might save myself and my planet by the forces that my liege lord left me to defend my personal holdings with. It's the Death Commandos, ma'am. Zarantha's XO said. They were expanded to a regiment in size by all of the remaining factories here, he can't do anything but fight. Have Edward push their flank in, and get the TMI liaison onto the command lines, we need to make sure that we don't take a nuke to the face if we win this. She growled out as she continued to fight with the enemy company led by Colonel Rijik. Terra Firma, March 1, 3026. Keep moving, we need to secure this world before we move on to outreach. Frederick Steiner commanded the rebuilt 4th Royal Guards RCT. Everybody get the fuck down. Came over the comms channels. Who is talking? Maintain radio discipline. Frederick began to command before his mobile nearly toppled over from the shockwave. All surviving units, report. Frederick commanded. Sir, 2 battalions of our mechs are just gone. Came back the report. There's nothing but a crater left where they were. Damn it. Frederick slammed his fist into the nearest wall, heedless of the broken fingers that resulted from that. Fall back to the dropships, we can't afford to take any more losses like that, Frederick said through gritted teeth. We're going back to regroup, and when we come back, we're dropping the hammer. Came back the response. Damn straight. Frederick responded as he snapped a finger back into position. We're coming back with the hammer. New Avalon, February 17, 3026. Ian, MIIO, and DMI seized all of the mask cells that we were monitoring, and we found the components for several nuclear devices. Yvonne reported. We think there may be more cells we are not aware of, and they probably have a nuclear device primed and ready to go off somewhere on the planet. Fuck. Ian breathed out. We're going to have to lock down, aren't we? We can't do that, Ian. Yvonne said immediately. If we do, they'll immediately know that we're aware that they exist. We can't just sit here and wait for something like this to go off. Ian said. It's probably a dirty nuke too, the madman trying to get one last strike in. Let our people do their jobs. Yvonne said as calmly as she could. If we get in their way, there could be a lot more deaths. Kent Aries 4, March 15, 3026. You people always think you're so smart. Dunham said to the last mask agent on the planet. I had my leash taken off months ago, and I'm going to find out exactly what you were doing on my planet, and when I'm done with you, there might not be much left. He shrugged. But that's the price you pay when you decide to try and fuck with us. He stood up from his chair as the bound man tried to lash out at him. Or you can tell me now, and I'll make sure you're not tortured. You will all die. The man finally wore his gag off even though his hands and feet were still bound. We are everywhere and are going to kill you all. He burst into mad laughter. You can try to find us all, but you never will. I'm sorry to see you feel this way. Dunham said coldly as he placed the gag back into the man's mouth. Start him on the narco interrogation first, and then let me know when you're through. We've got some other methods that are reliable if we can't get anything from that. Chapter 112, Truth, in Everything. St. Ives, April 25, 3026. You're finished here, Duchess Candace, Hull said over open comms. You're down to the last of your effective forces on St. Ives. Then come finish us off then. Candace replied. We know you want to kill us all off anyway. So be it. Hull responded before swapping over to the Ducal Guard's encrypted channels. Bring M down, Mathis, and try to keep as many of them alive as possible. Copy that, sir, springing the trap. Mathis had 2 companies of Mithril hidden in the area over the last few weeks of fighting, and they had been patiently waiting for this moment. When Mathis gave the signal, 2 fire teams deployed from orbit, crashing down to create a distraction, while the rest of the battalion of infantry swarmed the company of battle mechs that Candace had left, using their jump jets to leap onto the massive machines of war, and using shaped charges to break into them. Mathis himself had jumped onto Candace's mech, grabbing the entry hatch, and using the enhanced strength on his mithril, yanked the hatch open, and climbed in. Hitting the override switch, he shut down the assault mech and knocked Candace unconscious with a short and gentle blow to the head. This is Mathis, 1 Duchess packed up and ready to relocate when we're done here. He reported. Good work, that was the last of the conventional forces left on St. Ives, now all that's left is making sure that we don't end up a smoking ruin. Hull replied. Have Liao moved to the prison dropship with the rest of the senior officers. Copy that, sir. Mathis replied. Moving POWs to secure areas. He moved Candace into the jump seat and strapped her in while administering a mild sedative that he carried for jobs like this before using some tech that Rook had sent with him to factory reset the mech and change its IFF. This is Guard Dog, I have captured enemy equipment and am moving it back through, do not open fire. We see you on our scanners, Guard Dog, bring her on home. March 17, 3026. Calderon, we managed to find the nukes scattered throughout the earthworks factories. The TMI liaison reported. And we interrogated the local mask head as well, they have at least 2 to 3 cells left on the world somewhere, and it may take years to locate them all. As long as we managed to get all of the death commandos, then I believe that we'll be fine. Zarantha replied. It is such a shame that Colonel Rijik died, he would have been a fantastic source of information for us. Indeed, ma'am. The liaison replied. Edward reports that he's holding down the factories, and that the garrison forces have just landed in his area. Good, let's get our mechs repaired, and the salvage distributed. We need to be moving on, after what happened to Northwind, we need to move on to Xi'an ASAP if we want to end this madness. Ma'am, our latest reports before the interdiction was that Peterson and the 1st Marksmen were on Capella. If we want to help ensure a victory, then we need to be certain that we have the numbers to do so. That's the plan, that's the plan. Zarantha Calderon replied. Capella, February 28, 3026. That was the last major cell, sir. Jones reported. Getting the people of Capella involved helped out tremendously. No one wants to be vaporized by a nuke or killed by a nerve agent. Peterson replied, and it helped that DeSalvo was assisting. He is a face that they believed they could trust after having been stationed here for so long. Well, either way, less death and destruction can only be a good thing. Jones replied. We may not want to move on to Xi'an though. If this is what was waiting for us on Capella, I don't want to imagine what is waiting for an invasion force there. Jones, we're staying put until I get orders otherwise. Peterson said, and I'm having Bruce do a quick survey of the yards up there, both the Rashbarowan's yards, and the other destroyed ones, to see if there's anything that can be done to repair both of them. Just make sure he does the surveying from the Defender. We can't afford to lose a warship like that. He has a few of the engineers that were working on the new Rhodes shipyards on the Defender. Peterson reminded Jones. So he's going to send some of them over in small craft to survey for repairs. Liao, March 3, 3026. We've been ordered to take Liao instead of moving on to Capella, Packer reported to his senior staff as they entered the jump point. I'm not exactly sure what to expect, but we may have to deal with a regiment or more on the planet. We're going to broadcast a surrender offer as soon as we are in communications range. Packer stated. And then, we'll send a courier to go get orders from Davian High Command. We've got a Pueblo with us, sir. Packer's XO said, why would we send a courier? Because the jump ship that has the Pueblo with it won't have to go as far to get new orders. Packer said, it'll be a shorter trip that way. I understand, sir. Any further questions? Packer asked. Good, let's go see about taking another world, and moving on to wherever we are needed next. March 7, 3026. Oh, thank the gods that you're here. Came over open channels. This is Colonel Samantha Vincent of Vincent's Commandos. I am speaking for both my forces, and what's left of the 1st Confederation Reserve Cavalry. We were going to surrender earlier, but we've been dealing with Mascarovka trying to kill us off ever since then. Thankfully they didn't use the WMDs on us yet, but it's only a matter of time if what I heard before the interdiction was correct. Meet us at the LZ we set up. If you power up a weapon then you'll be wiped out. Packer said. But if what you say is true, then we'll need to coordinate in order to make sure that we all make it out alive. Sarna, March 15, 3026. Well, that didn't go as I expected. Hansa observed to the surrounding Crucis Lancer Kos and the Davian Assault Guard CO as well. No sir, we're detaching some of the new Avalon militia to help garrison Sarna now. Marshal Winston Ashley reported. Along with a detachment of MIIO and DMI to help them root out the last of the mask cells that might be there. I didn't expect them to just immediately surrender like that though. Hansa said as he thought out loud. We may want to leave behind a company of mechs, just in case they need the firepower. We've got several lances of gladiators, swordsmen, and von Rohrs in the new Avalon militia we can leave here. The new Avalon militia colonel spoke up. We can leave a mixed company behind, and continue on our way. That's good to hear. Hansa replied, we're leaving in 2 days, make sure everything is worked out, I'll be reviewing the logistics myself along with going over plans with the colonel here. Chapter 113, Consequences. St. Ives, April 30, 3026. Payne, I greeted the man tiredly. I take it we're having success weeding out the fanatics. Yes sir, Duchess Liao actually volunteered the information on the WMDs on St. Ives without coercion. That's good to hear, it may end up helping save her life later. I said with a tired sigh. Anything else to report? We have the engineers combing over the factories and population centers here, and so far they haven't found anything aside from some conventional explosives. He reported. Still, I've got our people on high alert, and we managed to get Comster to lift the interdiction on St. Ives so we can get information again. Good to hear. I responded. Do we have any information on what's going on in the rest of the Confederation? Slim to none, Payne replied. We do have intel on what Ian's orders were, and when they were relayed to various forces. Any updates on Peterson and Packer? I asked while going over various planetary reports on my slate. We're 75% certain that Peterson is bogged down on Capella, and that Packer is either on Liao or Outreach. All right. I responded, we don't have the garrison forces that the rest of our units did, so we're going to have to hold down St. Ives. I turned to look at Mathis. All of the Ducal Guard are trained in counter-intel, right? Yes sir, Dunham and I did the training ourselves. Mathis responded. All right then. Payne, we're on pacification duty for the foreseeable future until Ian gets us some relief here. I said. I'll be operating under the guise of a military governor for now until we manage to get a proper one from New Avalon installed. Anything specific that you need? Mathis asked. Get me Duchess Liao, and a couple of servitors, we need to be able to see things from every angle if we're going to be doing this properly. Liao, March 15, 3026. Colonel Packer, Colonel Samantha Vincent greeted the other officer again. Thanks for all of your assistance so far. You are most welcome, Packer replied, it's nice to have people with brains on both sides of the border. We know we managed to clean out most of the Maskarovka's leadership before you arrived on Liao. Samantha shifted tracks. But we also know we didn't get them all, and that's how they managed to take out 1.5 battalion of the reserve cavalry with nerve gas before we could do anything. Weren't prepped for it? Packer asked. No, we didn't expect any NBC issues from people that are supposed to be a part of our own nation. She shook her head. But I guess I'm defecting to the Davians now if they can do that to units that are supposed to be protecting them. We'll be happy to have you after we get this mess cleaned up. Packer said with a small smile. I've got intel and counter-intel people here and they're going to start isolating the cells as much as possible shortly. I'm also having our engineers go over everything to see if there are any nukes waiting to go off like there were on Northwind. Fucking nukes. Colonel Vincent spat on the ground. There's a good reason we stopped using them. They don't care about civilian targets and are indiscriminate in their use. Packer agreed. I need to make sure your staff and troops will cooperate though. They'll fucking help, Samantha swore. Or I'll shoot them myself. Then let's get to work. Packer brought out his slate and began sending messages to the various staff members of his RCT. I'll need your help to get this done though. I'll personally make sure that everything gets done. Colonel Vincent responded. Capella, March 30, 3026. This is Captain Bruce of the Defender, please verify your identity. He had his communications officer sent to the fleet that was at the jump point. This is Hansa Davian, I'm sending over authentication codes now. Came a response. Do they check out? Captain Bruce asked his COMM officer. Yes sir, authentication codes are a match for the ones we have on file. He responded. It's good to see you sir. Bruce greeted. Colonel Peterson is still on the ground, and probably needs some aid in finishing off the mask cells that are down there. Well, we have the aid to give. Hansa responded with a chuckle. No nukes have gone off here I take it? Hansa asked. Nothing yet, they did manage to damage what was left of the Rashbarowan's yards though. Bruce responded. And they tried to get rid of the factory complexes, but our intel team did good work and made sure everything was dismantled before anything could go off. Good, we'll be on the ground as soon as we're able, and we brought garrison forces with us as well. Rigel Kentaurus, March 27, 3026. Archon, Frederick inclined his head over the long-distance real-time HPG that they were paying a premium price for. I regret to inform you that due to the losses the 4th Royal Guards incurred, I have fallen back to Commonwealth space. It is all right Frederick, Katrina lifted her icy expression for a moment before the mask settled back down. No one expected the madman to truly try anything of this sort. I want to collect reinforcements and return ASAP. He informed his cousin with a growl. I want them dead for what they did. Not up to us. Katrina sighed, by the time you had filled out your ranks and begun to move on Xi'an, the war would more than likely be over already. Katrina, they killed 2/3 of our mech pilots. Frederick stated. We can't stand by anymore. I'm not standing by Frederick. She replied. I'm shifting you to Northwind to assist in the rebuilding efforts there, they need the help and you need to be off of the front lines for a little while to clear your head. I do not like this. Frederick protested. We should push further and keep the attack up. We can't do that if we're going to continue to take losses like this. Katrina said. We lost more than just parts of your unit, elements of the Sky Rangers also were taken out by NBC attacks in various areas. So we have to fall back in order to rebuild after our first offensive in near a century. Frederick asked with a scowl on his face. Yes, unfortunately we must. Katrina replied. After you're done with the rebuilding on Northwind, come on back to their CAD, there's some things I should have informed you of earlier. Kent Aries 4, March 25, 3026. How goes the interrogation? Dunham asked. Anything out of him yet? The advanced formulas on the clan core helped out a bunch. The lead of the department stated. He and several of the others broke a couple of days ago. Good, anything I need to know in order to keep Kent Aries 4 safe? Dunham asked. We're compiling the report now sir. The lead answered. Everything will be there. Understood. Dunham responded as his slate chimed with a priority alert. I have to take this, I'll go over the report later. Yes. Dunham asked. What's going on? We found the mask stash of nerve agents. A field officer reported. We're going over everything now and have a hazmat team on the way. Evacuate the area just in case, the last thing we need is for it to go off. Dunham replied. New Avalon, March 30, 3026. Yvonne, do we have an update on that nuke yet? Ian rushed into her office. No Ian, I would have let you know if we had an update. She responded. We don't have anything yet, dismantling deep cover cells takes time Ian, and finding these people without them immediately setting off the nuke is something that will take time as well. I don't like this. Ian said as he paced along the floor. I fear that they will target my nephew and niece. I know. Yvonne responded with a sad smile. But we have our people working on it, and that's all that we can ask for right now. All right. Ian sighed. I need something to do though. Start organizing the garrison forces to move in after Hansa, Mark, and the rest of our people are done. Yvonne suggested. You'll need more of them than we have right now. Chapter 114, The Long Haul. Northwind, February 15, 3026. Easy on the crane. Romano yelled at the idiot lifting the rebel out of the way. You nearly crushed some of my people. Sorry Colonel, came the response. Controls are a bit touchier than I remember. Just take it slow, Romano said as she smoothed out her voice. It'll take a while to get this finished. Yes ma'am. The crane operator responded as he slowly eased the rebel off of the roadway they were clearing. All right, now that the roadway is clear, I want everyone in either their hazmat gear or mithril, Romano said. Sharpshooter shipped us a bunch of the older mithril suits to be used for cleanup, but more than half of you are newbies who aren't certified on them. She sighed, so we'll be spending a couple of days getting you trained up, and then you'll be paired up with the Oppies as they go through and start the cleanup. What are we going to do with all of the irradiated material? Someone spoke up. Because we can't just bury it here on Northwind. We've got a couple of mules lent to us from the cleanups operations in Azaa. She responded. Those crews are already used to handling the material, and have been doing it for the past 2 to 3 years. You heard the lady. A non-com broke up the Q&A session. Now let's get you all to the spaceport. Yes sir. They responded as they loaded up into the trucks and headed for the spaceport where their delivery from Sharpshooter was waiting. Later that day. I forgot how shiny the suits always look at first. Romano said to Godbolt as they sat in an upper story looking at the people getting trained on their new mithril suits. Did you know that we call the new recruits on Kent Ares shinies? Godbolt asked with a chuckle. No, but I can figure out why. Romano laughed in response. At least you didn't do something stupid like color code the armor to signal rank. Believe it or not, that was actually an idea that R&D tried before Peterson nixed it in the prototype phase. Godbolt said. The very first prototypes were all white too. Well, at least now they're that gunmetal gray, and you can paint them over quickly. Romano said in response. Liao, March 20th, 3026. How did we not have something like this before now? Colonel Vincent yelled as she took cover behind Colonel Packer who was in his suit of mithril. Because no one else thought about making infantry viable in a fight again. Packer moved over to a nearby concrete barrier so that Samantha Vincent could stop using him as cover. No sooner had they gotten into cover before a fire team of mithril-clad infantry fell through the air on their jump jets, taking out the masked team that were trying to eliminate the two Kos. How the hell did they breach our perimeter? Packer asked the fire team leader. Tunnels sir, the corporal responded. They killed a dozen of us who were on break before we were able to respond. Everyone suited up now though right? Packer asked, setting his priorities. We need to go over everything here and make sure that there aren't any nasty surprises waiting for us. Yes sir, he responded. The perimeter team caught a bunch of them in sneak suits at the same time they launched the attack from within. I know that one. Samantha said as she pointed at one of the dead men. He was a support staff member of the reserve cavalry. He must have helped them figure out what the right time to strike was. Packer said. Good thing we didn't take more damage than this. Corporal, have a fire team break off and go check on Colonel Vincent's people, Mask might have tried to wipe them out too. Yes sir. He responded, using a small slate on his left inner arm to navigate through the comms channels. Diverting a couple of fire teams now. Good, now let's head to the command center, I bet we weren't the only things hit. Packer said as he turned away from the corpses and began walking to the room they had set up as a command and control center, not being willing to use equipment that may have been compromised by enemy forces. Capella, April 7, 3026. Colonel DeSalvo. Hansa shook the Blandford's Grenadiers Co's hand. I wish I could say that it's a pleasure to meet you, but given the circumstances. I don't like that you're here on a Capellan world. DeSalvo said honestly. But it's better than the alternative currently. We brought extra engineering teams to check for any NBCs that you might have missed. Hansa said to Peterson. I heard you had some masked prisoners on my way in. Yes, Jones worked them over with a full suite of the improved narco-interrogation drugs and they gave up a lot of potential intel. Peterson said with a frown. But this is the original founding world for the Capellan Confederation, and it may take us months or years to make sure everything is stable enough before we can move on to Xi'an. I brought garrison forces, but I agree. Hansa replied. While I want Mad Max brought to a court for his crimes, I don't think that we'll be able to move on until June or July at the earliest. Is it that bad everywhere? Peterson asked. We haven't been able to get the interdiction lifted yet. Northwind was nuked, as I'm sure you all know, but mask cells everywhere have been using WMDs in order to deny worlds to any potential invaders. Hansa said with an angry expression on his face. He doesn't seem to care about his nation surviving after this is all said and done, only that no one is able to make use of anything when he's dead and gone. There are billions of people on many of these worlds. De Salvo said with shock in his voice. Is he trying to kill everyone who might have been loyal once? We actually have gotten word of a number of Capellan forces cooperating with invading forces to help get rid of any mask cells, much as you did here. Hansa said with a small smile. My hope is that integration will come a little bit easier after this mess, and that we can recover from this stronger together than we did as two separate nations. We did get some word from the Taurian Concordat. Hansa said with a smug look. The Taurians pushed all of the way to Grand Base and are probably going to be able to push up through to around Xi'an if Zaranthi and Thomas play their cards right. Kent Aries 4, April 4, 3026. We got the last of the NBC weapons that were stashed and ready to be used. Dunham said to all of his team leads. And we got the last of the intel that they had to offer. Dunham stood up and began to pace. You see, we monitor everything that comes to Kent Aries, and our security has only skyrocketed since the Comster and original mask bombing. He sighed, so, the only way that they could have gotten anything in was if there were a traitor. Wait. Dunham held up a hand to stave off the protestations of innocence. We aren't going to be revealing who the traitor was until we have all of the evidence that we need to prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt. Hours later. Are you sure that this is going to work? Rook asked Dunham. Because I think that this is a dumb plan. It'll work. It's easier to find the evidence when they're panicked and trying to hide it than it is to go looking for it in everyone's trash or something. Dunham said as he took a drink of a popular sports drink. And, everybody lies, especially in this business, so we'd be jumping at shadows all day, at least this way we keep all of the records that they're trying to erase and can nab them afterwards. He pointed out the man they were surveying. He's been doing this for a long time, see how he's not moving in a hurry, but looks like he's doing his normal work. Yes, Rook said. If it weren't for me literally having all of the drives here networked in order to copy all of the data over, I wouldn't even believe you. Ice cold that one. Dunham said as he took another sip. We'll nab him before he gets on a dropship headed out in a couple of weeks. Why would he wait a couple of weeks? Rook asked. Wouldn't he be trying to get away as soon as he could? No, he requested vacation 2 weeks from now, and he documented it and everything 6 months ago, even bragged about his travel plans. Dunham explained. This way it looks like he's just doing everything normally until he vanishes during his vacation, and that's when I'll have a wetwork team grab him. Chapter 115, Rooting Out Pests. Liao, March 25, 3026. Alright, we've gone over all of the personnel files, and are pretty sure we've narrowed down the ones responsible for what happened 5 days ago. Packer briefed the senior officers of his RCT. Colonel Vincent has cross-checked and is assisting us in locating any NBC stashes, but in exchange, she wants us to provide amnesty for her and several of her officers on Kent Aries. I'm inclined to give them that amnesty. Packer continued, her and her people have been more than cooperative, and even if we were once enemies, this may prove to be what allows the Fedsons, Concordat and Commonwealth to integrate the people of the Capcan into their nations. We need to get the cells rolled up first, sir. Mendoza reminded him. One problem at a time. You're right, Mendoza. Packer agreed. Now, we've got people who trained with Dunham in counter-intel, and I'm going to need you to split them into our various infantry fire teams and make sure they have the handbook to go with it. We have around 30 to 40 of counter-intel specialists. Mendoza said, and between 3 to 500 infantry, that's a pretty significant split. Anyone have any better ideas? Packer asked, because we have to make sure that this world is secure for any garrison forces before we move on to outreach. Put them in a dedicated team. Someone spoke up. And have them do a series of rapid training scenarios. While it might not be as good as all of us having the full training regimen that Dunham has them go through, it may help us get a head start, and if we have the training materials that they use, we can keep them on our slates for ease of access. I like that plan, but it leaves us with several blank spots. Mendoza brought up. So, let's mesh several ideas together. We hold a quick training program and get it together, and have our people go through it. Then, after they've gone through it, we have our people split up between fire teams in order to properly utilize said information. I like all of it, Packer said, but we still have to figure out how to implement this. St. Ives, May 3, 3026. Duchess Liao, I greeted the woman as she was brought in. I heard you've been cooperating with my people. No one wants to have that kind of blood on their hands. Candice Liao said as she sat down calmly like she was still in control of the situation. I am not responsible for my father's actions. No, you just didn't stop them. I said. There's an old quote from where I come from, the only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing. I sighed. That is what I think applies to you currently. Oh, and what did you think I was supposed to do? She asked with a cold expression on her face. Die because I stood against my madman of a father? Or did you want me to start this war sooner so that you could steal more of our factories and machinery? Natasha stood up to do something violent before I put my hand on her shoulder in order to stop her. Yes, if it would have worked to stop the deaths of millions of people. I stated, even doing anything would have been better than nothing. This wouldn't have stopped my father. Candace said. He was planning this in secret for at least a decade if not more, and by doing what I did, I prevented it from being far worse than it is now. Duchess Liao, there will be a reckoning when this is all over, and you will be held accountable for what you did and did not do, but until that day I need your assistance to help prevent more evil from being done. I said with a slight tremor in my voice. When will this stop? It will never stop. Candace said with a sad laugh. Not while people like my father remain in power. New Avalon, April 10, 3026. Aha! Dr. Banzai exclaimed as he looked over the latest scan results. I think I know where the nuke is hidden. He looked around his lab before alighting on his slate, flipping through the applications until he reached his communications folder. Yvonne, I think I found it. 4 hours later. I tracked down an artificial radiation signature that wasn't something that can be attributed to a fusion reactor. Dr. Banzai explained. It was on a ship headed for Albion, and was approximately 5 days out. If they're in the middle of the ocean, should we try and take them out now? Ian asked. Because there aren't any population centers out there, and even if they set the nuke off we should be fine, right? It depends. Dr. Banzai said after a moment. We know now through interrogation that they smuggled the device onto New Avalon in stages, and if they were able to manufacture it here, they may also have gotten their hands on some cobalt or other materials that may make the immediate fallout much more dangerous, and could potentially even reach a major population center depending on the magnitude of the device. But, this may be the best chance we have. Ian asked. Yes, but I would only send teams that were volunteers, because if something goes wrong, they're not coming back. Dr. Banzai stated with finality. I'll go start getting some people together. Yvonne said. And I'll make sure that it's volunteer only. Avalon Ocean, somewhere in between Brunswick and Albion. All right team, the leader of the 2 platoons of volunteers said over his Mithril's communications systems. We know that they have a nuclear device on board, as well as at least 5 to 10 suits of Mithril that were stolen from the local militia. Is that why we have the prototypes? One of the platoon members asked. Because I thought these things weren't supposed to be issued for another 2 to 3 years. Handheld gauze weaponry is the only thing we think will work against other powered armor. The CO spoke. And we're the ones who are going to be testing it out against people that are ready and willing to destroy everything that we stand for. The VTOLs hovered hundreds of meters above the ship while the 2 platoons dropped out of them, using jump jets to maneuver onto the ship below. They systematically dismantled all of the masked personnel on board until they reached the one shipping container that was surrounded by the enemy PA troops. Unfortunately, the prototype gauze weapons were not quite up to the task yet. It took over a full magazine to penetrate the stolen Mithril-powered armor, but fortunately the Davian forces had ammunition to spare and hadn't yet taken any casualties. All that was left after they had taken out the enemy-powered armor was to breach the actual container that held the nuclear device hidden in it. Chapter 116, Results. New Avalon, April 15, 3026. Are we good to go? Ian asked, getting thumbs-ups and okay gestures of approval. It is with a heavy heart that I stand before you today. Ian said in front of the press and assembled families. On April 10, 3026 in the year of our Lord, the hastily assembled Task Force 141 led by Captain John Price raided a ship on the Avalon Ocean that had a nuclear device built by elements of the Capellan Confederation's Mascarovka. Ian took a breath. The effort that they went to in order to prevent the rest of us from dying to a nuclear device is beyond anything I can imagine. Unfortunately, Task Force 141 was not so lucky. From what we were able to recover as far as battle ROMs go, they were successful in every way but one. Ian did his best to maintain composure. The 36 brave men and women of Task Force 141 were vaporized in a tactical nuclear explosion. Were there any other casualties? One of the extremely subdued media members present asked. Aside from the Mascarovka personnel and Task Force 141 there were no casualties. Ian replied. What is going to be done for the families of the fallen? Another reporter asked. We're not going to be able to replace their families, and we're not even going to try. Ian stated with a sad smile. But we are going to do what we can. I have personally extended the families' invitations to the Davian Palace, where we will handle the rewards personally and announce them later. What is going to be done to retaliate against the Capellans? Another reporter spoke up. Are we going to be using nukes of our own? No, we are not authorizing any weapons of mass destruction at this point, or at any point in my reign. Ian said firmly. Maximilian Liao might be willing to murder millions and billions of people in order to get what he wants, but I will never go down that path, and I pray that my successors feel the same. St. Ives, May 6, 3026. I believe that is the last of the mask cells that you informed us about. I said to Candice Liao. If there are any others, they may reveal themselves in the next few months or so. I spent years compiling intelligence on the Maskarov cells that were on St. Ives, Candice said with a smug look on her face. I do not think I missed any of them. I'd be careful about making statements like that. I said with a note of warning in my voice. There's a completely valid reason that I wear body armor all of the time. No, Candice scoffed. You are just as paranoid as my father if you wear body armor constantly. I just exchanged glances with Mathis and Nat, who were both clad in mithril suits. We shall see who is correct in the end, Duchess. And for the record, your sister is much easier to get along with. I stood up from the chair and left the section of the prefab that we were keeping Candice on house arrest in. Make sure we keep an up-to-date watch on her. I'm worried that either the Duchess herself or one of the cells we didn't get to yet may try something stupid. I told Mathis and Natasha. And have a couple of stings in the sky with fire teams of infantry ready to deploy as a QRF. It'll burn fuel, but we can afford to burn the fuel if it means that we manage to prevent something disastrous from happening. Got it, sir. Mathis said. I've been keeping a close eye on our guard rotations already, and I hadn't considered the QRF idea aside from having a couple of fire teams attached to the handles on the Omni-Mechs that Nat's Marauders have. Do both, we may need the firepower. I said with a shrug before turning to Natasha. You did incredible work on training the 6 of them. I praised her. It took 6 months to break them of the bad habits. Natasha said with a smile on her face. And the fact that it gave me something to do while on the journey back to the inner sphere had absolutely nothing to do with the fact that they are consummate professionals now. Oh no, I agreed. Absolutely nothing to do with why they're absolutely terrified of you half of the time. A little fear is healthy for them. Natasha said with a smug look on her face. It will keep them alive for far longer. I guess it will. I responded with a chuckle. Shall we return to our personal prefab? I asked. We shall. Liao, April 8, 3026. We managed to isolate 3 separate cells that have been working together. Mendoza briefed the assorted staff including his CO Colonel Packer. Now, we can wait and see if they have connections to other cells, but it's probably safer to take them now, and pull these cells out before they do anything to cause more damage to the infrastructure that is on the planet. Then we take them out now, and make sure that none of them escape. Packer said coldly. There will not be another nuke detonated on my watch. Packer stood up from the table. Mendoza, walk with me, everyone else, I want your plans on taking down the cells on my slate by tomorrow at 0800. What do you need, sir? Mendoza said as he walked beside his CO. I want you heading up our counterintelligence teams. Packer told his XO and longtime friend. You're the one who got the extra training, and if we had originally been intended to hit a Capellan world, Dunham and Hull would have made sure that we had the extra intelligence people, but until we have them, we're on our own. Yes sir, just let me know if you need me to do anything else. Mendoza replied. Go get some rest, we've got a lot of work to do, Major. Capella, April 10, 3026. Have you had the chance to survey the yards yet? Hansa Davian asked Captain Bruce. I know you were a part of the team that helped get the new Rhodes shipyards up and running again. I haven't personally done it yet, but I have some of the engineers from that project on the Defender currently, and they did take a look at it. Bruce replied. What was the verdict? Hansa asked. Those yards may be one of the most important things to rebuild in this region before we even take a look at the mech and vehicle factories. It'll take 2 years to fix the damage that was caused by Mask. Bruce said in between coffee and eating a breakfast sandwich. 5 to 7 to completely repair the yards and have more than one line running for both repairs and production. But they're not totally destroyed? Hansa asked. No sir, those yards and the Iona light shipyards can be repaired, it's just that it'll take time and money. Bruce offered. The Iona yards will take about a decade to restore to full functionality, but it can be done. I'll bring up the idea to Ian later. Hansa responded with a shrug. We'll need projects like that to help bind the Capellan people to us anyway. You'd be the expert on that, sir, Bruce said with a shrug. I'm just an engineer and warship captain. And damned good at both of those jobs from what I hear. Hansa said with a smile. I'll let you get back to it, Captain. It was a pleasure meeting you. Bruce responded. May our next meeting be under better circumstances. Indeed. Hansa replied, indeed. Chapter 117, Mad Max. In orbit around Xi'an, June 26, 3026. Hansa, there's no radio signals, there's no movement, there's nothing down there. The captain of the warship that Hansa was on stated. I don't think we should send anyone down there unless we can be certain that it's safe. Peterson. Hansa turned to the marksman CO. How secure are Mithril from NBC weapons? Completely secure unless a seal gets breached. Peterson responded. But I don't think we should go down there at all. Why not? One of the marshals of the Crucis Lancers spoke up. Because I don't think Mad Max would leave just a bioweapon behind. Peterson stated. Most of the strategic arsenal is on this world below our feet. And if there's no movement down there, then we should just leave it be, because if I were trying to make sure that everyone loses, I would have things set up to where the minute someone steps a foot onto the surface that it turns the planet into lava. And given we don't actually know what they had on the planet, he could potentially crack the planet in half. Another officer brought up, I think our best bet is to leave a warship on duty and have daily reports sent out until something moves down there. How badly do you suspect everything is down there? Hansa asked the collective group. I think that we need to be extremely cautious here. Peterson warned. I want Max to pay for what he's done as much as anyone here, but if we aren't very careful here we may end up dead anyway. We could use the vehicle factories that are down there at the very least. Hansa muttered to himself. Let's have a volunteer team touch down around the factory complexes. He said after thinking for a minute. There's no guarantee that it's booby-trapped, but just in case we need to have it be an all-volunteer force. Or, alternatively. Peterson said. We do have a couple of Voidseeker drone fighters on board the Defender, and we've got one prototype that's been modified to follow specific instructions. So we send it down and see what happens. Hansa said, and we don't risk losing any of our people in the process. How long will it take to get it set up? Let me check with Captain Bruce and I'll get back to you. Peterson cut his channel off in order to go track down the captain of the Defender. Captain Bruce, Peterson ran up to the CO of the Defender. How long would it take to get the Void Sweeper prototype ready for use? 2 days to put it back together and another 3 to finish the software patches we were working on. Why? Bruce asked as he raised an eyebrow. I may have told Hansa that the prototype was something that we could send down to check out Xi'an and make sure that it won't blow up on us. Peterson said a bit sheepishly. We can rush it and have it done in 3 days total. Bruce sighed. But you owe me one, Thomas. I do, I'll go let them know that there needs to be some testing done first. Peterson rushed back to the communications area. Everyone able to hear me? He asked once he was back on the communications channel. Yes, Colonel, we hear you just fine. Hansa replied. The prototype was disassembled while we were on Capella for some testing and software updates. Peterson briefed them. Bruce told me that it should be put back together and updated in 3 days or so if we are willing to wait that long. We can afford the extra time. Hansa said with finality. Give them 5 days, we don't want any screw-ups that could get people killed. July 1st, 3026. Everything all set here? Peterson asked Bruce as he supervised a team of engineers. We're just fueling her up now. Bruce said. She'll be ready for launch in 15 minutes or so. That's good to hear, Captain Bruce. Hansa said as he walked into the small craft bay of the dropship that the Voidseeker was currently on. Why did you have to move it off of the Defender? Because despite how effective the Dante is as an escort warship, it lacks the small craft bays that you find everywhere else. Bruce responded. So we'll be conducting this little experiment from Peterson's Colossus. Alright then, let's see what this thing has in store. Hansa replied while rubbing his hands together. Can I fly it? Let me show you the controls really quick. Bruce offered. But either myself or one of the other trained personnel will have to take over once you're closer to the ground. July 4th, 3026. Can we go down to the freakin' planet already? Hathaway complained to Peterson. If it were going to blow up in our faces it would have already done it, yes. Hathaway. Peterson scowled. You just ensured that this will go the worst way possible, and I'm going to consider demoting you when we return to Kent Ares. What do you mean ensured? Hathaway asked right as sirens began to go off. Everyone to their designated battle stations. Bruce's voice came over the intercom. A series of nukes were just launched at both us and the planet from all 3 of the moons that orbit Xi'an. What are we doing, Bruce? Peterson asked. Us, and the entirety of the Davian fleet is leaving as fast as we can. Bruce responded. There won't be anything left on the surface for us, and if we don't outrun these nukes, there won't be much left of us either. I thought the Defender was outfitted with an AMS along with all of the Vengeance escorts that Hansa brought. Peterson said. Not enough to handle what's headed our way. Peterson replied. Not enough. St. Ives, May 9th, 3026. Where the hell did they pull these from? I asked Natasha as we coordinated fire against 2 lances of mechs. No clue. Natasha said as she laughed maniacally while headshotting an enemy mech with her Gauss rifles. Did you upgrade Hazen's mech though? She asked. Yes, I said after moving out of the way of some LRMs that my AMS had missed. I upgraded the outdated AC-20 she was still using for some reason to a Gauss rifle. Is that a big deal? Yes, Mark. She said as she crippled another mech. I thought you would have learned by now, bitches love cannons, and you just gave her one of the biggest ones that there is. Welp, I said as I killed an Irby's AC-10. Maybe I should make my noble sacrifice now. Do it and I drag you back from the dead and proceed to ship you off to Solaris. Natasha said. And you won't be allowed back until you can prove that your win against an Atlas in an urban mech wasn't a fluke. Was that the last of them? I asked after nothing was coming my way. I believe it was. Natasha said. But I sincerely believe that we may have to relocate after this. Agreed, I responded before getting Mathis on the channel in order to coordinate a move and double-check some things. Mathis, Duchess Liao still intact? I asked. She is, sir, just a bit shaken up. Mathis replied. Should I put her on? No, Mathis, but have them start packing up the prefabs. We're going to need to relocate before we get pinned down and destroyed by some arty that they were able to hide as well. Copy that, sir. Mathis replied. I'm evacuating the Duchess to our dropships, and securing her there. Good to hear. I replied. We're moving to the dropships on our own now, but have some of our salvage teams go through with some fire teams. We need some prisoners to give us some intel. Chapter 118, This Chaotic Mess We Call Life. July 14th, 3026. How many people did we lose? Hansa asked after they had jumped out of Xi'an. Sir, we managed to get almost everyone out, but the defender stayed in the rear in order to make sure that we made it out. The captain of the Black Lion class battlecruiser reported. Both Colonel Peterson and Captain Bruce were on board along with 2 Sting gunships. They didn't jump with us, did they? Hansa asked. No, sir. The communications officer said. We've got most of the marksmen RCT, but anyone who was on those 3 ships didn't make it out. Do we have a ship with the LF battery? Hansa asked. We need to go see if we can rescue any survivors. Hansa, Marshal Jackson Davian said. There were over 30 nuclear missiles heading directly for them, there aren't going to be any survivors. We should at least see what we can recover. Hansa said firmly. We're not going to leave them as unsung and unknown heroes. We can send one of the destroyers over to double-check. The captain responded. But they wouldn't be able to assist with any major recovery efforts. Well, we can wait out the week it takes to charge in order to make sure that we at least see if anyone is alive. Hansa said with finality. We're not leaving them out there to die if there's anyone left alive. We have one Aegis-class cruiser with an LF battery that could do the recovery. One of the crew members brought up. They should have the extra space for it as well. Send them over, I want them to make sure that we get anyone who is alive back home if possible. Xi'an, July 14th, 3026. Anyone get the number of the bus that hit us? Bruce asked as he held his head. Yes, sir, Bruce's XO said. The defender is gone, Peterson threw you and a few of us into the escape pods before it was hit. Did he make it out? Bruce asked. No, sir, the XO shook his head. The bridge was directly impacted by a nuke, us and 3 other lifeboats are the only ones that made it out. There's 6 of us here. Bruce said. And each of those escape pods or lifeboats hold at least 6 of us. 18 of us made it out of the defender. Bruce said shakily. Did the 2 Stings make it out? No, sir, they were struck by 2 nukes that were on course to intercept Hansa Davian's battlecruiser. The XO replied. We may as well get comfortable though, because we're not going anywhere for a little while. St. Ives, May 20th, 3026. We found out where the 2 lances of Mechs came from. Mathis said. There's a hidden base that one of the enemy pilots had access to, and we're fairly sure that they're a part of the Duchess' own forces instead of Mad Max's people. I looked up. What makes you think that? I asked. Aside from the fact that one of them was sleeping with Candice before her departure to hit Northwind. Mathis asked. Nope, I don't need to know. I raised my hands in surrender. I have no desire to know what he told you underneath the narco interrogation about his sex life with Candice Liao. You sure? Mathis asked with a smirk. Because I figured you'd be wanting to increase the size of your harem. Mathis, I said, for the last time, there is no harem. Grand Base, March 31st, 3026. I really hate this sometimes. Zarantha Calderon confided in her grandson. I wanted to push on through but instead we're going to be stuck with integration duties for the foreseeable future. And what exactly would you be doing if you weren't here? Edward Calderon asked. I'd be enjoying my villa on Kent Aries 4. Zarantha said dreamily. The beaches there beat anything else I've ever seen. She smiled, and the security is top-notch as well. You know that your reputation took a lot of flack after you stepped down for Dad to take over. Edward brought up. Yes. Zarantha responded. But when you get to be my age, you stop caring about your reputation as much. She snorted. I imagine Thomas will step down to parent the rest of your siblings soon and leave the role to you. Why would he do that? Edward asked. He still has plenty of good years left. He does, Zarantha agreed. But that chair ages you, and he knows that he's not a great fit for it. She met her grandson's eyes. But you have the makings of greatness, you don't have the prejudice that Thomas and I have against the Davians, and you're still full of that youthful enthusiasm that drives people to do things beyond themselves. But you're not prejudiced, are you? Edward asked in shock. If you had asked me that nearly 2 decades ago I would have told you that I was indeed. Zarantha responded. While Ian and Hansa probably don't remember it very well, I remember meeting them and their father once. She sighed. Andrew Davian was a man who would have done anything necessary to prevent the collapse of his nation, and that terrified me as a young protector. It led me to funding the Far Lookers movement and beginning to withdraw us from the issues of the inner sphere. Haven't we always been isolationist and more geared towards defense though? Edward asked. Indeed we have, and there is nothing wrong with that if you are in a position of strength. Zarantha responded. But we were not in a position of strength, and it is now only through the bonds that we forged with the Lyran Commonwealth and Federated Sons that we have been able to begin recovering some of our previous strength. That and Hull's influence and help. Edward pointed out. We're not talking about personal connections yet. Zarantha said with a smug grin. Or should I bring up a certain Centrella girl that I saw you eyeing around 6 months back? I'll leave my love life out of it if you do the same. Edward negotiated with a grin. There's nothing to talk about in my love life. Zarantha said in a faux surprised tone of voice. Why, I've outlived my husband by nearly 30 years. Yet, I don't really want to talk about this anymore. Edward blushed bright red. I have a feeling that I might just lose. You have no idea, grandson, no idea. Zarantha laughed. Liao, April 15, 3026. Breaching. Mendoza called over the secure comms channel. First. The point man said as he burst through the door of the mask safe house. Going left, he cleared the corner before checking the other areas that someone might try to hide in. Banging the next room. The pointman said as they stacked up against the wall leading down the stairs. Copy, polarizing. Came the response as the fire teams polarized their visors before kicking down the doors and swarming the mask team. Fucking psycho. The pointman said. This guy just released something inside of the safe house. Seal the doors, and administer the antidotes. Mendoza ordered after a second. We need to make sure that they survive for intelligence purposes later on. Copy that, sir, administering the antidotes. Their corpsman said as she got her medical kit together and began with a general antidote for nerve agents before moving on to the chemical weapons treatments. We'll wait a good 30 minutes before moving out. Mendoza said. The last thing we want is for civilians to get killed in any of this. Historical interlude, the demise of the Capellan Confederation. The Capellan Confederation is an interesting nation to view through the lens of history. While it was once built on the backs of nations that espoused virtue and learning, by the end it had become an authoritarian state that was ruled by a madman intent on the absolute destruction of everything that he once was responsible for. There is a wide debate on when Maximilian Liao truly crossed over the threshold into madness. Some scholars argue that he was well on his descent into insanity when he assassinated his father Tormax Liao, and yet other groups think that it was either when Tikhanov was taken by Davian forces or when Romano Liao was banished. Whatever the case may be, when Maximilian came to power it was the beginning of the end for the Capellan Confederation. Maximilian imposed many successful military policies that granted more tactical flexibility at the hands of his regimental commanders and expanded the amount of forces that the Confederation had at its disposal. The Liaos were even able to strike back at both the Davians and Merriks at this point in time. Unfortunately, with the destruction of a third of the Makaran's armored cavalry in 3007 the Confederation had lost much of its quick reaction and raiding forces, and when the Davians finally took Tikhanov in 3011 while the Taurian Concordat were taking worlds all the way up to Victoria the Confederation began a deadly spiral downwards. With a large portion of their military production now cut off from them, 1. Maximilian was exceedingly grateful to accept the 5 regiments of Wolf's Dragoons as mercenaries for hire, and used them as a barrier against the Free Worlds League. While he was using the Wolf's Dragoons as a barrier, Maximilian Liao was unknowingly working with elements of Comster's Rom division in order to stir up what is now known as the Merrick Civil War. This gave the Confederation some breathing room and allowed Maximilian to focus on what he perceived as the real threat, the Federated Sons. Romano's intervention in order to retain the Wolf's Dragoons as a house unit did not end well for the Confederation. With many of the less radical elements of Mask being lost in the attempt to hold the dependents of the feared mercenaries hostage and culminating in her complete and total banishment from the Capellan Confederation, 2. Romano Liao had gone from one of the highest authorities in the Capellan Confederation, to little more than a refugee. And while many regarded this as harsh at the time, it was what allowed Romano to escape the fall of the Confederation. The Confederation was at a time of relative peace with both the Davians and Merrics for a period of around 10 years or so, which should have allowed them to begin rebuilding the losses that they had taken over the rest of the Third Succession War, but instead, Maximilian Liao focused on purging the Maskarovka of anyone who wasn't fanatically loyal to him and him alone. It was also at this time that Maximilian began to send assassins and assorted wet work teams to try and eliminate his daughter Romano. Romano at this time, had been on Northwind for several years, and had gotten a diagnosis of bipolar disorder with a slight bent towards paranoia and potential delusions. Fortunately, she was receptive to treatments, and even though she was on medications for the remainder of her life, Romano began to thrive. Perhaps it is this which caused Maximilian to launch a strike against Northwind led by his heir and older daughter Candace Liao, but we will likely never know. Max had planted Maskarovka agents among the forces that Candace had taken with her and given them orders to use nuclear ordnance to deny the Davians any military production that was taking place on Northwind. This is where the Confederation truly lost the succession wars, and became the second nation to dissolve in its entirety. 3. No one had used nuclear, biological, or chemical weapons since the latter period of the Second Succession War, and no one desired for more learning and production facilities to be lost. So upon this use of nuclear weapons once again, it was astonishing that the remainder of the successor states refrained from retaliating with weapons of mass destruction of their own. The Davians, Taurian Concordat, and Lyran Commonwealth all invaded the Capellan Confederation shortly after the invasion of Northwind, and began a slow trek towards Xi'an. With elements of the 1st Marksman Regimental Combat Team being among the first to make landfall on a Capellan world, followed shortly after by Duke Hull of Kent-Aries and his own personal guard. From there, it was merely a matter of time until the fall of the Capellan Confederation. With different units racing towards Xi'an, and the Davian forces that were able to respond doing so with a barely restrained vengeance. It was also at this point that many of the Capellan units began to cooperate with the invading forces no matter what nation. Maskarovka had been indiscriminate in their NBC strikes and had gone too far, with some units even being absorbed into the Davian forces in order to maintain holds on various worlds and root out Maskarovka cells. Of particular note was Regiment Vincent's Commandos, who immediately surrendered and began to assist the 1st Kent-Aries Guard in their own garrison and policing actions. 4. And by the end of the campaign had been mostly absorbed by the 1st Kent-Aries Guard. There were also other notable units such as Blandford's Grenadiers that fought against the 1st Marksmen at first, but eventually went on to assist them in eliminating Maskarovka cells and met with Hansa Davian in order to negotiate their survival as a unit. By the time Hansa Davian was ready to move on to Xi'an, the Davians controlled Capella, Liao, Outreach, both Epsilon Indi and Eridani, St. Ives, and many lesser worlds in between. The Taurian Concordat had control of Grand Base, Halloway, Housecarl, and many other worlds down to the periphery border, and the Lyran Commonwealth had taken Sirius, Kiad, Bryant, New Home, Carver V, and Terra Firma. Xi'an, though, was not a world that anyone was able to take. While no one really knows for sure what went on down on the capital of the Capellan Confederation, it is generally agreed that he either deliberately unleashed a bioweapon on his own population, or it escaped from the lab. Either way, though, the result was the same and there was no detectable human life left on the planet of Xi'an by the time Hansa Davian's fleet arrived. Most scholars agree that Maximilian had left a sort of dead man's switch behind, though, because after days of surveying the planet, the entirety of Xi'an's nuclear arsenal began to launch itself at the warships in the fleet. Maximilian had left silos and nuclear missile launchers on every moon and asteroid that might be in the path of a fleet trying to escape the onslaught. This is where the Confederation met its final end, and ceased to exist as a nation-state, never to arise again. The remainder of the Capellan Confederation worlds either formed individual smaller states akin to periphery nations, or joined the surrounding nations. The Andurian state grew by a large percentage at this point, as did the Taurian Concordat. All of the nations that participated in the destruction of the Capellan Confederation spent years eliminating the last of the Maskarovka cells, and no one is absolutely sure that they managed to eradicate them all or not. Tikhanov, Victoria, and Menk had been denied to the Confederation after the Federated Sons and Taurian Concordat had taken those worlds. Transcripts and videos of the banishment are used in many historical and political dramas today as a base for which to do similar scenes. The first nation to begin dissolving was the Free Worlds League, which had been fighting a civil war for over a decade at this point, and many of the worlds had either seceded to join other nations such as the Lyran Commonwealth, or had broken up into their own miniature nation-states, with the Merrick state retaining more military might and industrial power than most of the other states. The Vincent's Commandos Regiment had been joined by portions of the remaining 1st Capellan Reserve Cavalry, and while the Reserve Cavalry remained separate, by 3027, the Vincent's Commandos were a part of the Kent-Aries Guard as an independent unit. Chapter 119, Reckoning. St. Ives, November 25, 3026. Ian, I greeted the first prince of the Federated Sons. Please tell me that you are here to install a permanent military governor. I am. He responded. I even brought her with me, and I believe you'll find it fitting. It's Romano, isn't it? I asked bluntly, not wanting to play the games that Ian found funny. How do you always know these things? Ian asked exasperatedly. Because it's obvious. I said with an eye roll. Romano knows our laws, and because she herself integrated into the Federated Sons, she's more equipped than many of our people at the integration part of conquering a nation. I'm sorry about Peterson. Ian said after he had tried to have his fun. He was a good man. Peterson made a choice. I said gravely, and that choice led to the survival of the majority of his men. I shook my head sadly. I've already filed for adoption of his son Frank Peterson, and I'm going to finish raising him for the next 5 years before he becomes an adult. The quest for vengeance often ends in 2 graves. Ian Davian said. No, it doesn't. I interrupted him before he could finish. Revenge is an important part of human nature, and it often goes hand in hand with justice. In fact, I can find evidence as a Christian that even Yahweh himself ordained revenge as necessary. It's just that said revenge belongs to him if you're a convert. I took a breath. Revenge doesn't mean you have to be prepared to dig 2 graves, and it's meant to serve as closure, a way to ensure that someone who has committed an evil act against you is no longer alive to commit said acts again. I raised my hand to prevent Ian from interjecting. Despite what the Trivids will tell you, revenge isn't inherently evil, and is in fact one of the most human things there is. The only time it becomes a problem is when you are focused on it to the exclusion of everything else, as Mad Max was. I think that we are going to have to agree to disagree on this one. Ian said after a moment of contemplation. And I think you've spent a little too long on the battlefields, old man. I'm only 7 years older than you, Ian, and when you reach 50 you'll hope to look this good. I responded. Now, I'm going to go collect my forces and start rebuilding the 2nd Kent Ares. I paused, unless you needed anything else. Actually yes. Ian stopped me. Did you get the chance to survey the factories here on St. Ives? Yes, I responded. You've got 2 mothballed factories you might want to have NAIS and another company take a look at. You don't want more production? Ian asked, confused. Sharpshooter was my first choice. Ian, I am hiring people as fast as we can train and vet them for the things we are already doing, I said with a sigh. And with us having to set up the Rampage and Emer lines I negotiated with Katrina for, I've got my hands full. I sagged a bit. Not to mention the fact that we're supposed to reopen 2 shipyards this year, and 1 next year. Oh, Ian said as he realized just how much Sharpshooter was doing. You left one of the yards over New Roads, moved one over to Kent Ares, and another to Marcasson, right? Yes, Ian, and the New Roads yards are going to be opened in December, the Kent Ares yards this month, and Marcasson next year. Well, what factories can be reopened here on St. Ives? Ian asked. Reconstruction is one of the things we have found helps with integration. There are a couple of Emperor lines that were mothballed because the XLFE lines were destroyed, and the same with the Pillager. I shrugged. I'm not sure why they didn't downgrade them to a lesser tech base instead of mothballing them, but if you can get the Gauss rifle and XLFE feeders back up and running, you'll have 2 assault mech factories ready to go. Alright then, Ian said in response, go home and get some rest, you and your people have earned it. You bet your royal ass we have. I responded. We're still available if you need help, but we took some serious losses that will take time to fill. Get together with Frederick Steiner. Ian suggested. I think he's in the same boat right now. Kent Ares 4, March 27, 3027. Well, we're going to have to wait for the remainder of the first marksmen to arrive, I said to Natasha as we finally were able to sit down on the front porch of the ducal estate. I'm keeping Godbolt as CO of the 2nd Kent Ares Guard, but both Peterson and his XO Hathaway were killed over Xi'an when the Defender was destroyed. Move Carter up. Natasha suggested. She is effective at her job, and is more likely to keep a level head than any of the other people we could move into Peterson's role. And the fact that she's been on a training rotation for the last little while should help her get them back up to full strength. I agreed. We are going to have to wait on replacing the machines though. I said with a shrug, most of ours are currently promised to other places, and our waiting list only grew longer with us taking what we had available in order to replenish what the Highlanders lost. That is acceptable. Natasha replied with a raised eyebrow. We can move some of our non-upgraded Ducal Guard machines over to whatever needs to be replaced. I guess you're right there. I said after a moment of consideration. We do still have a large supply of the Omni-Mechs you brought back with us, even if we only let your Marauders keep using theirs. Outfit the entirety of the Ducal Guard with the Omni-Mechs. Natasha said. Unless you desire to keep your Warmer, we can then distribute the salvage that we took from St. Ives to our other units as well in order to keep them at full strength in machinery, even if we have to train up more pilots. When did you get so good at logistics, Nat? I asked with a smirk and a twinkle in my eye. It must have been when Shepard drilled it into all of our heads in training. Natasha responded with a look. And I would caution you from continuing on this path or you may regret it. I raised my hands in faux surrender. Now we need to go check up on Frank, he's been locked in his father's house since the funeral. Death comes for us all one day. Natasha said introspectively. And it is often only in someone's death that you acutely feel their presence missing. It doesn't help that I've basically been raising him since Francesca died. I responded sadly. Peterson was a good officer, but he too often did not act as a good father. It is the truly sad thing about his departure from this life. Natasha said as we walked back inside. That he had truly started to reconcile before his passing. You can't afford to miss an opportunity to spend time with loved ones. I agreed. You never know if that might be the last time that you see them. Chapter 120, Training. Kent Aries 4, April 3, 3027. Alright Sapphire, it's time to do that math homework. I said to my 6-year-old. But Dad, you hate math. She said exasperatedly. I'm the one who loves numbers. And you loving math doesn't change the fact that I still need to check your work. I ruffled the strawberry blonde's hair. I may not like math, but that doesn't mean that I'm not good at it. Ugh Dad, I already brushed my hair today. She whined. Now I have to do it again. Schoolwork before playing surf, you know that. I said as I chuckled at my daughter. But why doesn't Mom help me with the schoolwork? Sapphire asked. Because she didn't exactly have what we would call a normal education. I said. She would be good at teaching you the military things later though. I leaned over the 6-year-old's desk in order to check her work and answers. I love you Dad. Sapphire said after a moment. I love you too sweetheart. I said, giving my daughter a hug. I love you too. April 4th, 3027. Come on, you call that accuracy? Natasha goaded her son. I shot better than that at your age and I wasn't even infantry. 4 sharp cracks resounded at the range as David fired the rifle he had into 4 separate bullseyes. Is that better Mom? David asked sarcastically. You didn't even appreciate the smiley face that I made for you. I did like it, your grouping was just bad. Natasha said with a smirk. Do it in 8 centimeters next time and I'll allow it. Fine, David scoffed. I bet the other kids in the academy don't have to go through this. No, they have to go through worse than this, Natasha said with a grin. Shepard doesn't care who your parents are, just that you learn and do what you're told. I'm giving you the prep course that's recommended for parents. Then why haven't you let me touch the simulators? David asked. We did the neurohelmet test already and we know I can pilot a mech. Because no one on this planet is a mech pilot first. Natasha recited. Everyone learns how to do infantry tasks and serves in something other than a mech even if they're certified on a mech until they've proven they can do the job well. No one else does it like this though. David brought up, they all use mechs first, and the Dracs have conquered more territory than anyone else ever had before the collapse of the Capellan Confederation. Because this works better. Natasha said. Having everyone share a similar skill base gives you an appreciation for what everyone else has to go through and allows you to take input from people who aren't mech warriors. I might be one of the best mech pilots to ever live, but I got even better once I knew how effective combat vehicles were. Natasha grinned. And let me tell you something, a mech is fun, but it doesn't beat piloting a hovercraft around. April 17th, 3027. Reverse, get us out of here. Melissa Steiner commanded her von Luckner crew. That's Kerensky's Nightstar and if we don't regroup with the rest of our fire team we're not going to be going anywhere. Reversing. The driver responded. I'll have a 10-second period to hit the mech in, the spotter said as he ran some quick calculations in his head. Do it, and keep moving. Melissa commanded before turning to her comms device. Fire team lead, we're falling back, we have enemy assault mech elements pushing us in. Copy that Sabre 1, we've got you covered if you proceed along to nav point Charlie. The fire team leader responded. Aye sir, we're pulling back to Charlie now. The 17-year-old responded. Good, we've got fire teams Bravo and Delta moving in as backup now. Kerensky is onto us. Melissa said as the Nightstar began to move towards their tank. And where she is, her marauders aren't far behind. I'm backing us up as fast as I can. The driver said. Spin us around then, we need to be moving faster than this or we'll end up dead. Melissa ordered calmly. But that exposes our rear armor. The driver stammered out. And if we're careful, we can evade until we reach Charlie, but until then we need to pour on the speed. Spinning us around now. The driver finally obeyed. Firing now. The gunner said as he sighted in the Nightstar. LRMs are ineffective, using primary weapon. The vehicle shook as a round left the chamber. Good contact, reloading. Keep us moving, Melissa commanded, we can afford to waste the ammo, but we can't fight if we're rendered combat ineffective. Ma'am, we've got 1 more kilometer before we reach NAV Charlie, and we've got a gargoyle moving up on us fast. The sensors tech reported. Fire team lead, we're being chased by the marauders, and we need a bailout, otherwise we won't make it. Melissa said into the comms channel. Wait one. The fire team leader responded. Intercepting now. 6 gauze rounds impacted the 80-ton assault mech, throwing it onto its back. I want that thing dead and gone. Melissa ordered the gunner. Kneecap it or whatever you have to do, but maintain fire until it can't get up. Yes ma'am. The gunner grinned beneath his mithril's helmet. Rendering assault mech dead and gone. Saber 1, pull back immediately. The fire team leader ordered. You're about to get hammered. We can do this, lead. Melissa said as they began to fire into the gargoyle, just let us have this. Saber 1, you're about to have 3 mechs over on your position. The fire team lead tried to reel Melissa's tank crew in, but they were a little cocky and were still congratulating themselves when a Warmer, Timber Wolf and Summoner walked around the corner. Fuck, Melissa said as the trio of mechs hammered her tank until their computers said they were downed. Well, we may have gotten a little too bloodthirsty there. Ya think? Uncle Mark said over her comms channel. Aggression is good as long as you know when to rein it in. We'll see you at the debrief. April 21st, 3027. So second years, what did we learn at this term's live fire exercise? Shepard asked. That we're not as good as the Ducal Guard. A cadet officer asked. Is that a question or a statement, Cadet Lieutenant? Shepard asked bluntly. A statement, sir. The cadet lieutenant responded. No, you're not quite up to the level of an elite overstrength combined arms regiment. Shepard said with a smile. But you outnumbered them, and most of them are in their 30s to 50s, so how did you let a bunch of old people beat you youngsters? Because we got too eager to push forward. Melissa offered. We did well in the first couple of days into the exercise, but when they started taking losses we got cocky and stopped considering effective tactics. Partially correct. Shepard said. How many of you fell for Hull's lone Warmer ambush? He asked the assembled officers. A lot of you, right? Sir, how were we to know that there was artillery with Arrow 4 missiles dialed in on his position or infantry using tag to paint us? A cadet officer asked. You weren't, Shepard shrugged. Even veteran units have fallen for that one if you've read the declassified reports I give you as homework. He chuckled a bit at the crestfallen expression. You're supposed to be wary of anything that looks suspicious, and if you see something like that, you either call in for backup, or you lure someone out of their position. But Duke Hull's Warmer outranged us, sir. A cadet officer said, and it has an AMS that would have prevented us from hitting him with our LRM carriers. Did you not have artillery of your own? Shepard asked. The reason we use some of the ruined cities for training purposes is to get you accustomed to the urban environments. But what about potential civilians? Another officer asked. Typically, we issue warnings to civilians in any areas where there might be a potential for any sort of warfare going on. But ultimately, some civilian casualties are inevitable in war. Shepard shrugged. No one likes it, but there is always a round fired that accidentally hits somewhere that it shouldn't, or an undetonated LRM or SRM that a civilian goes to look at and collect as a souvenir that blows up in their faces. We try to limit them as much as humanly possible, but some collateral damage is inevitable in war. Is that why the succession states only pursue military targets for the most part? Another person asked. For the most part, yes, but if you had asked that in the peak of the First or Second Succession War, that would have been a resounding no. Shepard shook his head. The First and Second Succession Wars were plagued by people committing atrocities the likes we hadn't seen before aside from the amorous Civil War. And we didn't see that level of atrocities again until Maximilian Liao's orders to the Maskarovka were carried out on many planets. Now, to bring us back onto the subject of the debriefing. April 22nd, 3027. They're shaping up pretty well, Shepard, I said with a good-natured grin. They certainly suckered Winson in. This is probably the second brightest batch of second years we've had yet. Shepard responded, matching my grin. The only ones that have this group beat are Carter's class. Fucking building droppers. I said. I still don't want to know how they cooked up the plastic explosives so well. She majored in chemical engineering, Mark. Shepard grinned. Of course she was going to be able to do something like that. There's a reason we banned her from instructing anyone under 3rd years while she was on the training rotation. Shepard said smugly. Say what you will about her, but she took combined arms to a whole new level with our instruction. Yeah, and now Zoe Carter is being moved up to CO of the 1st Marksman once she's off of her maternity leave. I said with a smile. She's come a long way from that brat we picked up on Pierce all those years ago. Yes, she has. Shepard agreed. Now I'm sure you're here for more than discussing those kinds of things with me. Yeah, David wants to enroll come August. I told Shepard, and Katrina wants an update on Melissa. Well, David is welcome to join provided he meets our standards. Shepard said. And Melissa has done superbly so far, she's risen to cadet lieutenant and is earmarked for cadet major and colonel by her 4th year. I did note that she has a tendency towards aggression in her maneuvers. I said after consulting my pad for the debriefing notes I had written down. Her taming that streak is the only thing holding her back. Shepard agreed. Aggression is a good thing in a soldier, but it needs to be tempered and leashed properly before you can be a good officer. Sometimes, you need to hold ground instead of advance. I agreed. But she'll learn that over time. Tell Katrina that she's doing well, and that by the time she graduates she'll be a good officer for the LCAF. Shepard said. I'll even pen the note myself. No need for that, Shepard. I said with a smile. Katrina trusts me. Now, Frank is on course to graduate next year. Shepard said, but he wants to go into the medical field instead of the front lines. That's great, I said. I'm just glad he finally picked a field to go into. Yeah, he had Erica and I worried for a bit too. Shepard said in response. Just make sure he doesn't end up with Dr. Hale as a teacher, she scares me. No promises, Shepard. I responded, no promises. Chapter 121, Time Skip, 2. Kent Aries 4, May 25, 3030. The biggest thing to remember from our time here at Marksman Academy is that even though we may be going to different nations and different areas of service we can still stay connected. We have the largest group of mixed nation graduates in history, and that means something. It means that we have a real chance of making this peace last. And I think that's probably more important than us being skilled in the ways of war. Thank you guys for making this a fun 5 years of learning. Melissa said with a smile before handing the ceremonies back over to Shepard. Dad, Mom. Melissa squeezed her parents in a big bear hug. I'm so glad you guys made it. We wouldn't have missed this even if the entirety of the Draconis Combine were in between us. Katrina responded with tears in her eyes. You did fantastic. Hey sis, Elsa greeted her older sister. Looks like I've got to beat your grades. You can try little sis. Melissa grinned while messing up her little sister's hair. Where's Adam Mom? He couldn't get the time off approved. Katrina said. No, he forgot to put in the leave request in time. Arthur chimed in with a chuckle. He just got busy and forgot. He did send some letters with us though. Well, I'll read them while we're on our way back to their CAD. Melissa said with a grin. You're being assigned to the 4th Royal Guards under Frederick. Katrina said. Your uncle has been looking forward to this for the past year or so. Why them? Melissa asked. I thought you didn't want me anywhere near actual combat and conflict. I may have had some people correct me on that issue. Katrina glared at her husband. Now, where are the good places to go bar crawling? Katrina smirked. We have a tradition to keep. That night. Come on Melissa, you can do one more shot. Natasha Kerensky cheered her on. You've got to beat your mother after all. Katrina and Melissa had found Natasha and a couple of others early on and had ended their bar run at the bar that was frequented the most by the Ducal Guard. Then they proceeded to try and drink each other under the table. She can't keep up with me. Katrina taunted with a smirk. I've got age on her. I've got the faster metabolism. Melissa said as she slammed another shot down. Your turn. Unfortunately for the two Steiners, Natasha had been recording the entire night, and would be using this as blackmail for years to come. Barkeep, just bring out the bottle. Katrina said after they emptied the remainder of their shots at the table. And put it on Duke Hull's tab. The barkeeper just shrugged and brought out the remainder of the bottle of whiskey that the two Steiners were halfway through. Just for that I am not sharing Mark's hangover cure with either of you. Natasha told the two drunk blondes. But, you may not like his cure anyway so it is not that much of a loss. She shrugged. While Natasha had drank some alcohol over the course of the night, she was the designated driver and so had remained sober. Hey Natasha, Katrina slurred. I think you're no fun. And I believe you are drunk. Natasha stated with a smirk. I think that you'll find me very fun in the morning. May 26, 3030. My head. Melissa muttered as she woke up bleary-eyed, with a massive headache, and nauseous. I won though. She raised her fists in victory. No, her mother said from the other couch, I think we both lost. Why? Melissa asked, and then had her question answered as the emergency lights and sirens began to flash. This is Natasha Kerensky, we are proceeding with our monthly unscheduled invasion drill, please make your way to your designated areas and await further instructions. Damn it. Melissa said as she stood up and held her head. Follow me Mom. The two Steiner blondes made their way to the elevator they were supposed to head to in case of an actual invasion. Why did we think last night was a good idea? Katrina asked. Because it was fun until you made fun of Aunt Nat. Melissa retorted. You should know by now that she always gets payback, if you wanted an easy morning you should have brought Uncle Mark on the crawl with us. Fair point. Katrina replied. What goes into Mark's hangover cure anyway? You don't want to know. Melissa responded with a wide-eyed look. Let's just say it's the reason I've only been drunk once before this. Does it work though? Katrina asked Slash. Yes, it's pretty effective. Melissa said over the sirens as the elevator began its descent into the mountain complex. But it'll have to wait until we get out of the estate. Once they reached the hidden complex underneath the mountain, a blissful silence filled the air, and they made their way to the area that their slates told them to head to. Surprise! Echoed through the room as they walked in. Sorry about the hangover. Mark said after the noise died down a bit. But y'all insisted on the drinking binge and we already had this party planned with Arthur. Just give me that. Melissa told Mark as she took the cup that he was offering to her. I won't be happy I drank this, but if it makes the world stop moving so much then I'll do it. She held her nose and tipped back the spicy concoction. What is in that? Katrina asked as she finished off her own cup. I mean, it works but I'm not sure I'm going to be able to taste anything for the rest of the day. Like 3 kinds of extremely spicy hot sauce mixed in with an electrolyte mix and lots of water. Mark replied with a smug grin. If it keeps you from getting drunk again then it's worth it, warning though, it takes a little bit to settle and I wouldn't eat anything until it has. May 27th, 3030. Here's your graduation gift, Mel. Melissa's uncle Mark said, sorry it took so long to finish it. What on earth did you do to that alicorn? She asked as she walked around her new tank. There's still 3 Gauss rifles here, but how did you get the free tonnage to add a machine gun and 2 lasers? Well, we spent a lot of time and money refitting the extra light fusion engine over to an extra light fusion engine. Mark replied with a smile. It's not technology we can fully reproduce on the factory scale just yet, but for single projects like this we can. Anything else I should know about this beauty? Melissa asked as she climbed onto the tank painted in the 4th Royal Guards parade colors. I added an extra ton of armor. Mark replied. And I had to clear the refits with Katrina before she would let me give it to you. There's case in here. A voice echoed from inside the tank as Melissa explored it. Figured you might need it with the machine gun ammo that we crammed in there. Mark replied. We also included 2 mechs and another vehicle to round everything out, 1 more alicorn modified in the same way so that you have a pair of them, along with 1 of our new Toros and a Marauder Mad 2T refit fresh from Taurus. I thought you hadn't fully worked out the kinks on mass producing the LBX-5. Melissa said as she popped her head out of her tank. Sharpshooter didn't work out the kinks. Mark shrugged. But some genius over there with TTI did figure it out, and now we purchase them by the lance. Thank you, Uncle Mark. Melissa wrapped him in a massive hug. Hopefully I don't have to put this to use anytime soon. Si vis pacem, parabellum. Mark replied. Better to have it and never have to use it in a war than to need it for a war and not have access to it. I know what that means. Melissa replied, I speak more languages than you remember. I remember, he chuckled. Let's get everything set up for you to give this baby a test run. I get to blow things up. Melissa's eyes lit up with glee. Where do I sign? Letting you hang out with Colonel Carter was a bad idea. Mark shook his head. I should have known better. May 30th, 3030. Hey Mark, Katrina knocked on the door frame of my office. I need to discuss something with you. I keep my door open for a reason. I said with a smile. What's up? I'd like to discuss a marriage proposal with you. She responded. You don't have to make a decision now, but I would like to try and get Elena and David together to see if they would be compatible. I can see where you came up with the idea. I said. But wouldn't Jonathan Davian be a better choice to bind the 2 nations together? I was going to see if Adam and Jennifer would be a good match in that case. Katrina replied. This way we have the connections through 2nd and 3rd children in case of people trying to claim dynasty usurpation. I'll support the plan if you can find a way to include the Taurians. I said after a moment's consideration. And it's conditional on the children agreeing to it. Of course it's conditional on our children agreeing. Katrina said with a small glare. I already accomplished a good portion of my goals for my nation. This is just a way to help ensure that the peace lasts. All right. I said, lay out the entire plan for me while I try and get Zarantha and Natasha in here. Natasha needs to be informed, and Zarantha might be able to help us tie the Taurians into this. Chapter 122, Reclamation. Thurcad, August 11th, 3030. Nandi, did the 2 marksman regimental combat teams make it over to the Sky region yet? Regis asked. The 1st marksmen are currently inbound towards La Blanc while the 2nd marksmen are at Lyons. Nandi reported. Good, we'll kick things off once the Kellhounds and Archon Steiner are back in Lyran space. Regis replied. We've spent 15 years working on reforms and rebuilding units, and now it's time to see if we can push the Draconis Combine back. We'll be on our own for a decent bit of it, the treaty is only for defensive purposes for now. Nandi reminded Regis. I know that, Regis said, but Lick has reported that they've rotated more people over to the Federated Sun's border and that we'll have the greatest chance to do this than we ever have before. If we manage to hit them in that window. Nandi said, Lick has been wrong before, and with Joshua Wolf having 2 regiments and working with them for the past 5 years worries me. Didn't the Wolf's Dragoons go over to the Wolf Confederation? Regis asked with a confused expression. Not all of them. Nandi said, 2 of their regiments went with Jamie Wolf and his family to the Confederation, 1 regiment went independent and goes by the name of Snort's Irregulars, and the other 2 followed Joshua Wolf into contracts with us first, and then over to the Draconis Combine. That's right. It clicked in Regis's head. Snort's Irregulars mainly help us stir up chaos in what's left of the Free Worlds League. It is what we pay him for. Nandi agreed. They do good work over on that border. Well, we'll get everything together and have everything ready for when Archon Steiner gives us the go-ahead. Regis said. We've got a dragon to kill. Rigel Kentaurus, August 15, 3030. Melissa, it's good to see you. Frederick Steiner said with a broad smile. I've heard good things about Marksman Academy, and I can't wait to see how you compare to our Nagelring and Sanglamore graduates. Hopefully better, Melissa replied, still standing at attention. Permission to see to my lance's removal from the Archon's dropship, sir. Permission granted. Frederick responded. You'll be training with your new unit for a couple of months before anything big happens. Kent Aries 4, August 10, 3030. Happy birthday, son. I gave David a hug. Are you excited for your second to last year at the academy? Yeah, we're totally going to kick your tail in the training exercises this year. He said with a grin. I'm finally going to beat Mom too. In your dreams maybe. Natasha replied, that is the only way you would even be able to stand a chance. And besides, I said with a grin. It's the first Kent Aries who are on rotation for the exercises this year. Crap. David's face paled a bit. Packer has more people in the first Kent Aries than the entire academy since he absorbed Vincent's commandos. Which is why this year the training exercises will involve the militia units cooperating with the academy in order to simulate an invasion. But that's unrealistic, David tried to point out. The chances of someone making landfall on Kent Aries 4 are astronomical. Good word choice, Natasha said with a smirk. But you can't always count on things to go your way. Which is why we're doing a simulated invasion scenario. I said. We've made Kent Aries as heavily guarded as possible, but it's still one of the most tempting targets that any enemy could try and take. Is that the reason that you and Sif have been off-world so much over the last couple of years? David asked. Yes, actually. I said with a sigh. She's already halfway through her bachelor's degree from the SLC with a double major in accounting and engineering. She's also been helping me crunch numbers and work on getting more copies of our factories spread out so we don't lose production here should the worst come to pass. Well, I guess I know who is getting the company then. David said wryly, as if it hadn't been evident years ago. Well, she still idolizes you so I wouldn't be worried about going penniless. I said with a grin. In fact, Natasha and I might even let you have a stipend. Will I have to work on the farm for it again? David asked. I still don't know why you keep all of those animals on the estate grounds. You learned a lot of things about politics and people on the farm. I said with a grin. Like what, Dad? David asked sarcastically, you're really going to sit here and tell me that there was a lesson in all of the farm animals you made Sapphire and myself take care of? Yab. I said, popping the pea. Remember how the animals didn't always understand that you were trying to take care of them? Yes, David responded. That's what people are like when they're at their best, and when people are panicked, they act just like the cow that got loose that you had to wrangle as a kid. I smirked, and when you stepped in shit and had to clean it up is relevant to all of politics. Sometimes you step in shit and have to clean it up either verbally or physically, and it's not always pretty, but it always stinks. How long have you been waiting for that question? David asked as he realized that these answers were prepared a long time ago. Around 5 years, I said with a grin. Sapphire asked a year ago when she stepped on a cow pie. What did she do afterwards? David asked. I threw it at Dad. Sapphire said as she walked into the room. But the old man dodged it and threw me into the pig pen. Age and treachery always trumps youth and skill. I butchered the quote. One day, you two will be able to take your mother and I on, but today is not that day. I laughed maniacally. Get him. Sapphire said as she charged me. I'm on it. David agreed. That is what you think. Natasha said as she grabbed Sapphire's collar. Are your chores finished? No. Sapphire mumbled. But the animals are so stupid. She kicked the ground. No doing fun stuff until the chores are done. Natasha said sternly. Now go finish those chores. Speaking of chores. I said as I pinned David to the ground with a deft twist. You did help McAllister clean up the mess that you were supposed to write. Maybe. David tried to break out of the pin. But it would have taken 3 days to finish. Well then, I think David needs another lesson on why not to mess with Mac. I said with a smirk. What do you think, Nat? I shall call him immediately. She pulled out her slate. McAllister, did David finish cleaning the mechs like he was supposed to? Only half of them you say? Thank you. She hung up. Do you want to deliver him, or should I? I asked. You deal with the farm animals. Natasha said, I only help with that because you asked me to, now that our children do it I will never do it again. Alright, I chuckled. I'll go make sure Sapphire doesn't get lost on the way again. Chapter 123, Blitzkrieg. Rigel Kentaru's Jump Point, November 18, 3030. 4th Royal Guards, this is where we prove that us being rebuilt was not a mistake, this is where we redeem ourselves after our shameful showing in the Capellan Confederation. We are jumping straight to Diran in order to take that world along with the 10th Sky Rangers. From there we will push further into the Combine until either God or the enemy sees fit to finally make us stop advancing. We are the pride of the Commonwealth, and we're going to prove that in the process of this campaign. General Frederick Steiner said to the troops on the various dropships and jump ships that belonged to the 4th Royal Guards. After his speech, Frederick looked at his aide-de-camp and nodded, giving him the signal to go ahead and start the transition. With an alarm sounding to signal that the jump ship fleet was about to change systems. A ripple and shift in reality was all that showed that the 4th Royal Guards had appeared into the system, and the dropships detached and began a 1-gram burn for the planet. KO, Draconis Combine, November 25, 3030. So many shut that fucking artillery down. Stone ordered as he moved away from the LZ that had been zoned by the militia artillery that was attached to the 22nd Diran regulars. Vance, where is our air support? Our Stings are currently engaged with a couple of clones of some kind, they're not quite as well armed and armored but it'll still take time to get them over to you. Vance reported. We do have a company of ODST waiting on the Vengeance in orbit though. Have 2 platoons drop on that artillery, if we don't take it out then we'll be easy pickings for the 22nd Diran regulars. Stone said as he exchanged fire with a Draconis Combine Jenner, melting off nearly 2 tons of armor with his ERP-Cs. You good lieutenant? Stone asked the fire team leader that was with him. I thought you liked that Von Roars. I do sir, just not quite used to the new electronics package yet. The lieutenant replied. My targeting systems are faster than I'm used to. Well, just stick with me and we'll be alright. Stone replied, we'll get you up to ace yet. Stone moved his Marauder back to the LZ that they were securing and then turned to the sky as it lit up with what looked like debris falling from orbit at first glance. Godspeed Helljumpers, Godspeed. How do we go Helljumpers? Godfrey asked his company of orbital drop shock troopers. We go feet first, Captain. The company responded to Godfrey's call. Damn straight, Godfrey said as his chest filled with pride. Our esteemed commanding officer, Colonel Stone, needs us to pull him and his men out of the fire, it seems that they can't handle some artillery. Godfrey scoffed. But we're going to go down in style and make sure that these bastards know who they're messing with. Aye sir. They responded. Now get into your designated pods, we've got some arty to kill. Godfrey said with a grin. Kessel, Draconis Combine, November 25, 3030. Trigger those explosives. Colonel Zoe Carter commanded from her mobile HQ. I want the 3rd Diran regulars to back off from that ridge until we can move our infantry up there. Yes ma'am, triggering a rock slide. Her comms officer relayed the command. Major Davis needs some input though ma'am. Have his unit power down, we need to sucker the 12th Sun Jong Academy Cotter in, those light machines are almost purpose-built for guerrilla warfare. Carter said. We'll draw them in and then hit them from behind with Major Davis' unit in order to thin them out. Are Stings done with that aerial battle yet? Carter asked. Yes ma'am, they're landing for a quick rearmor and rearm now. Came a response. Well, get them back out there, we need the Ka. EDA 30 mics on the reskin ma'am. The same officer reported. They took a beating earlier. Have our artillery section stand by for tag then, we need to make sure that we've got our people covered while we rearm and repair the Sting gunships. Yes ma'am, having artillery stand by. Why haven't they detonated that ridge yet? Carter asked. Ma'am, they seem to be having an issue with the remote detonators. Tell them they have 5 minutes before I come and blow up the ridge myself. Yes ma'am, lighting a fire underneath them. Luthien, Draconis Combine, 3030. So the Lyrans have made their move. Takashi stated. Have the Wolf's Dragoons and 2 regiments of the Ryakan move to reinforce Diran, and have my son Theodore and the legions of Vega move to Kessel. He paused in thought for a moment while sitting on his throne. We must move some of our units away from the Davian border, but we also cannot afford to show weakness to them or we may be assailed on 2 sides. My lord, we could retake some of the Gaeldan regulars, Subash Indrahar observed. Many of them are stationed along the periphery border. What is this? Takashi interrupted as he looked at the battle roam from one of his officers from the Battle of Kessel. My lord, all of our intelligence points to it as being a more modern refit of the Hebai. Subash offered. They have spat in our faces twice now. Takashi growled out. This Duke Hull is even more of a priority target than he was before. First he revives the gladiator to our shame, and then he brings out this. Takashi visibly calmed himself. While he shows honor in combat, he has shown that he cares more for victory than honor, and as such he shall be treated as he desires. You wish us to assassinate him? Subash Indrahar asked inquisitively. My lord, that could very well trigger the second war that we are trying to avoid. It will wait, Takashi stated coldly. First we shall deal with the threat that the Lyrans offer, and then we will deal with the Davians. Sky, Lyran Commonwealth, December 28, 3030. Nandi, Katrina greeted her over the live HPG transmission. Is Operation Blitzkrieg going well? Diran is still holding out. It seems that they maintain at least 3 regiments at all times since the Davians managed to take it in 3020. Nandi replied, the other area that is holding out is Kessel. They managed to reinforce them with the 18th Diran regulars, and the 1st marksmen are outnumbered but still doing well. KO is ours, as is Kimball 2, Komeferos, Alrikis, Dramanai 6, and Atria. We're moving on to phase 2 and allowing the Sky Rangers off of their leash. Nandi said with a smirk. The 17th Sky Rangers are being told to go raiding as far into the Combine as they can logistically support and to move over to the Davian border if they can successfully accomplish it. Hopefully there'll be enough of a distraction while we secure the border in order to move further into the Combine. Katrina replied. I'm sending the Kellhounds to you, make sure you put them to good use. We'll need them for garrison duty if nothing else. Nandi responded with a yawn. It is late, Katrina, and I need some rest. I understand, Nandi, doing paperwork can be exhausting on the best day, casualty reports are even more so. Katrina said with a sad smile. Get some rest, Nandi, I'll see you again at the regular check-in. With the final words exchanged, Nandi walked out of the private booth that the local Comster Prekenter had provided. Once again, we thank you for your patronage. We're wiping down the booth now, and ensured that the privacy policy was followed to the letter. Good to hear. Nandi said. Hopefully we won't need to do too many more of these. I hear it strains the HPG components. It does, but in limited time frames such as this one it is an acceptable level of stress, and we now manufacture replacement parts at a rate much higher than we did before. Prekenter smiled. Why, the more components that we wear out, the higher my budget for research goes. Oh God, save me from scientists trying to get more funding. Nandi said after she had managed to leave the Comster HPG compound. They're like rats trying to get the biggest piece of cheese they can find. Chapter 124, Hanging On. Kessel, Draconis Combine, December 25, 3030. Pull back into the mountains. Colonel Carter ordered. We can hold them off easier from a defensive position. When did the 18th Diran regulars start using Royal Tech? Major Davis asked as he walked into the mobile HQ. I know we're using Clan Tech on a lot of our units, but we didn't expect Lestech to be a thing that they were using on regular units. We're fairly sure the Helm Core data was leaked or stolen sometime around 3020. The intelligence liaison spoke up. Dunham thinks that it was a deliberate leak to the Draconis Combine from MIIO. Why would they leak that though? Davis asked. Wouldn't it be better to field the edge? We've had the core for over 2 decades now. Carter said, and with the 3 main nations of the Defense Alliance having access to the Wolf Clan technology core we still have the edge. She shrugged. We've started issuing royal-grade weapons and mechs to our regulars, not just our elite-rated units, and the Diran regulars are rated as an elite unit, along with Dexter Kingsley being one of the few COS in the DCMS that is actually good at combined arms warfare. That's actually a good point. Davis said as the mobile HQ fell back further into the mountains towards their fortifications. We can still maintain the technology edge, and we had a much larger head start on the development and repair of factories. We can finish this discussion later. Carter said. We've got a heavy company beginning to push towards the LZ. Back to it I guess. Davis said with a sigh as he grabbed onto the ladder hanging down from his modified gladiator. I better go make sure that our people didn't get greedy with the salvage. If they're still out there salvaging this could lead to a massacre. I'm pulling up the set feed now. One of the techs called out to Carter. That's a lot more than just a heavy company, ma'am. Scramble our CA, and get the Vengeances in orbit on standby. We might need some ODSTs dropped in behind them in order to make sure we don't get overrun. Ma'am, we're going to have to hold out for longer. I just got word that there are more DCMS forces at the jump point. A tech relayed. No confirmation, but maybe another regiment or 2. Well, this day just keeps getting better, doesn't it? Carter said wryly. Start breaking out the Arrow 4 artillery. I think it's time we started taking more of these guys with us. She stood up and got ready to leave the mobile HQ. Where are you going, ma'am? The lead staff officer asked. I'm getting in my von Luckner, we're going to need all of the firepower we can get. Carter replied. I can coordinate things from there. KO, Lyran Commonwealth, December 28, 3030. We're almost done packing up, and with the garrison forces on schedule to be landing in a couple of days we're moving on to Altair. Stone told his senior staff as he looked over the newly unsealed orders. We may have our work cut out for us, the people who are supposed to be on Altair are the 18th Diran regulars, and we know that they are very good at their jobs. We got this, sir. Major Vance chimed in. We just can't get cocky. Well, I guess we'll find out when we get there, it's 2 jumps away from here so we're not going to have a lot of downtime. Stone said. How do you think Cartes is doing over on Kessel? Blowing things up and making people regret their decisions as usual. Vance replied. We all know that the only reason she didn't go on to be a part of the SLC is that she enjoys blowing things up too much. That she does, Stone replied, that she does. Altair, Draconis Combine January 23, 3031. Well, it looks like we have a challenge ahead of us. Joshua Wolf said as he analyzed the readouts on the forces that were burning towards the planet of Altair. I do believe that is the 2nd Marksmen, who are commanded by Colonel Robert Stone. He is a much more aggressive fighter and commander than the rest of the marksmen, and prefers to be on the offensive. You have much intelligence on our enemies, Chusa Jerry Akuma said with a nod. This will be useful in helping us exterminate the enemies of the dragon. We outnumber them, Colonel Joshua Wolf said, but we should not underestimate the marksmen, many are the elite units that have been broken and shattered for that very mistake. Then I am exceedingly grateful that you have provided us with the means of our victory. He gestured to the slightly smaller elemental suits that had been developed off of the designs and specifications that Joshua Wolf had provided. Remain wary, we have had 10 years of peace, and we do not know everything that Hull and his pet scientists may have come up with over the years. Taisho Minobu Tetsuhara reminded them. We have not been idle ourselves after all, and is it not honorable to show ourselves worthy of fighting a force that has defied all odds before? Joshua Wolf said with a slightly mad grin. My only regret is that Hull is not here himself for a chance to battle. Kent Aries 4, January 31, 3031. Come on Ian, if you don't start moving then Sandoval is going to start looking for excuses to try and have Hansa take your place. I told the man who was on a quick visit. Especially after the marriage alliances that the 3 of us in the alliance just agreed to. We're working on something, Mark, you just need to be patient. Ian cautioned. I want to be out there fighting just as much as you, but we have to take these things slow sometimes. Really, Ian? I raised an eyebrow. You don't get to talk to me about patience when you tried to commit suicide via samurai 10 years ago. And you are not trying to do the same now. Ian asked me. You are asking to invade another nation after all. Because minus the 10-year ceasefire that is now over, they've literally proven that their desire is to control the entirety of the inner sphere. I responded. The only other threat I can imagine to actual peace for our time and age is the clans, and Nat left them in a chaotic mess when she left. Mark, just give me a couple of months to shift some units around. Ian said with an exaggerated sigh. You seem a little on edge and bloodthirsty compared to normal, what's up? Something's very wrong. I stated calmly and with ice in my voice. I'm not sure what is wrong, but I can feel it deep in my bones, and if we don't do something very soon then we may have some serious issues on our hands. We haven't heard anything from the Outworlds Alliance in over 5 years, Ian. I said. Don't you think that's a bit odd for a nation that was mostly based on trade with nations? I asked, and, I know that Thomas Merrick is fairly certain that they eliminated most of the radicals in Comster, but the Outworlds Alliance always relied on Comster far more than the other periphery nations, and we haven't gotten a single HPG message from them in 5 years, it's as if the entire nation went under a blackout. You're too paranoid, Mark, Ian scoffed. I'm sure it's just Comster upgrading the entire HPG system over there or something with a rational explanation. I'm giving you a rational explanation, Ian. Rogue Comster radicals take over a stellar nation, rebuild their industrial might, and ally themselves with the Draconis Combine in order to start making their way back into a seat of power. I said bluntly. Well, I guess we'll just have to wait and see then. Ian waved me off. I'm on vacation right now anyway, so shoo. Mark my words, Ian, I said before I walked away. This is going to come back to haunt you. He did not listen. Natasha asked when I arrived back at my office. No, he completely ignored my every concern. I said, I wish it were Hansa here, he at least has a good head on his shoulders for this kind of thing. Hansa is also more of a cerebral person than Ian is. Natasha reminded me. It took the 2 of you years to get Ian to stay away from frontline combat, remember? Yet I know. I sighed as I drew my wife into a hug and a kiss. I'm just concerned, and we seem to be the only ones who are concerned about this. The Torians and Katrina took us seriously. Natasha reminded me. Why, they even got the magistracy to join the trade portions of the alliance. Something is just off, Natasha, I said as I grabbed a folder that Thomas Merrick had sent me a couple of years ago. They never found Visser Christopher, and he was the ringleader for the radical elements, and with him being the previous head of ROM he would have the means and capabilities to take over a place like the Outworlds Alliance. I know, Natasha replied, but you cannot do anything more right now than you already have, so let us go and see if we can maybe give Sapphire a younger sibling. No. Chapter 125, Blood on the Horizon. Kessel, Draconis Combine, January 3, 3031. Back us up. Carter ordered her von Luckner's driver. We need to get back into the cover of our artillery. Aye, ma'am. The driver responded. Reversing now. The tank lurched as the driver threw the heavy tank into as fast a reverse as possible. Fire on the Archer. Carter commanded. That's the only thing in our area that has the range to touch us right now. Firing. The gunner said as he pulled the trigger on his Clan Gauss rifle and LRM-20 as soon as his targeting computer gave him a lock. Good contact, we've got solid hits on the enemy Archer. The spotter called out. He's backing off now. Good to hear, Carter said as she used her slate to relay commands to the rest of the first marksmen. Keep us moving back to our lines, we overextended here and if the enemy takes advantage of it we'll be cut off. Colonel Carter. Major Davis' voice cut through on the comms systems. We need you back at HQ now, we've got a regiment of what's called the Ryakan arriving to reinforce the forces we're currently facing. I'm on my way, we just entered the artillery envelope, and are going to be back at base in 10 mics. Carter replied as she double-checked the maps in her math. Ma'am, we're outnumbered 3-1 right now not only in mechs, but also in combat vehicles. Davis briefed her as she walked into the mobile HQ. The only thing keeping us in the fight right now is our artillery, and the fact that we control the skies. Davis then looked at the dropships that were all equipped with automated repair bays. Well, that and our excellent support staff. We've all been pulling double shifts, Davis, Carter reminded him. If I haven't been grabbing rack time I've been pulling extra time in the repair bays, just like all of us are. We may need to pull back, Carter, Davis cautioned. We're all exhausted, and we're going to run out of ammo for the aero systems soon. If we take off we risk being hit on our way out. Carter stated. And, we've already taken out all of the training cadre that was here along with half of the 3rd Diran regulars. Zoe, we need to either get reinforced, or back off of Kessel. Davis advised. Because if we end up stranded here we're going to be fighting for a very long time. Have the senior officers come in for a quick discussion. Carter said after a moment's consideration. I want to know what their opinions are. Altair, February 6, 3031. Pull back to Rally Point Charlie. Stone commanded from his Marauder as he alternated fire with his clan-based ERPPCs, shredding a light mech in the Wolf's Dragoon's colors. We're going to need air support to curtail some of their more aggressive people. I don't remember Joshua Wolf being that bloodthirsty when he last visited Kent Aries as a guest lecturer. Lieutenant Frank Moses said as he piloted his clan tech von Roars beside Stone's Marauder. Twisting his heavy mech, Moses fired on a catapult in the distance, pocketing its armor with his LRMs, and disrupting his electronics with the flash of man-made lightning. Nice shots, Lieutenant, Stone said with a grin audible in his voice. But we still need to get back to the rally point. I would love to, sir, Moses responded, but they seem to be focused on me and Fire Team Sergeant Vickers right now. I think it's because she's in a gladiator and you're in a von Roars. Stone said as the Ryakan and Wolf's Dragoons broke off and began falling back in an orderly fashion. Some of the larger mechs with hands even grabbed their own mechs that had fallen and began to drag them back with them rather than leave them for the marksmen to salvage. They do seem to be unusually focused on us. Moses replied, Vickers and I have more damage on us than the rest of us do. Well, we'll have to address that later, Stone said. For now we need to work on a new plan that doesn't involve us being ground down by superior numbers. Aye, sir, Lieutenant Moses replied. I'll make sure that we keep any of our von Roars and gladiators out of sight for now. Kent Aries 4, March 21, 3031. Mark, we need to talk. Dunham said as he entered my office. And you're going to need Natasha in here. What happened? I asked, my brain immediately entering panic mode. Just get Natasha in here first. Dunham said with a serious expression on his face. Fine, I agreed anxiously as I grabbed my slate. Nat, Dunham says that you need to be here in my office ASAP. I am on my way. Natasha said into her comms device. It shall be 5 minutes. She cut off her comms device. She was out training with the Ducal Guard and it may be a little bit before she gets here. I told Dunham. Do you have any alcohol in here, Mark? Dunham asked bluntly. You may need a couple of fingers of whiskey. I am here. Natasha said as she entered the room. What seems to be the problem? You're going to want to sit down for this. Dunham said before grabbing his slate. Your daughter Sapphire is presumed dead or missing. What happened? I asked with what seemed a simple calm as I opened a drawer in my desk and withdrew a bottle of 400-year-old whiskey and 2 glasses. She was supposed to be on Robinson making sure the swordsman upgrades that we were planning were on schedule. Her sting exploded along with the King Henry V that she was docked with. Dunham said bluntly without sparing any time. No one is taking credit for the assassination, but some of our agents in Draconis Combine have reported that Takashi Kurita elevated your target level in the ISF, and that both you and the rest of your family were made priority targets for any cells that are along the border. How did they get a bomb onto one of our escorts? I asked as I shotgunned the whiskey. I thought we triple-checked for that sort of thing. We do, Mark. Dunham said. But we don't go over the outside of the jump ships. Oh, my heart sank as I realized that Sapphire was more than likely dead, even if we didn't have a body. And we had the King Henry V doing cargo contracts while Sapphire was on Robinson. The King Henry V's safeties should have kicked in though. Dunham said, but according to the sensors of every single ship in the area, including the Aegis-class cruiser that we sold to the Sandivals, the safeties didn't engage, and the jump ship and drop ships simply disintegrated into a massive hunk of fused metal. Natasha just sat there unmoving, still as if a statue had replaced where my wife once was. I stood up from my chair, and moved to the sofa where she was seated. Taking her into my arms as the tears started to fall from my eyes as I realized that my baby girl wasn't going to be coming home. It's okay to cry sometimes, Nat. I said as she began to shudder in my arms, and I looked at Dunham and he quietly left us alone in my office. So we'll weep here in private, because there is no shame in tears. I pulled Nat's head up so that she could see my eyes as well. Come here. I pulled her tight into my chest as we both let out deep cries and sobs. Why? Natasha finally asked. Why would someone target a 10-year-old girl who didn't even want to learn how to wag war? Because they knew that it would hurt us, Natasha. I said sadly. And it worked. My heart just shattered into a million little pieces all over again, just like it did the first time I lost my family. We're going to make them pay. Natasha said as she pulled me tight. And damn whatever Ian or Hansa say. Let's take care of the funeral and last rites first, okay? I stroked my wife's hair as she leaned into me. We have to prioritize and make sure that no one knows what we're going to do until it's too late. We need to call David. Natasha said after we had finished crying. He needs to be informed of this. I'll have Mathis bring him over from the academy. Shepard will understand the situation. I replied. Does it always feel like this when you lose family? Natasha asked, this being her first experience with this. No, most of the time you have family members older than you who die, and it makes it easier to rationalize in your own brain. I said with a sad smile. But the younger the family member, the harder it hits, to the point where you feel like you are responsible for what happened even if there was nothing you could have possibly done to avert disaster. Family is hard. Natasha muttered into the shoulder that she still had her face buried in. But it's always worth it. I said as I comforted her. Family isn't just blood, Natasha, it's everyone who you choose to be your family, and them being blood just helps bind them that much closer sometimes. Davian Interlude, 3029. You're sure you want to go on a tour of the Outback, Ian? Hansa asked. I know that it has improved a lot over the past 15 years or so, but apart from some areas where Sharpshooter has invested heavily into mining and production, there's still not much there aside from raw materials currently. We need to show them that they are just as valuable to the Federated Suns as the core production worlds. Ian stated. I'm appointing you as regent in my place while I go on. Now, try not to burn down the place or the Alliance while I'm gone. No, I'm more worried about you burning down the Outback. Hansa muttered. Just be careful along the Outworld's Alliance border, with the HPGs shut down. The rumor mill reads like the Spanish Inquisition. I'm not worried about that, Hansa. Ian chuckled. We'll have plenty of escorts and anyone trying anything overt will be obliterated. Besides, I've been waiting for an excuse to try out the new Titan that NAIS started production on. I've got the prototype and it looks like a lot of fun. Just be careful, Ian, we don't know how many mask cells are still out there, or if Takashi would be willing to try something. Hansa cautioned. The Kuritans are people of honor, Hansa, it's just a different kind of honor than we have. Ian chuckled. They're even reasonable when you pair them up against the Liaos. Many people look reasonable when you compare them to the Liaos. Hansa said. That's not exactly a stunning argument in their favor, and they are still our enemies. You should treat them as such before you find yourself dead on the battlefield. I'm going to be fine, Hansa. Ian said before tempting Murphy. What's the worst that could happen while I'm gone? Delos 4. Aren't you a pretty one? Ian greeted the courtesan that entered the hotel room that had been rented out by and for his entourage. Shall we talk for a bit? The woman just nodded as she made her way closer to the first prince. There was an almost unnatural beauty to her, as if she were perfectly made to attract Ian to her, and he found himself neatly entranced by her eyes. How long are you supposed to be on Delos for? The courtesan asked as she unpacked her bag and brought out bottles of what looked like massage oils. A couple more weeks and then I'll be heading for Woodbine to ask some questions about how the overall state of the outback is. Ian replied as he enjoyed the view. We might stay longer if I find a reason to though. Would you lie down please? The woman asked gently. I like to start this off with a soothing massage. Of course, Ian responded, should I take my shirt off? It is my job to grant you your every desire Prince Davian, so do as you wish. The courtesan replied as Ian dressed down to his underclothes. I'll start on your back. Oh, that feels good. Ian yawned as she massaged his back. I like that massage oil too, it kinda numbs the back a little bit and makes me feel a little sleepy. It's a special brand I buy from a supplier in the Outworlds Alliance by the name of Christopher. She responded after spending a long time massaging the muscles in his back. It makes all of the nobles that come through not feel anything when I do this. She said as Ian groaned and stopped moving. He was too numbed to react or do anything when she brought out a sedative that had been concealed in her hair stick. Now, be a good first prince and make sure that this all sinks in, you're going to be here for an awful long while. Somewhere in the Outworlds Alliance. How is the narco interrogation going? Visser Christopher asked the team he had put together. I expect results soon. Well sir, we've already had our people working on making sure the double is the same down to the DNA structure, but if we push too hard then it will kill both the first prince, and the double we've spent so much time on. I understand that. Visser replied. But we have a limited window here, and we have to make this subtle enough that by the time Hull or anyone else realizes there is a problem that it's too late. Sir, the double is only going to last for a minimum of 3 years due to strain on various parts of his internal organs, so if we want to make sure that this works we may have to really dig into the first prince's brain. We'll step up the interrogation. Visser said, now I have to make sure that our allies of convenience are cooperating. Kurita-san. Visser bowed as he greeted Marcus Kurita. I take it Coordinator Takashi Kurita was pleased with us filling in the gaps on the core that the Davians tried to mislead you with. Indeed, Marcus Kurita replied. Now, while we have been able to restore production in many factories amongst our worlds, you have still not informed me of your plan to place me on the coordinator's chair. Patience my friend, these things take time. Visser said to the man. Besides, wouldn't it be better for you if both your cousin and nephew were unable to handle what might be coming and then you swoop in with better technology and strategy than the both of them to save the day? Potentially, but unless we start to see results soon, my friends among the Black Dragon Society will start to get anxious. Marcus replied. And I have still not seen how you intend to handle Duke Hull, he sits there across the border mocking us and everything we have tried. Don't worry, Visser smirked, with the ISF assets that you have helped us gain access to we have been able to make inroads into our plans for dealing with Hull and his group. And I see that your plan for gaining the Wolf's Dragoon's loyalty worked out as planned. Marcus said coldly. Having 2 extra regiments of elite warriors dedicated to training allowed us to focus on getting some of our troops back up to full strength in the meantime, and to also raise these new units that Takashi has named the Ryokan. Joshua Wolf was easy to manipulate, Visser gave a small wave and a smirk. The man believes that Hull stole the love of his life from him, and both love and hate are powerful motivators to ensure that someone comes to a war. Visser then swirled his drink in his glass. Joshua Wolf needed some help, but now firmly believes that Hull is his rival in taking Natasha Kerensky's love and affection. He smiled to himself. And that the only way to win her over is to kill him and all of his inferior offspring. That is madness on the same level as Maximilian. Marcus Kurita said. A wise man steers clear of those sorts of things. Don't worry about it, everything is going to plan, everything. New Avalon. Ian, good to see you back home. Hansa greeted his brother. I've been working on some of the long-term logistics and strategies for the Draconis Combine when the ceasefire is up, would you like to review them? There is no need to go over them. Ian said with a smile, I trust that Takashi will not be the one to first break this ceasefire, and so we shall not move a single soldier until he first makes a move. But Ian, we've got everything set up already, and given the war games we've had over the last few years we've never been better prepared to do this. Hansa argued. My word is final Hansa. Ian said, we will not be the ones to break the ceasefire first. I hope you're right about this Ian, Hansa said. Because if you're wrong it'll be hell to pay. Now, I don't know about you Hansa, but I need a vacation after all of that. Ian said with a laugh. I'm going to take a small vacation on Kent Ares 4 for a little while, Hull won't mind after all. I don't know Ian, Hansa said. Hull hasn't exactly been happy with you since the duel on Proserpina, and you staying there might just make him angry. He'll do as I say. Ian patted Hansa on the back. We were friends for a while after all. Word of Blake Interlude 3020 to 3030. We need to ensure the preservation of Blessed Blake's teachings. Visser told the other radical Comster members with him. The ones who are in power now may have forgotten why we began our crusade, but we have not. Vassar paused to take a breath. I prepared for this eventuality though, and sent thousands of us ahead in preparation for this moment. The Outworlds Alliance is a small place without much industry, but I have been preparing for this day since we were torn by the schism and have already gotten production started on various worlds in that interstellar nation. Primus, what is our overall plan? One of the adepts with him on the dropship asked. We are going to set into motion the beginnings of the end for the Federated Suns and anyone else who would seek to displace us from our holy task. Vassar said. As Prekentaram, I had access to many classified projects as well as where intelligence assets that we know of were being used by the successor states. We shall begin with setting the Capellan Confederation against the Federated Suns in a vengeance that has never been spoken of before. We have assets in Maskarovka. An acolyte from the Capellan Confederation asked. I didn't know that was possible. I would tell you, Vassar smiled. But then I would have to kill you because there is no such thing as a kept secret. Understood. The acolyte gulped. I'm not making a threat. Vassar chuckled. Why would I kill or threaten fellow followers of the word of Blake? I am supposed to be leading us into victory, and I cannot do that without all of you here. 3021. You promise that this will aid us in ensuring that the Draconis Combine doesn't invade? President Neil Avelar asked. They've been steadily moving forces to and from the border since the legendary duel that resulted in 10 years of peace. I am not only certain of it, Vassar smiled warmly. I guarantee it, and to sweeten the deal, we're going to be helping Mountain Wolf battle mechs perfect the Merlin and get the Nighthawk back into production. We are not a war-loving people, Vassar. President Avelar said. We seek to remain at peace for as long as possible and to restore our nation to the way it once was. Don't worry, President, peace across the inner sphere is my ultimate goal as well. Vassar smiled, as it is with everyone who I brought with me in my self-imposed exile from Comster. Well, we've been getting some learning centers from an interstellar company called Sharpshooter. Avelar said. Would you happen to know anything about that? Just let them do their thing, they may be a long-term plot by the Davians to pull exactly what they did with the Taurian Concordat all those centuries ago. Vassar cautioned, but as long as they are doing the good work of Blake then we shall leave them in peace. Good, Avelar smiled. Their hospitals have been an exceptional aid to many of our worlds. 3022. I told you that we would be getting production back up. Vassar told President Avelar. You had nothing to worry about. No, I believed you. It's just hard to believe hard numbers like this at first glance. Avelar replied. There's enough production here to completely outfit our units with fresh machines in 5 years. That is the ultimate goal, is it not? Vassar said charismatically. To speak softly and yet carry a big enough stick to force the barbarians away. I don't think that's quite how the quote goes. Avelar said after a moment's thought. But I don't remember the original well enough to truly correct you. 3023. Primus, we've managed to insert 2 men and a couple of women into the first prince's bodyguard detail. The mask cell that was prepping for Operation Doppelganger was able to assist in getting everything established and prepared as per your instructions. Good, Vassar said. We'll have to make sure that they remain dark until we are ready for them to move. It may be years before we have everything prepared on our end though. Good techniques take time, sir, isn't that what you always say? Yes, I do say that. Vassar agreed. Now you need to get back to New Avalon and ensure that the mask cell doesn't receive any communications from the Liaos until I am ready to make use of them. Yes, Primus. The adept replied. The will of Blake be done. The will of Blake will be done indeed. Vassar echoed. 3025. Why should we cut off the Federated Suns? Won't this alliance be a good thing for the inner sphere? Avelar asked his most trusted advisor Vassar Christopher. Nay, Vassar shook his head. It is nothing but the Star League come again, and soon enough you will see as they attempt to seize power from various nations and invade. But what about this I'm hearing about nukes being used on Northwind and several other places? Avelar asked. Just propaganda that the Davians are using to justify their little triumvirate being able to invade and take out the Liaos as a proper dynasty and house lord. Vassar cautioned. And we're not going to cut them off entirely, we're going to maintain trade, but we can close their embassy and ensure that their intelligence agencies are not able to breach your nation anymore. All right, Avelar said. I'll begin to bring everything together to start cutting communications with the Davians, but I want your word that this won't come back and backfire on me. I swear by Blake that I am attempting to do what is best for everyone. Vassar said seriously as he placed his hand over his heart. Trust me, my friend, have I not increased the ability of your nation to defend itself over these past 5 years? Have you not been able to increase your strength to that of before the succession wars began? Have some faith in your friend and trust that he is here to truly help you and your nation thrive in these troubled times. 3026. This is the last one. Vassar asked the adept as he looked down at the bound woman on the other side of the glass from him. Yes, Primus, this is the last identifiable MIIO agent that we were able to locate and capture. The adept replied. Did any of them escape? Vassar asked. No sir, as far as we know there aren't any foreign intelligence agents remaining in the Outworlds Alliance barring those that we left in place to report things as going normally. The adept replied. That is good to hear. Vassar said. Begin her interrogation, she may have some intelligence we can use. He turned and walked away. Did we locate the Amara's cache that was left behind? Vassar asked one of the few Explorer Corps members that had left with him. Yes, 2 full divisions were left behind by the Amara's people as part of the secret army here. The adept replied. We have begun outfitting our units with upgraded variants of the technology there and will be helping the Outworlds Alliance and Marcus Kura to get everything prepared for use. We're going to be looking for the factories that were being used to outfit the units here, because knowing Amaris, there's a high chance that there are several hidden around here. The Explorer Corps adept responded. We did bring our star charts with us, so we'll see if there's anything we put down of note for the Outworlds Alliance. Good. Vassar said. We'll need everything we can get our hands on. 3028. Another one. Vassar asked as they brought another MIIO agent down to the interrogation room. That's the 5th one this year. He scoffed. You'd think they'd have learned by now. Why haven't the Davians done anything yet? An adept asked. You would think that they would have intervened militarily due to us taking their agents out. If a nation responded by invading a nation that took out their spies they would have no proper justification. Vassar said with a smirk. And the current First Prince and his family along with the Lyrans are people who think they are principled. They won't intervene militarily without fabricating some sort of reason first. You lied to me, Vassar. President Neil Avelar said as he entered the office that Vassar had been using for years now. There really were nukes that went off all over the Capellan Confederation and it wasn't because of the Federated Sons finding a reason to invade. It's a shame that you found out like this. Vassar said coldly as he fired a whisper-quiet suppressed handgun at Neil Avelar. You were such a useful puppet that it was almost too easy to get the ones who wanted to rebel into positions of power. He shrugged while talking to the corpse. You see President Avelar, I've been subverting you by feeding your people, instead of them following you. They knew that I was the real power that was helping to protect and feed them, that I was the one to begin to bring their standard of living back up, and that is where you screwed up. Not going to say anything? Vassar asked humorously. I'll use your children as little puppets in order to maintain the illusion, but in another couple of years it won't matter all that much. 3029. You got the itinerary? Vassar asked the agent that had just arrived from New Avalon. I did, the best option for infiltration would be Delos 4. The WAB agent responded. That's when the agents that we inserted will be on duty and it will be easier to get a swap done. What is the time window? Vassar asked. Ian is scheduled 2 weeks of R&R while on Delos 4, and that'll be the time we can make the swap, but it'll have to be done in the week that our agents are in the rotation. I recommend you use someone that our people will recognize one of ours but will still pass the background checks. I have just the honey trap for our first prince. Vassar chuckled to himself. I'll send the signal for the mask cell to begin swapping the DNA samples by the time the swap is done. Yes sir, we'll get everything done. 3030. You'll never get away with this. Ian yelled at the top of his lungs as he struggled against his restraints, causing them to chafe and break skin. Hull and Hansa will make sure that I'll be rescued. There's no need to yell Ian Davian. Vassar smiled. I'm right here next to you. What? Are you going to tell me your master plan? Ian asked. No, Vassar smiled. In fact, you soon won't be awake for any of this. He turned to the 2 burly men beside him. Hold him down and administer the sedative. Make sure you get a sample. If we want our backup to work then we're going to need to preserve it for artificial insemination before we kill him. Give us a day to extract it. Victoria smiled viciously. Then he can die. Goodbye First Prince Davian. Vassar chuckled cruelly as he raised his pistol and squeezed the trigger. It wasn't a pleasure knowing you. Chapter 126, Revenge? January 8, 3021. Good impact ma'am. The gunner and spotter called out. The Battlemaster is down for the count. Good work, mark it for a salvage team to come check on later. She ordered, we need to move our fire team to assist Alpha Battalion. Moving at maximum speed, aye ma'am. The driver responded. Are we sure that we're going to make it through this ma'am? We're the first marksman corporal, we're all that in a bag of chips. Carter laughed. We've already managed to take out the light and medium enemies we were up against, and have still maintained most of our machines. Carter's grin was a little bloodthirsty. And we've still got ammunition for the artillery, as long as we're able to maintain our edge, we can hold out and win this. Yes ma'am. The tank crew replied. Colonel Carter. Came over Colonel Zoe Carter's personal comms channel. We've got an officer here offering a temporary ceasefire. What do you want me to do? Hold tight Major Davis, Carter replied. We're about 10 mics out. You have fought well. Came a voice over the open comms channel. But you will fall beneath the might of the dragon. I'm sorry Taisho Kingsley, Carter replied with snark in her voice. I can't quite hear you over the sounds of your 2 destroyed battle mech regiments. You are excellent warriors. Kingsley replied. But it will not be enough to save you. I believe that you are nearing the end of your ability to maintain a defensive position against myself and the Ryokan-san. Well, you'll just have to try us and see exactly how much we've got left in reserve, won't you? Carter asked with a smirk. I would have already left if I thought that we couldn't win this. Fine then, your men's lives are on your own head. Taisho Kingsley replied. You have 1 day to reconsider before we come back in force. We have a day to repair and rest. Carter told her people. Let's make sure that we get our heaviest equipment back in the fight, and everyone needs at least 8 to 12 hours of bed rest. I fully expect the ISF to try something. Good call, ma'am. Major Davis said to his CO. We're going to have to hold out for longer before reinforcements get here. Reinforcements? Carter asked. I don't need reinforcements, we're going to handle them all on our own. Kent Aries 4, March 30th, 3031. Please tell me we have everything ready. I asked Shepard and Packer. I've got the ducal estate acting like Natasha and I have come down with the latest variant of the flu and that we won't be able to meet with anyone. Commodore Fry is ready and waiting with the fleet. Shepard said. And both the 1st and 2nd Kent Aries Guard are just waiting for confirmation to lift off and make for the Age of Discovery in Manassas, along with the Vanguard Texas-class battleship that we restored. Did Jewel manage the refits yet? I asked, not quite remembering reading any of those reports. Yes, the Manassas and Age of Discovery have AMS systems in place now, but we don't have time to refit the Vanguard in time before you head out. Shepard said. Godspeed, Mark, and make sure that they pay for this. We're going to make the Kuritans wish that they hadn't crossed the line here. I said, keep an eye on Ian for me, something feels off. Will do, Mark, will do. Shepard replied as he snapped together for a salute. You're bringing the Ducal Guard with you. Everything except for the 3rd Kent Aries and the militia are coming with us. I said. Returning his salute. Hold down the fort for me. Yes, sir. Shepard replied. I still think you should send a message to Hansa though. I already did. I said, it's on its way with Rook as we speak. Good to hear. Shepard said. Good to hear, maybe he can retask some assets to help cover Kent Aries while you're gone. We got our course plotted in. I asked Fry. I made a list of the dead worlds I used when bringing the Manassas through the Combine and Federated Suns the first time. We're using quite a lot of the systems that you used the first time. Fry said as she showed me the general path that we were going to take. I can't believe that you were within 10 light years of Luthien 30 years ago. She shook her head. I was an idiot who was just figuring out how to make a jump ship work in the first place 30 years ago, Fry. I said with a sigh. Not that I'm much better at it now. You did fine, Fry said with a smile. Not everyone is cut out for advanced physics and calculations like that. I don't want to have to do that again. I agreed, I prefer reading and writing over math anyway. I think we all know that by now. She laughed. Now, we've got a bunch of jumps to make if we're going to pull this off properly, so strap yourself in and get ready to go. New Avalon, June 25, 3031. Rook, Dunham Hansa greeted the tech specialist and chief intelligence operatives of Hull's group. I didn't expect you and Dunham to be here, shouldn't the two of you be on Kent Aries 4 helping Mark and Natasha? Yes, but we were sent with some important intel for you. Dunham said as he handed over a slate. There's a 6-digit code that I'll input for you. He input the correct code and opened the file that Hansa was supposed to see. Good, Hansa said as he looked over at the operational plans that Hull had sent to him. I expected something like this to happen, and I'm hoping that Mark and Nat pull it off. He flipped through. I'll send Duke Sandoval a small memo to have the Draconis March forces prepped, and have Duchess Romano send Liao's house forces ready to move as well. Morgan will be moving with the Davian heavy guards to reinforce Kent Aries while the majority of your forces are gone. Hansa said. Here's the written confirmation to give to Yvonne for authorization. We'll make sure to get it all done, sir. Rook said. We brought David Alexander here for safety as well. Mark was hoping that your security umbrella was better than our own given the fact that Sapphire just died. He graduated from the Marksman Academy, right? Hansa asked. Yes, he did indeed. Rook replied. Good, he'll join my bodyguard detail until further notice. Hansa said. If you'll have him meet with Allard, he'll get everything set up. We'll set it up. Dunham replied. Thank you for your assistance, Hansa. It's always a pleasure to interact with competent people. Hansa smiled. And Mark doesn't really handle idiots well. That's very true, sir. Rook laughed. Very true indeed. Kent Aries 4, June 30th, 3031. Are you ready for your yearly qualification, sir? The fire team sergeant in charge of the mech range asked. We've got everything set up and ready for you to run through. We'll start off with the simple scenarios, and move the difficulty up as we go. Sounds like fun. Ian said with a chuckle as he responded through the communications systems. I'm going to walk it to the range and then go weapons hot. Sounds like a plan, sir. Please follow the designated path until you reach the target area. The sergeant replied. I'm at the designated area, Ian responded. Flipping the master arm switch on now. He relayed. As soon as he flipped the switch, he started convulsing and seizing up. Need help? He called as loud as he could through the still open channel as he rocked back against the chair. We need a medical team for the first prince. The sergeant called as he raced to the Titan. Triggering the jump jets built into his mithril, he flew up onto the shoulder of the assault mech before he moved to the hatch. Grabbing on, he yanked, but the hatch was reinforced and he couldn't get it open. I need a breaching charge. He called out to the militia fire team training in mech takedowns. Aye, Sergeant. They responded and one of them flew up with a mech breaching charge in his hands. I've got this. The militiaman set up the charge and both of the men braced as he set it off. Thanks, Private, I'll make sure to note you down. The fire team sergeant said as he pulled the remnants of the pilot hatch off of the mech and reached the first prince. Yanking the neuro helmet off of Ian, the sergeant began to run through the basic medical training that all of the soldiers on Kent Ares were given. I've got a pulse, and he's still breathing, but there's no response. The sergeant muttered to himself. He's actually unconscious, and not just asleep. He said as he gave the man a sternum rub with his armored knuckles. Potential brain injury. He said as he grabbed the neuro helmet. We'll have to take this in for analysis to the Argo. You called for a medical team. He heard the voice through the open cockpit door. Yeah, I'm jumping down with the first prince now. He called back through his external speakers. I've also got the neuro helmet that I believe caused this. Bring it all down, the medical team lead called out. We've got a sting inbound for immediate transfer to the Argo. The sergeant leapt down and used the built-in jump jets on his mithril to slow the fall. He's still got a pulse and is breathing, but otherwise he's unresponsive. I'll relay all of this to Dr. Hale. The medical team lead said. You did good work. Thanks, so much for a relaxing job. The fire team sergeant snarked. I thought this was supposed to be my retirement job and instead I get stuck doing shit like this. You'll live, old-timer. The medical team leader replied. You'll live. Chapter 127, Gambling. Kessel, January 21, 3031. Pull back. Carter commanded the fire team that was leading the Ryukin into a trap. Make it look just like how we practiced. The first marksman RCT began to fall back in what looked like a full retreat. But was really a carefully practiced tactic that Carter had drilled them in relentlessly over the past few years and only put into practice now. Once the Ryukin had taken the bait and were stretched out, Carter's men and women acted. As one, they turned around and coordinated fire on the heaviest of the Ryukin units, bringing down the assaults and heavies with superior firepower. While the long-range units were targeting the heavy and assault mechs, anything with short-range weapons tore the lighter units that were now unsupported to shreds. That's right, you motherfuckers. Run. Major Davis said over open comms as the remaining half of the 2 battalions of Ryukin-san fled the field. That was good work, people. Carter said as she coordinated with the other battalions that were fighting off the 18th Diran regulars. I'm having the salvage teams come out now, and our stings are about to initiate their bombing run. You heard the lady. Move with a purpose. Davis repeated. Ma'am, I'll hold down the fort here while you go make sure that Kingsley has to fall back into the bombing area. Solid copy, Davis, Carter replied. Be wary though, I'm sure the Ryukin will be looking for payback. They can try. Davis laughed. I've got this covered, Colonel. They're falling back, Colonel. One of the other battalion majors reported. We've got confirmation that we're in the clear for now. That's good news, have our mithril scouts keep an eye on when they RTB. Carter said. The minute they get back our stings are lifting off for grid square removal. Aye, ma'am. The major responded. I'll have our best scout fire team working on it. Good work, Major, Carter said as she transitioned her comms system to a private channel. You've been holding off the best of Kingsley's forces and you've done a fucking fantastic job. When we get back to Kent Ares I'm putting in for you to get a promotion. Just doing my job, ma'am, I don't need a promotion. The major replied as they finally reached their LZ. I'm gonna grab some rack time, I'm sure I'll be needed back out there soon enough. The major parked her grasshopper in an automated repair bay and got out by scaling down her ladder. I know, guys, and I'd normally help with the work, but I'm more apt to drop than to be able to help. She told the techs and they nodded in understanding. It's all right, Major, we're getting more regular ruck time than you have been. The lead tech said. Go grab some rest, we'll have her rescued as soon as we can. Thanks, Sarge, the major replied. I'll be back in 5 hours to help out. Take 8 hours of rest ma'am, you've earned it. The tech replied. We have confirmation that the Ryukin and 18th Diran regulars are back at base. Carter told the Sting crews. We know that they may have some Alamos or other missiles prepped to try and knock you out of the sky, but I know that you can handle this. Carter stated. I'm hoping the AMS systems are able to help, but just in case you don't come back, I want you to know that it was a pleasure being your commanding officer. Colonel, the lead Sting pilot said, with all due respect, we wouldn't have volunteered for this if we didn't think there was a pretty good chance of survival. We're coming back, so make sure that the light is left on, because we'll be back home soon enough. Alright then hotshot. Carter replied with a savage grin. I'll see you back here after you're done removing them from the surface of Kessel. Man, that's a beautiful sight. Colonel Zoe Carter said as she used the multi-zoom feature on her binoculars to look at the base being leveled by the bombs dropping on them. Explosions are a woman's best friend. I thought that was Diamond's Colonel. Major Davis chimed in behind her. That is a lot of explosives. He said as he observed the massive chain of explosions happening over the base camp the enemies were using and the surrounding areas. Nah, explosions are better, and diamonds are everywhere. I don't know why they were all the rage 1,000 years ago. Besides, an explosion of this magnitude will produce quite a few diamonds. She shrugged. We're going to have to move in and see about cleanup and helping out the survivors, not that I think there are any after that. She gestured at the bombed-out husk. I would have done this sooner, but I thought we could handle them without going to this extreme. We held out until our artillery was out of ammunition, Colonel. I'm not sure what else we could have done to ensure victory here. Major Davis replied. We'll find out in the debrief, Carter replied as she lowered her binoculars. Get the staff together, we need to get a plan together. Luthien, June 30th, 3026, same time Doppel, Ian is dying from complications via neurohelmet. Alright, we just jumped in at a pirate point that lessened our trip from 10 days to 3 and change, you know the plan, so let's snap to it. Yes sir, Godbolt, Packer, Hazen, and Page responded. Page, I want as many of the Excaliburs and Triumphs that we can take before you have the Vanguard take out the shipyards. I told her. We've got enough collards to take 10 or so dropships, but I'm not sure how many of them are near finished. Want us to load up on spare parts as well, sir? Page asked. Me and my Marines have been waiting for you to let us off of the leash again. Go have fun and remember, pillage, then burn. I reminded her. Not the other way around. Yes sir, she grinned. I'll grab what we can. Good woman, I said before turning to the other 3 COS. The rest of you know your jobs. Hazen, we're going to be bait until we either win or get reinforced by Packer and Godbolt finishing their objectives. Good thing we are the best then. Mathis said. I've been waiting to use this. He grabbed a case behind him and opened it to unveil a massive 2-handed Vibros word. They want to use swords, well I'll show them swords. What are you going to do with that thing, Mathis? I asked with a chuckle. Take Subash Indrahar's head off. Mathis said bluntly. He's either here or on New Samarkand, and I've been waiting for this sort of thing for years now. Just let Nat have the first crack at Takashi. I told him. If you get him first she might kill you. I'm staying well out of her way. Mathis said before he looked me in the eye with a serious expression. Are you sure that you don't want to upgrade to an assault mech, boss? No one would think any less of you. I'm sure, Mathis. I gave him a solid slug in his armored shoulder. I've driven a Warmer for so long that I don't feel quite at home in any other machine anymore. Have you located Takashi yet? Natasha asked as she strode into the room, her mithril painted a shade of black with streaks of red that matched her hair. My Night Star is waiting to challenge him. Nat, we just got into the system and we're going to have to wait until we get to the planet before you can challenge him. I told my wife. You just have to wait for 3 days. Then you are going to face me in the Sims until the last 24 hours. Natasha told me with fire in her eyes. We need to prepare for everything on Luthien to be thrown at us, and you are still piloting that squishy Warmer. It's what I know, Nat. I shrugged. I've never used anything else aside from it, and why try to change what works? You need more dodging practice. She grabbed my arm and dragged me to the Sims. Let us prepare you for the fight of our lives. Chapter 128, The Void. Luthien, July 1st, 3031. This is Blaze, signify ready status and get into formation, we've got a lot of enemy bogies inbound. Commanded his wing as he moved his clan tech Stuka into the lead position. Everyone follow your designated COS lead, and stay with your wingman, we're up against the very best that the Combine has to offer. Copy that lead. Came the responses. You got the command console set up? Blaze asked his co-pilot who was in charge of helping coordinate the battle in the void while Blaze was taking enemy pilots down. Because this is going to be the biggest aerospace battle in centuries. I'm all green here, just keep us in the fight. Blaze's co-pilot answered. Remember that if you've taken too much damage to fall back into the cover of the stings, Blaze reminded the group of over 100 aerospace fighters. That's part of what they're here for, and if you need to rearm, fall back to the vanguard. Here they come. A voice called on the comms channel. We got lots of enemy fighters and at least 3 to 4 Achilles dropships as well as what looks like some Sting knockoffs. Stay on your wingman's wing and remember to follow your squadron leaders. Blaze said as he accelerated his Stuka in order to engage the enemy faster. We've got to keep the warships clear until we make it to Luthien. It took a solid 15 minutes before any of the enemy aerospace assets reached weapons range, but once they did, the superior range of the Kent Ares Guard weapons showed its worth by shredding lighter aerospace fighters before they even got within the range of their own weapons. Squeezing his triggers at extreme range, Blaze watched as a Sholagar disintegrated underneath the twin ERPPCs he hit it with before switching to the Slayer that was coming in fast behind it, firing his remaining 2 ERPPCs. He also triggered his LB-20X at a range that his old AC-20 would not have hit, causing the Slayer pilot to spin out of control and impact their wingman. Then the battlefield in the void erupted into a chaotic furball, with Blaze flipping his Stuka around in order to stay on the tail of an enemy fighter while the co-pilot began to give commands to the forces that were under their command. This is Hitman Lead, we're making a run on the lead Achilles. Came through the comms. Be aware, we noticed that some of the fighters had anti-warship missiles underneath their fuselage. He warned. Copy that, Blaze responded as he destroyed another Sholagar. All units, priority tasking on fighters carrying anti-warship missiles. Kent Ares 4, July 1, 3031. This is strange. Dr. Hale said as she looked at the results before her. Franklin, come take a look at this. She held out her slate to the doctor that was going to be replacing her when she retired. He's still alive with brain damage like this? Franklin asked incredulously. You're not looking at the big picture. Dr. Janet Hale said as she navigated to the specific area she wanted to show him. First off, First Prince Ian Davian has internal scars from the surgery we did a couple of decades ago to make his spine functional again, this one does not. She put the slate into a machine that used her Trivi-ID to project what she was navigating to. And, we still have the blood samples we took when we operated on the First Prince as well. Whoever is in there doesn't have any of the recorded scarring. Franklin said as he looked at the results. And, that blood doesn't match what we have on file. Also, Dr. Hale brought up another section of the medical file. There's been an extreme amount of reconstructive surgery done on this patient's face and body in order to force a perfect match with Ian Davian. But if this isn't Ian Davian, Dr. Franklin asked. Then where is he? This isn't Ian Davian, but there are still Davian DNA markers here. Hale said as she showed him. Possibly a first cousin of some kind. But whatever the case may be, we have definitive proof that this isn't First Prince Ian Davian. We'll need to send this with Dunham over to Hansa Davian. Franklin said as soon as he wrapped his head around what exactly Dr. Hale was saying. And we need to send the body with him as well. We may need to have Jones do it sooner than that. Dr. Hale said. Some news channels are already accusing Hull of having the First Prince assassinated for not launching an attack on the Draconis Combine. But the Duke had been gone for months before this happened. Franklin said. Why would they think that? Because to many people, it doesn't matter if it's actually the truth or not. Dr. Hale said as she began packing things up. Everyone on Kent Ares 4 will believe the truth because they know Hull, Hansa Davian and other nobles that have personally interacted with Hull will believe the truth. No one else is going to believe the truth no matter how much we proclaim it unless we can provide absolute proof that Hull didn't order the assassination. Proof that we have. Franklin said. Not for long if we don't get it to New Avalon. Dr. Hale responded. If I were someone who was trying to bring down the Federated Suns, I would engineer a civil war by doing something similar to this. So we have a limited window here, and if we are not extremely careful, everyone we know and love could die. Where are you going, Dr. Hale? Franklin asked. I'd tell you, Franklin, but I don't know if you can be trusted. Hale said as she knocked him unconscious with a swift blow to the head. I avoided any areas that might cause brain damage, but you won't enjoy the headache that comes later. She packed up the remainder of her supplies and essentials before contacting Dunham's 2IC. Jones, we need to pack up the First Prince and get moving to New Avalon. We may have a lot of issues coming our way if we don't do this immediately. Give me 5 minutes to scramble a Pueblo. Jones said. And then we'll be on our way to the Argo. Copy. Hale responded as she wheeled the body of the duplicate First Prince into the small craft bay. I'll be in a shuttle hidden in the shadow of the moon. Roger, Jones said. We're en route now. Good. Hale closed her slate before prepping the shuttle for launch. This is Dr. Hale to traffic control. I'm taking my personal shuttle for a bit of a joyride. That last surgery was killer. Roger that, doctor. The traffic controller responded. I'm depressurizing the bay now, have a nice flight. Chapter 129, Landing. Luthien, July 3, 3031. We've cleared out most of the enemy aerospace assets aside from those that managed to fall back to the planet. Blaze briefed me. We lost about a third of our fighters, but most of the people were recoverable. Good, I told Blaze. Pilots are expensive, we can replace their fighters over time, but the training and experience is what's harder to replace. We've got about 50 or so prisoners that we rescued from the void. Blaze said somberly. The rest either didn't eject, or deliberately killed themselves rather than be captured. At least they're not the Capellans. I told Blaze as I patted him on the shoulder before turning to the matter at hand. We're going to be setting down here while the 1st and 2nd Kent Ares Guard go into their designated areas. They get first priority for the sting tasking, but we may need Wardog and some aerospace available for Ka. You can count on us. Blaze replied, just make sure there's enough space here for a runway if necessary. He pointed at the LZ. There's a field over there that might work. We'll have to be careful. I agreed. Takashi may have the field and LZ mine, so we'll be taking things slow. I sighed as I went over my operation plans. Go get some rack time, Blaze. I said with a shrug. It'll be another couple hours before we drop. BBP Industries, July 3, 3031. Pack up what we can. Paige commanded as her Marines went through and started loading spare parts into the cargo bay of the Age of Discovery. We've got 3 of these things to finish when we get back to Kent Ares. 5 Excalibur dropships isn't a bad haul, ma'am. Jenkins said to Paige. Even if only one of them is finished. We can finish them on Kent Ares, and Hull might need the extra lift depending on what happens down there. She pointed at the world in the distance. Their dropship collars and drives are intact, and we're taking what we can to finish them before we destroy the shipyards here. Yes, ma'am, Jenkins replied. I've got the prisoners secured on the Manassas and we'll make sure to hold on to them. Commodore Fry. Paige said as she got a wild idea in her head. What's the status on the Narukami that's in orbit? It looks like it needs a dry dock. Fry answered. But we can probably have the Age of Discovery tow it out to the jump point. Good, because I think that we should bring it with us. Paige said with a mad grin. I know it'll cost a lot to repair, but it'll be the ultimate slap in the face if we manage to repair it and use it when we leave. I'll take a company of Marines over. Fry said with a chuckle in her voice. If we can get the reactors and jump sail activated, then it may be possible to pull something similar to what we did at Ross. Good, I think Hull will be willing to spend the money on it. Paige said. Assuming that everything goes well down on Luthien, that is. I'll start working on getting everything set up. Commodore Fry told Colonel Paige. We're going to need to make sure that we have those Excaliburs loaded up before we attempt this though. Luthien. We've just cleared the landing zone, General. A staff officer reported to Packer. This is the closest we could land to the Arisaka munitions complex. We're 250 kilometers away. Packer said bluntly. I wouldn't exactly call this close to the munitions complex. It's the best we could do and not get hit by any Alamo missiles on our way down. The staff officer reported. I know, son, I'm just giving you a hard time. Packer said as walked to the mech bay. We're going to have quite the fight on our hands. Yes, sir, I think the 7th Sword of Light is stationed here, along with a lot of militia units. Good thing we brought a lot of extra ammunition and armor then. Packer shrugged. We may be outnumbered, but our skill gap isn't that great, and we've got better technology. We're going to use 2 of our vehicle regiments to handle the 7th Soul. Packer said as he surveyed the battlefield. We've got Aero 4 systems on standby for tag whenever you have infantry in position. Use whatever you need to in order to make sure that the 7th isn't able to flank us. He told his XO. The VTOLs are available for tasking as scouts and we've got half of the stings here for Ka. Our battle mech regiment along with the other vehicle regiment will be focused on making sure that the militia is kept pinned down until we finish off the 7th Sword of Light. Packer told the staff. Don't be afraid to call for air support or for artillery, we're not going to give the Drax the satisfaction of us playing by the same rules that they do. If we aren't able to seize the Luthien Armor Works facility here, we may have to use our stings to bombard it, and I'd rather have the factories to take with us back to Kent Ares than not. Copy. Packer finished. Now get to your positions, I think the 7th are going to try and hit us hard and fast. Have our partisans on standby, we've got incoming conventional aircraft headed our way. General Godbolt commanded her troops as her alicorn moved across the ground with its fire team. We're up against the 1st Sword of Light here, people, we need to be very cautious because we don't know what exactly Luthien has here to back them up. I'm expecting the militia units to be bigger and badder than the ones we would find on any other world. Aye, ma'am. Came the responses. Conventional aircraft engaged and neutralized. That's good to hear, we've got plenty of enemies to engage, so battalion commanders, pick your targets and follow what your regiment CO tells you to do. I've got a charger in my sights, ma'am. The spotter said. Take the shot. The Alicorn's commander ordered. We need to make sure that it doesn't get close enough to hit us with its fists. 3 rapid thumps sounded as the trio of clan Gauss rifles ripped through the air towards the assault mech. When they impacted, the charger jolted backwards as armor crumpled and its right arm was completely shorn off. With a quick reload, the alicorn fired its trio of Gauss rifles again, taking the charger out before shifting to a Jenner and making the lighter mech back off. The gunner crowed. Why are you leaving? I thought you wanted more. He fired again after his guns were reloaded and grinned as the Jenner fell to the ground. Easy on the bloodlust, Corporal. The alicorn's commander said. We've got a hell of a campaign ahead of us. Takashi Kurita. Natasha Kerensky hailed on an open channel. Come out and face me, you coward. You did not have the courage to face me or my family in open combat, and so you had her killed. Her Nightstar itself seemed to shake with barely restrained rage. You say that and yet you come here to raid my home. Takashi's voice came back in response as an entire lance of Grand Dragons walked out backed by the rest of the Otomo. If you believe that this is merely a raid, you are sorely mistaken. I said as I made my appearance with the rest of Natasha's clan marauders. We are here to ensure that your dynasty is no longer able to lead an interstellar nation. The Kuritan dynasty has come to an end. Duke Hull, Takashi said coldly. I should have known that you would have the audacity to attack a throne world. I take refuge in the Audacity Coordinator. I chuckled. Now, this is your last chance to surrender before we grind you into dust. I said. The rest of my forces are even now making sure that Luthien is unable to manufacture machines of war after we depart here. I will end you and your pitiful life, Hull. Takashi stated. You are nothing more than a peasant whom the Davians took pity on and raised out of the dust, and I shall return you to the dust. We shall see about that, Coordinator. Natasha said. All I see before me is a coward who is unwilling to face justice for his crimes. I am the Coordinator, Takashi said coldly in response. I am the law. Then we shall see you on the battlefield. Natasha said. In 3 days' time we will see who is really a coward or not. What are you doing, Natasha? I asked on a private channel. Ensuring that no matter what happens we get our revenge. She said coldly. He must respond to my challenge, and then we shall clean up the remains from his mech and display it as a trophy for all to see. Chapter 130, Battlefield 3031. July 5, 3031. General, the militia are falling back into preset defenses. An officer in the mobile HQ reported. The colonel is asking for Ka to clear the path before he advances. Have 2 Stings go provide support. Packer responded. Colonel Barnes, we need you to get into your mech now. He looked at the line where a company of 7th Sword of Light mechs had broken through. We're about to get hammered. 1st Regiment, what happened? Packer asked the CO of that regiment. Sir, it's a company of fast mediums and lights, they broke through before we could take the shot and are pushing for our CIC hard. This is an attempt to take you off of the board, sir. The colonel reported. I figured that. Packer said as he moved different forces in position and rotated some out for repairs. Just make sure to clean up the last 2 battalions that they have left. We're backing them into a corner now, sir. The officer in charge of the units facing the 7th Sword of Light responded. We'll take care of it. General, you may want to get into your rampage. An officer relayed. Those weren't mediums, they're a new dragon and they're moving fast, supported by some Jenners. Moving. Packer said as he left the mobile HQ in order to scramble up the drop ladder from his rampage. Closing his hatch, he connected his mithril to the mech and climbed into the secondary command chair and ordered the pilot to power everything up. This is Kilo Golf 1, I need everything synced up to the command console here. He told the staff in the mobile HQ. Copy that, General, syncing everything up now. They responded. 60 seconds until completion. The pilot of the rampage began to move the assault mech forward at a steady jog until it joined up with the other 2 fire teams that were in place guarding the command and control center. Do you need us to fall back and assist? The CO of the units currently handling the militia asked. Negative, Colonel, we've got everything well in hand here. Packer replied as he continued coordinating the destruction of the 7th Soul and the militia units supporting them. Targets are lased. A mithril fire team leader relayed to the Arrow 4 artillery systems in place. You've got solid confirmation on targets. Firing arrows now. The artillery battalion responded. We've got 4 targets lased and neutralized, reloading. Pick your targets, and keep them away from the HQ. Packer ordered. We're winning this, it'll just take us some time we won't have if they kill our HQ staff members. The rampage pilot moved carefully out of the way of a PPC shot and let his AMS systems take care of the LRMs that the Grand Dragons were firing at him, triggering his Gauss rifle and LB-10X at the same time he was able to cause the heavy mech to stumble. Engaging his MASC systems, the pilot moved forward at a pace of 86 km per hour and lashed out with his fist and ER medium lasers to complete the fall of the Grand Dragon, while the rest of the fire team made short work of the other heavy and light mechs with concentrated fire. Good work, people, Packer said from his command chair while looking at the battlefield as a whole. But we aren't finished just yet. That's not powered armor. One of the mithril-clad infantry yelled as a much larger suit of armor made an appearance on the battlefield. No, it looks like a version of the elementals fielded by the Wolf's Dragoons, a platoon lieutenant responded. Gang up on it, I want 3 mithril to an elemental. The lieutenant cummed his company CO. Captain, we've got elementals on the battlefield. You're not the only ones reporting that, Lieutenant. The captain replied. It looks like they have 1 elemental for every 5 regular infantry, so dedicate fire teams to taking on the elementals while we focus on taking the Luthien Armor Works facilities here. MPPCs are working to short out their electronics long enough for us to use the small lasers built into the arms of the mithril suits to finish killing them. Copy that, sir, we'll get it done. The lieutenant replied and then relayed the instructions. Fire Team Alpha, I want you to focus on the elementals, the rest of you are to finish cleaning out the standard infantry. I don't want us to be taken out by a lucky mech grade mine or explosive. Aye, sir. They responded and moved out. Luthien, July 5, 3031. What a clusterfuck. Godbolt muttered under her breath as she looked at what was left of the first sword of light. Suicide, really? She asked as she looked at the human being that while alive had been known as Rentashi. We got close and you just laid down and died. She knelt by the dead man and shook her head. I want these bodies cleared out, we're taking the daimyo as salvage to replace our own mobile HQ. She gestured towards the vehicle in question. I suspect you'll find much of what we did out here. Ma'am, we have reports of the enemy Sword of Light mech warriors attempting suicide charged against our vehicles and mechs when their own are downed. A senior officer reported. None of our forces have been hurt yet, but some of our infantry are concerned. The enemy suicide bombers are all packing mech-grade explosives and they don't want to get caught in an explosion. I'll order our people to aim for headshots. Godbolt sighed. The militia are falling back into the city though, and we've got access to the electronics factories and what Luthien Armor Works facilities are here as well. Have everything triple-checked for traps? The officer asked as Godbolt began to climb back into her alicorn. Yes, and anything we can't bring with us I want a scan of. We can replace components, but we're not leaving anything more than small arms manufacturing when we leave here. She said before she closed the tank hatch. Lieutenant, go get us rearmed and armored, we need to go man the lines against the militia units. Yes ma'am. The tank commander responded. You heard the lady, get us back to our repair facilities. Imperial City, Luthien, July 6, 3031. This is not a duel, Coordinator. Natasha said as she stood in the empty field. This is where you meet your demise. There was no response, just silence as the Otomo and Ducal Guard stood facing each other before Natasha fired her twin Gauss rifles and ERP-C at an enemy heavy mech and watched it fall to the ground as the pilot lost their balance and fell to the ground. I immediately moved my warmer forward at a run, ready to bring the enemy before me low, only to be greeted by an Orion. Your opponent is me. A voice said over an open channel as the Orion fired a Gauss round that crumpled some of the armor in my center torso. As your wife is my father's opponent. Then I pray that you survive this Kurita-san. I replied. Because your father will not. I shifted my warmer out of the way of the PPC shot that was sent my way and let my AMS system handle the SRMs before opening fire with one of my PPCs, and narrowly avoiding another Gauss round that was fired at my mech. Swiftly moving out of range of everything but the Gauss rifle that the Orion had, I began to alternate fire with my PPCs, being careful to watch my heat as I backed up while melting armor off of the slightly heavier machine. When his Orion was beginning to slow down, I moved back into range of my lasers, and gave my warmer the opportunity to cool down before I used my brace of lasers to breach the center torso. Kurita-san, I am not a barbarian, surrender and I shall allow you and your family to live as long as you swear to never take up arms against my family or nation again. I said as I brought my ERP-C up near his cockpit. I am afraid that I cannot do that, it would bring dishonor to my children and wife. Theodore replied as he ejected from his crippled machine of war. I want someone tracking that escape pod and shoot, we need to capture Theodore alive if at all possible. I commanded. Meanwhile, Natasha was playing with the Coordinator, toying with his Grand Dragon while peeling his armor off pieces at a time with her PPC and medium lasers. Only after a flash of light in the atmosphere did Natasha end the farce that this fight was by crippling Takashi's Grand Dragon and firing her lasers into his cockpit. This is Mathis, orbital drop on the Imperial Palace is underway. A comm signal crackled but made it through into our systems. That was perfect timing, Mathis. I said, we're cleaning up the Otomo now. Chapter 131, Reactions. Thurcad, July 15, 3031. You're absolutely sure that Hull just hit Luthien? Katrina Steiner asked Simon Johnson. Yes, I am 100% certain that Hull, his Ducal Guard, and 2 regimental combat teams made landfall on Luthien a couple of weeks ago. Johnson replied. Katrina opened up a drawer in her desk and gave Arthur a look. You want some? She asked as her husband brought out some glasses while she drew out a bottle of very expensive liquor. I'm not going to turn down that vintage. Johnson replied. But I'm afraid that I'll only have a finger or two. Reschedule all of my appointments for the rest of the day. Katrina told her secretary via an intercom system. I'm taking the day off. Thank you for the drink. Simon Johnson said as he savored the alcohol. But I'm afraid I cannot take the remainder of the day off if I want to piece together what's going on in the Draconis Combine. Just make sure you get some rest. Katrina said as she raised her glass in a wave as he left her office. Arthur, if he wasn't already happily married to Natasha, I'd have him wed to a Steiner already. I know. Arthur responded with a chuckle as he took a sip of some of his own liquor. What does this mean for the Commonwealth though? It means that we're probably going to be able to push further than even our best projections. She said as she gestured towards the map of the inner sphere on her wall. With the first marksman having taken and held Kessel against extreme odds, and the rest of our forces pushing hard, we may have to actually pause our invasion in order to get our supply chains back together. Now, we have a bottle to finish. Katrina said as she poured more liquor into her glass. A toast, to Mark Hull, the most magnificent and audacious bastard in the inner sphere. I'm not sure he's magnificent. Arthur chuckled, but he would probably agree with audacious. He drank some more of his liquor. Besides, he's the only one in Davian space that has moved into Combine space yet. He'll come back with some Lastek or something. Katrina stated with a smile. He always pulls off something strange and odd. That or Natasha will come back with the Combine having sworn to follow her as their coordinator, Arthur said with a short bark of laughter. I can see the Hull-Kerensky line taking the throne now. Don't even joke about that. Katrina smacked her husband on the shoulder. Hull would never go for it anyway, he doesn't like all of the extra work. Torian Concordat, July 31st, 3031. That bastard is just going to be even more smug the next time I see him. Thomas Calderon said. We need to make sure that our orbital defenses are reinforced though. He jotted down a note. If Hull can pull this off on Luthien, he can probably do something similar to their Cat or New Avalon as well. Aren't we allies with both of them right now? Thomas's wife asked. Yes, but it's better to prepare for something like this and for it to never happen, than to be shocked and surprised by it taking place on your doorstep. Thomas said. The last time a throne world was attacked was in the First Succession War, and it wasn't on a level like this. All right dear, Catherine said, but that's something to work on tomorrow, it's past 5 now. You're right. Thomas leaned in and gave his wife a kiss. Let's go home for the day. Outworlds Alliance, July 31st, 3031. Hull did what? Vassar Christopher asked as he spit out some of the water he had been drinking. Hull made landfall earlier in this month, and managed to capture Theodore Kurita as well as the entirety of the current ruling family of the Draconis Combine. The agent reported. What of Marcus Kurita? Vassar asked. We assured him that he would have the forces for victory. Not a single person alive expected Hull to move on a throne world. The agent said bluntly. I have our people tracking signals all over the inner sphere and periphery in shock at what he just pulled off. You didn't answer my question. Vassar pointed out. Is Marcus Kurita dead? Yes sir, he was killed by one of the infantry commanders of Hull's personal guard according to our reports, and any of the Kuritas that were still on the planet are so far down in the line for the throne that the Combine may be warring amongst themselves for generations before they are able to have a new coordinator. The agent handed over the reports. I'm going to get some sleep now, I've been compiling these for the last 12 hours or so. Yes, make sure that you get the analysts working on some projections for me first though. Vassar commanded. Many of my plans just went up in smoke, it's hard to frame a hero in the Federated Suns after all. New Avalon, August 30th, 3031. You're absolutely certain that this is not Ian? Hansa asked Dr. Janet Hale as he looked at the brain-dead man on the medical table in front of him. Yes sir, I brought more of the samples that we still had from his spinal surgery, as well as the DNA links that we found as evidence. Hale replied with Jones backing her up. We're not certain when the swap would have been done, but I can tell you with certainty that regardless of whether or not this is the real Ian Davian, he wasn't assassinated by us or Duke Hull. Jones chimed in. I believe you, Hansa said, and most of the press are saying that Hull couldn't have done it either, but several other press areas and people have picked up the story of Hull assassinating Ian and running with it. Is there nothing that you can do? Hale asked. I mean, we have the proof right here. It'll take weeks to verify everything, and I can't do anything about the press. Hansa shrugged. We have freedom of the press and speech as well, if I cracked down on them I would be no better than the late Takashi Kurita and Maximilian Liao. That's a very valid point sir. Dr. Hale replied. Jones, Hansa turned to the 2IC of Hull's intelligence network. I want you to coordinate with Quintus Allard on this, see what you can figure out about when and how this switch would have taken place. He sighed as he looked down at the body on the bed. We've got some excellent people, but yours are better at SIGINT and anything involving technology like this. Yes sir, Jones replied. I'll send a courier with a message to Dunham and let him know about my change in assignment. This is a mess to be frank. Hansa said as he looked at the man and woman in front of him. But Hull might have actually made it easier by moving on Luthien. How so? Dr. Hale asked. I'm not military or intelligence, so I'm genuinely lost here. Right now Hull is a reigning hero who has done the impossible in the main media. Jones said Natasha and our Duke are featured prominently as the ones who brought the dragon down to the lowest it's ever been. Then how is this made easier? Hale asked with a look of confusion on her face. Some of the press are pushing Hull as the latest iteration of Stefan Amaris. Hansa said, it's mostly gossip rags trying to get a sale for now, but that could change quickly. Which is why we have a limited time frame in which to get everything discovered and proven before Hull is back. Jones agreed. Now, there were plans to try and hit New Samarkand as well, but I'm not absolutely sure that they'll be followed. Let's hope they are, because if they manage to take out the ISF as well, then they'll be able to stay in the good graces of the media for now. Hansa said. Dr. Hale, I want you to meet with the physicians here in the Davian Palace complex as well as NAIS. They'll be able to help prove that this is indeed a fake instead of the real Ian Davian and have better equipment than the portable stuff you brought with you. Yes sir. Dr. Hale nodded. I'll get right on that if someone can give me directions. I'll have someone escort you there directly. Hansa gestured and David Hull stepped out of the shadows to escort Dr. Hale to the location she was supposed to go to. Chapter 131, Reactions Part 2. Atrus, Merrick Space, July 31, 3031. Anton, we need to formulate a response to this. Janosch said to his brother as the battle ROM finished playing. We are not a nation that can fully defend against a strike such as this anymore. That was proven when Stuart was hit all those years ago. Anton replied as he sagged in his chair from exhaustion. We've firmly established ourselves here, and we've been taking the time to build our forces up again. Most of the border worlds have ceded themselves over to the Steiners after the various states failed to protect them from pirates and other raids. Janosch said as he looked at the map. We need to bring Stuart and the Andurians back to heel before the periphery powers start to make moves. It's too late for that, Janosch. Anton Merrick sighed. The magistracy built up their forces for 10 years and managed to retake the worlds that were taken from them during the Succession Wars. 6 months ago they launched an offensive, and the militia units that were there basically rolled over for them. If we do not do something, then the Free Worlds League will never be able to return to prominence. Janosch muttered. The Free Worlds League as we knew it is gone, brother. Anton said tiredly. I don't think that it will return as a nation in my lifetime. Either way, we need to begin building our defenses up to be able to stave off an advance like the one that Duke Hull just pulled off on Luthien. Janosch stated. Janosch, the only reason that he was able to accomplish what he did is because he wasn't there to conquer Luthien. Anton said as he pointed out the force compositions that they knew of in combined space. Look, we know that they have at the very minimum over half a dozen battle mech militia regiments stationed on Luthien, not to mention the Sword of Light regiments and the Otomo. He brought up files of those units on their noteputers. If he were there to conquer Luthien, then Hull would have been bogged down. He only brought 2 RCTs and an overstrength regiment after all. Anton brought up the limited data that they had on the Kent Ares Guard units. And, they left Vincent's commandos back on Kent Ares to ensure that Kent Ares still had a good defense force from what we have data on. So their only target was Takashi Kurita and the leadership of the Draconis Combine. Janosch stroked his goatee. If Hull managed to take out Subash Indrahar as well, then the Combine will be nearly broken between the Steiners and Davians. Aside from a few remnants, yes. Anton agreed. I've spent the last 2 to 3 days going over the data that we had and triple-checking our intelligence analysis for errors, and everything points to this being a revenge strike. A revenge strike for what though? Janosch wondered. We don't have any intel on what might have caused Hull to attempt something so bold. Wait for a press release from his people. Anton shrugged. People like to brag about their accomplishments when they actually pull something like this off. Robinson, July 31, 3031. That son of a bitch. Duke Aaron Sandoval said to himself as he looked over the compiled reports that he had on the Battle of Luthien. I can't believe anyone actually pulled something like that off. Catherine was a part of the 2nd Kent Ares Guard. James Sandoval said as he looked through the reports as well. I'm mobilizing sections of the Draconis March to advance from Proserpina and take several planets while the Dracs are reeling from this information. I'm going to move several regiments of the Robinson Raiders forward to retake several of the worlds that we lost against the Combine all those years ago. Aaron Sandoval said as he looked over his force readiness. I know that the swordsman was supposed to be a stone tied around our necks, but with the output from that factory and several others, we've been able to rotate fresh machines into our forces. It's essentially a smaller Shadow Hawk. James Sandoval agreed. I just wish they had put SRMs on the machine as well. Regardless, it's a machine that fills enough roles that we can make use of it in great numbers. Aaron Sandoval said. We're going to hit the Combine, and hit them hard, and if anyone tries to stop us we'll just point out that this is the best opportunity to break the Combine that any nation has ever had. Kent Aries 4, July 31, 3031. Would you like to try some jasmine tea next time? Curlin Ward asked one of the patrons of his tea shop, the Timber Wolf. According to my studies of the art of tea making, you could benefit from it most greatly. If tea worked that well, I would have already brought peace to the galaxy. Dunham told the retired Khan. I see business is booming. Indeed, I find that more people come for advice and stay for the tea than the other way around though. The old man stroked his beard. I am uncertain as to why they would come for my advice though, I am merely an old Khan who enjoys his peace and quiet. Kerensky and Hull just managed to raid Luthien. Dunham told Ward. I figured you should know. I am no longer concerned with matters of war. Ward said with a small twinkle in his eye. But I do love a good story. Now, tell me of this great battle that was fought. Oberon 6, July 31, 3031. What is it? Khan Ulrich Kerensky asked Jamie Wolf as he entered the office. I am currently trying to figure out how to join this alliance in order to get assistance in setting up a civilian government. You are going to want to see this, Khan. Jamie Wolf said as he carried a copy of a battle roam over to the Khan's desk. Why? Kerensky sighed as he face-palmed. Why must Natasha Kerensky always cause that much more work for me? What do you mean? Jamie raised an eyebrow. I am going to have to add both her and her bondswomen to the remembrance. Ulrich Kerensky sighed. They have taken part in one of the greatest battles in the history of the Inner Sphere, and I missed it. Ulrich stood up from his desk and began to leave his office. Are you coming? He asked over his shoulder. Where are we going? Jamie asked. To gather up a galaxy and go take part in the great campaign that is going on, of course. Ulrich stated. We have the opportunity to seize greatness, we must strike. Should I send a message to Archon Steiner informing her of our movements? Jamie asked. She may take it as a sign of aggression against the Lyran Commonwealth. Yes, and I will gather up the best of our warriors and launch an attack that will pierce the Draconis Combine. Ulrich grinned. Finally some action after all of this peace. Strina Mekti, July 31, 3031. Where is Khan Weston Cooper? Khan Elias Krichel of the Jade Falcons asked. We are here to vote once again on whether to move on the Inner Sphere or not. The Snow Ravens have not been in contact with us in almost a year aside from our standard trade deals. The Khan of Clan Ghost Bear replied. This is most unusual. We have not fought any trials against them of late. Khan Terence Kufal responded. Admittedly though, we have been busy consolidating our finds after winning our trial of absorption on Clan Smoke Jaguar. Clan Wolf continues to ferry their populace to somewhere that we have no knowledge of, one of the Warden Clan Khans spoke up. And they have refused any challenges. Do we believe that Clan Snowraven is attempting to do something similar? Khan Krichel asked. That would violate the vote, yes. Not if they have not invaded the Inner Sphere. Khan Kufal stated. They may be attempting to locate new worlds in which to colonize. We shall find out soon enough. The Khan of Clan Ghost Bear spoke up. Let us begin the vote on whether we shall move on the Inner Sphere or not. He began the voting. I vote nay. This was followed by a near-unanimous vote of agreement by all of the clans. We shall give it some time before we move on the Inner Sphere. Elias Krichel stated. For now we wait and bide our time. Chapter 132, Dark Days. August 15, 3031. We managed to pull off almost all of our main objectives. I told Godbolt and Packer. We have the Dragon, Charger, Quick Draw and Grand Dragon lines on board the Age of Discovery, along with large pieces of the Lancelot lines before we destroyed the rest of the production there. I sighed. I need one of your units to take the Age of Discovery along with the Excaliburs and Triumph dropships that we looted and assist the Marines in getting to Kent Aries with the Narukami that we took. I hate to say it, Packer started. But I took a bit more losses than Godbolt did, and should probably get started on making sure that Kent Aries is covered from reprisal. I'm taking the Manassas and the Vanguard with me to hit New Samarkand while we're still on the move, I told the senior officers. And I want to take out the ISF HQ while we're there, I shrugged. After we strip all of the intelligence we can from it, of course. What are we going to do with Theodore Kurita and his family? Godbolt asked. I'm turning them over to Hansa, it's his ballpark after all. I said with a shrug, I'm just playing in it. So Packer, you and the 1st Kent Aries are going to be taking the wounded, and all of the loot that we have back to Kent Aries. I said with a smile on my face. Be careful and stick to the dead systems that we used to make it to Luthien in the first place, the Age of Discovery looks like a mighty tempting target right now after all. We'll keep the booty safe. Packer said with a grin. You can count on us. Y'all did incredible work on Luthien. I looked at the two costs. Anything you want after this, if it is in my power I'll make it happen. New Avalon, September 15th, 3031. We've run all of the possible tests. Dr. Banzai told Hansa Davian. Dr. Hale here was a big help in showing us what she had already gone over. I was afraid that might be the case. Hansa replied with a massive sigh. Do we have any idea whose body it is? I'm afraid not, Banzai shook his head with a frown. But we do have verifiable proof that it's not First Prince Ian Davian. That's what I needed. Hansa said as he flipped through the documentation that was provided to him. Do we have an estimated time frame on when the switch took place? He asked Quintus Allard. We have identified areas where it would have been easiest to replace him, yes. Quintus used his slate to send the files over. We're fairly certain that the swap occurred while he was on his tour of the Outback. There must have been traitors in our midst. Hansa said as he flipped through the files. We've identified the 4 that are most likely to be infiltrators. Quintus said calmly. With your permission, I would like to ask the personal guards of House Davian if they would be willing to subject themselves to narco-interrogation in order to prove their loyalty. I'm not going to mandate it, Quintus. Hansa said after a moment's thought. But we can see who is willing to submit themselves to it and move on from there. Most of us are going to be willing to, Hansa. Quintus said. Even Jones and Hale here would be willing. Most of the intelligence that I know is already shared with you anyway. Jones agreed. I'd prefer to not share some of our department's secrets, but I would be willing to do that if we were able to catch some traitors. You have my permission to administer it to people who are willing, Quintus. Hansa said. We're not going to lose the loyalty of some of our best people over this issue. We'll find the traitors or infiltrators, Hansa, Quintus stated with a small smile. And we'll figure out who did this to Ian and bring them to justice. All right, everyone can leave. Hansa said tiredly. Quintus, can you have Yvonne sent in? I think she needs to know about this and I should be the one to inform her. Altair, September 15th, 3031. We're still bogged down here. Stone cummed his exo. The dragoons brought some sort of larger powered armor than our mithril suits, and they got the drop on us. We're handling the Ryakan regiments over here decently, I can send over a detachment of aerospace to clear some space for you to fall back. Stone's exo Major Vance replied. But there's still a lot of enemy assets. I have you trapped here, Colonel Stone, a voice said over open channels. If you tell me where Duke Hull is, then I will allow you to depart from this world. Colonel Wolf, even if I knew where Hull was I wouldn't tell you. Stone replied as he moved his Mad 2T around a gutted von Luckner. You'll have to pry the information from my cold dead corpse. We shall see, Colonel, we shall see. The voice cut off as the channel closed. I want all of our units to start falling back towards the LZ. Stone commanded the forces with him. I'll hold the line with a couple of fire teams until Vance can get us reinforced. The mixed regiment began to fall back in an orderly fashion, leaving Stone with a mixed company of vehicles and mechs to hold the line against the Wolf's dragoons. You gonna come and face me like a man, Colonel Wolf? Stone asked. Or did you leave your balls back in the Wolf Confederation with your brother? Did you believe that I was limited by what my brother has done? Joshua Wolf asked as his Black Knight walked out into view followed by 3 lances of assault mechs. This is where you lose, Stone. We'll see about that. Stone replied as he fired his twin Clantech ERPPCs along with his LB-5X at one of the assault mechs. The time for the Wolf's Dragoons is coming to an end. Chapter 133, It's Treason Then. New Avalon, September 21st, 3031. We've identified these 4 as infiltrators and 2 more as traitors. Quintus Allard told Hansa Davian. I take it they've already been imprisoned. Hansa asked as he looked at the files that Quintus had just handed him. I'd like to begin rolling up the last of any enemy intelligence cells on New Avalon immediately. He looked at the map on his wall which had Luthien circled. With the Combine on the back foot we need to begin getting things arranged to exploit the likely succession crisis they're going to go through. We've already begun interrogation on the 6 agents we found in the staff here in the palace. Quintus responded. And I'll have our people start removing the ISF cells in conjunction with DMI shortly. Have the Taurians or Lyrans been sharing intelligence with us of late? Hansa asked. Yes, we've been coordinating with the Lyrans since they launched Operation Blitzkrieg, Quintus said. We've helped Duke Sandoval to identify several key weak points in the Combine, and he's launching a full offensive on the heels of the sack of Luthien. That Hull pulled off. Sticking with that term, Hui? Hansa asked. I thought that was just something that our PR people came up with. It fits. Quintus stated bluntly. And until anyone knows where Hull is going to move next, the entire Combine will be on the move. It is fitting. Hansa agreed with a small smile. And Yvonne and I have a cover story to move forward with in regards to Ian. Oh. Quintus asked with a raised eyebrow. A hit by the Combine in order to throw suspicion onto Hull after he departed with his 2 guard units. Hansa said. The full details are in this packet. He slid the document over to Quintus for review. I'll look it over and get back to you along with the results of the interrogation. Quintus replied. I have a lot of work to do after all. I'll let you get to it. Hansa said. I would appreciate it if you had the results in the next couple of days though. He sighed, press release is on the 25th. I'll have it on your desk tomorrow morning, Hansa. Quintus smiled as he left Hansa's office. September 22, 3031. We've got around 60 days until we reach New Samarkand. I told the assembled officers. I fully expect every single regional capital in the Draconis combined to be on extremely high alert after what we just managed to pull off on Luthien. I do not believe that we will face the same amount of forces. Yvonne Hazen spoke up as she brought up the intelligence briefs that Dunham had sent with us when we first left. The 5th Gaelden regulars have been stationed there underneath Grieg Samsno for the last decade or so. They have an unusual TONE for a combine unit. Mathis brought up. We know based off of MIIO reports that it's a medium unit, but that for every 1 mech lance that they use they're also backed up by 2 combat vehicles lances. He glanced around. They may not have quite the sheer amount of skill that we faced on Luthien, but these will be some of the hardest opponents we've ever faced, and a large part of that will be because everyone is going to